So many hours, so many moments, so many emotions.
Oh, Canada! Their time has come!
Wimbledon on TSN with exclusive feeds on TSN Plus.
Hey, yeah, just doing some rehearsals for the show. Yeah, we lost Bennett, Tavares, but we're good. A lot of big names on the board. It's going to be a great show.
Bouchard signed.
Oh. All right, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine.
Ekblad signed.
We're good. We're good. We're good.
Marner signed. And traded to Vegas.
It's going to be okay. We still got Marchand. It's only 6 hours.
Marchand signed. Provorov signed.
Got it.
No way, I'm not doing this show. Have a good summer, everybody.
Everybody wants to do something to get better.
I think teams are going to spend a little more than normally they would.
It would be a real big get to sign a guy of Ehlers' capabilities.
Brock Besser is one of the best pure goal scorers currently available on the UFA market, and he's going to get paid as well.
We're talking about what he can bring, a lot of intangibles.
That's what makes it so enticing to go out and throw a bunch of cash at this guy.
The madness is officially underway. Mitch Marner inevitably is going to be traded to the Vegas Golden Knights.
Might be the best hat trick of the Panthers season, and it was a pretty successful season where they won the Cup.
July 1st, 2025, the scene just outside the TSN studios as we say happy 158th birthday to the greatest country on the planet. And we say, hello, Canada, happy birthday, happy Canada Day. A bunch of proud Canadians in here, ready to bring you 6 hours of the free agent frenzy. Can we still call it the free agent frenzy after what happened yesterday? The free agent Festivus, the free agent Phil? No, there's plenty still out there. This is usually what happens to us on Trade Center, where all the big names get crossed off the board before our show even starts. But not on July 1st. This is a rarity for the free agent frenzy, where you have Marner, the sign and trade to Vegas, Bill Zito pulling off that, as Chris Johnson called it, the Florida hat trick. Puckpedia, our friends there, telling us yesterday 14 pending UFAs signing for a total of $262 million. But here's the deal. There's tons of money out there with the cap going up, and the biggest contract still to be signed out there in Connor McDavid. We'll discuss that today and everybody else. But let's get to the early news and what's happened so far with Gord Miller and the Insiders.
All right, James, so there are still names on the board, and I think we would agree that the biggest Bob McKenzie is Nikolai Ehlers.
Yeah, I would certainly think so. He's obviously a talented forward who we know at this point is not going back to the Winnipeg Jets. There is considerable interest in him. And Nikolai Ehlers, for his July 1, he's in Denmark at home, golfing this morning, so everything's good. And obviously with the time difference, he can size things up. So yeah, there's a lot of interest in him. No shortage of teams: Carolina, Washington, Colorado, Toronto. The list goes on and on and on. But, and James might want to redo that opening again, where there's no guarantee that he signs a contract today. Because there's going to be so much interest in Nikolai Ehlers, he is going to go through a process that could drift past today. Hey, listen, is it possible he could sign today? Yeah. But is it maybe more likely that it carries beyond today? Yeah, that could possibly happen, because he may talk to coaches about what role you see for me on a team. I want to talk to a general manager, whatever. So those conversations are going to take place, and it may not happen as quickly as it has in the past for a lot of players on July 1.
Right, and Brock Besser, I would say, is, if not the next name on the list, right there with Nikolai Ehlers in terms of the level of interest. And when you look at the teams that didn't get a crack at the Florida players, Mitch Marner goes to the Vegas Golden Knights. Anybody who's in the market for scoring, 100% has inquired on Brock Besser. I'm told there are as many as 10 teams legitimately in the mix. And there's creativity being employed here. You know, there are some not-so-good teams that have big money on a shorter term or big money on a longer term. There's some Stanley Cup contending teams with interest in Brock Besser on a short term or a longer term. The AAV obviously is an issue. All of the Canadian teams have expressed some level of interest in Brock Besser. I look at the Toronto Maple Leafs. The Vancouver Canucks aren't entirely out on Brock Besser yet. We look at the Winnipeg Jets because of what Bob said. It's highly unlikely Ehlers is going back to Winnipeg. Winnipeg likes that level of secondary scoring in Brock Besser. So he's got a tough decision to make, but good news for James Duthie. I expect that, unlike Ehlers, Besser will make his call today.
And to Bob's point a little bit, that Ehlers might take his time, but there are other dominoes to fall, right? I mean, teams are going to not sit there and wait to see what happens. And CJ, another guy in an interesting position is Mikael Granlund.
Well, he's in a fantastic spot. He can play down the middle, and there's just not a lot of names on this board. When you see Sam Bennett sign, John Tavares down the list, a lot of centers have come off. And as a result of that, Mikael Granlund has considerable interest, like 10 teams type of interest at this point. And, you know, there was some interest there for him to stay in Dallas. He was, you know, picked up in January by the Stars, had a nice run there, but the money just couldn't work for Dallas. They couldn't get into the ballpark that it's going to take to keep this player. So he's going to get a hefty AAV, but I do expect it to be a short-term deal for Granlund. He's not looking for one of these extendo contracts like we saw in Florida last night.
So, Pierre LeBrun, let's turn our attention to defense. And a lot of guys signed in the last few days. A lot of players re-signed with their teams, but Vladislav Gavrikov did not with the LA Kings.
Yeah, well, with Provorov and Ekblad signing yesterday and staying put, it's a good day to be Vladislav Gavrikov, because not only do I think he'll get at least what Provorov got in Columbus, which was $8.5 million a year over 7 years, I think he might get north of that. He might be the highest paid player in the UFA market by the end of today because of how thin the top 4 UFA-D market really is. There's Orlov, there's Lindgren, but Gavrikov is the big dog on that list, and I believe there's interest from the Rangers. And what about Detroit? We believe the Red Wings were going to take a heavy swing at Aaron Ekblad. Had Ekblad gone to market, he didn't. I think Detroit will probably get in there, but so will a lot of teams for a guy like Gavrikov.
Right, and then you wonder about the trade dominoes and how they fall on the blue line as well. There's lots of speculation around Bo Byram and the Buffalo Sabres. Pierre's done a lot of reporting on Rasmus Andersson and the Calgary Flames. And if the New York Rangers are a big player, and we know that they are on Gavrikov, what happens to K'Andre Miller? Right? The ask is high for K'Andre Miller, but there's also a good amount of reason to believe that he's going to get traded.
And one of the stars of our trade deadline coverage was Mikko Rantanen, of course, getting traded to Carolina. Part of that package going back was Logan Stankoven, and he gets an 8-year deal this morning, $6 million AAV to stay in Carolina. They bought up all his 30s, so it'll be a while before he's on free agent frenzy.
All right, so the salary cap is going to $95.5 million next season, James, and NHL teams are anxious to blow all that space.
Well, then you have teams that have tons of space that are going to have to overspend today just to get to the floor. Let's just recap everything that has gone on over the last few days. Of course, Mitch Marner gets an 8-year, $12 million contract, technically with Toronto, then is traded to Vegas for Nicolas Roy. Columbus defenseman Ivan Provorov, Florida blue liner Aaron Ekblad, Panthers playoff MVP runner-up Brad Marchand, also signing yesterday. Sam Bennett, of course, 3 days earlier, 8 years times 8. Then Evan Bouchard and Matthew Nyes, the restricted free agents, both get lucrative deals. Bouchard, 4 years at 10.5, and Nyes, 6 years at 7.75 in Toronto. And again, as I mentioned all off the top, this is all against the backdrop of Connor McDavid and what will be, we think, a landmark contract and negotiations coming up over this summer. He's eligible to sign a new deal as early as today, but we're not expecting that to happen. Oh, did stick around despite the opening, which is shocking.
Well, usually in years past, I would kind of give you this one if it became like a bit piece thing where I got, I'm giving you one for the day right now. It's for the day.
Just don't come to you ever? No. Seems like it's going to be a lot of Brock Besser and Gavrikov today. You ready to go like long-winded on both?
Yeah, and you just mentioned, these guys just mentioned the numbers that might be tossed around for Gavrikov. I'm kind of happy because in years past, I'm like, compared to other sports, the worst player in an NBA team might make $13 million. I'm like, how come the NHL's like that? It's kind of slowly getting to that where guys are getting paid, and I love seeing it. It seems kind of crazy, the money that's being tossed around, but I love seeing it.
No ex-player bitterness at the end of the table for I was born 20 years too early?
Jealousy, possibly?
A wee bit kicking over here, yes. I love my life, except for today. The only day I'm like,
hey guys,
would have been great if I was 25
hey guys,
right now.
Take a seat. We never got paid.
That's right. Point. By the way, you're talking about money-o and basketball players. Just quickly off hockey, SGA, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, off a historic season in Oklahoma City, signs a 4-year extension, $285 million. That's $71.25 million per season.
That works.
Which is above the NHL salary cap floor.
Perfect.
Of 70.
One-man roster. That's all you need.
Just wacky. We'll see. McDavid likely sets the bar as the highest player. I don't know, maybe Kaprizov does before that. What do you make of what's happened over the last 24 hours, 48 hours?
Well, I go back to Game 6 after the Florida Panthers won the Stanley Cup, and you asked Bill Zito, right. can you get him? He goes, yeah, I think I can get him. And you went, really?
Yeah.
Well, he really did.
Come on, Bill.
Okay, well, I know, right? But he did get it done. So here we sit here. At the end of the day, we're going to ask, who won the day? Bill Zito's already won the day.
So it's over.
He's won the day.
We don't have a trophy like we do on trade deadline, but maybe we should have one for the
We should, because he's won it, and they are the clear-cut favorite to be the Stanley Cup champions in 2026. I don't think there's any doubt. We'll probably get asked, okay, who's the favorite to win the Stanley Cup? It's Florida.
Yeah. It could be in lieu of GM of the Year, which he never wins. Yeah. That's Jim Nill's award. So Bill Zito can get our free agent award.
I think culture's tossed around a lot in professional sports, like building a cult. Those guys down there, they truly do have a culture, and the main focus of it is winning. They're a bunch of old school guys. Yes, they like to win the championship and poke fun at your song and make fun of the players, and I didn't really love that, but their culture down there, it's about winning. Like playing a brand of hockey that wins, and that's the most important thing. It's fantastic that they kept those guys all together.
Yeah, well, yeah, and I mean, they had to go a little bit longer in term to get that AAV down, but they're taking a haircut because they want to stay, as you mentioned. But what I'm impressed by is you got to win the first time to create that culture, right? You got to build a winning team. I mean, Florida hasn't always been there, right? It hasn't always been that destination with the Panthers, and now all of a sudden they're winning. Now guys want to be there. You're looking at them fitting into the lineup. Someone like Brad Marchand on that third line, if that's what you want to call it, with Listerine and Lundell. I mean, who wouldn't want to stay and go to the elbow room?
Just because Craig brought it up, this was a few minutes after they hoisted the Stanley Cup back in Florida.
This is probably the last thing you want me to ask you, and you can tell me to get lost. But you got 3 big-name free agents. How quickly do you get into that? Can you bring possibly them all back? Can you bring 2 out of 3 back?
I think we can bring them all back.
Really?
Yeah.
With sizable hometown discounts?
Let's just leave it at that.
Got it.
You did get it.
Discount. And we don't want to go too far down this road today, but there are tax implications to some of these contracts. Sam Bennett, yes, he took I guess a discount, but not really.
Those aren't a factor, MJ. Those aren't a factor.
Well, they are. It is a factor, not the factor, but it is a factor.
Barkov,
and it's a big one.
Kachuk, Reinhart, Bennett, Verhaeghe, Marchand, Lundell, Jones, Ekblad, Forsling, all locked up until at least 2030. You know, we talked about this whole core 4 thing. That's like a core 11 or something. Right?
Well, that's the biggest factor, is like we just talked about what their principles are and their culture. One of their biggest things is depth, like true depth. It's not a core 4 where it's like Edmonton or Toronto or different teams where it's like those guys have to do it or it doesn't get done. There's multiple options. You just mentioned all the players that are available to help contribute offensively or make things happen. They took turns all through the playoffs of making it happen for the Florida Panthers. It was the ultimate sign of actual depth on a hockey team.
So timing your contracts properly. They signed a lot of these guys. Like Lundell would be worth $9 million now. But you sign him early and you don't miss, and now he's a great value at 5. Even Matthew Tkachuk, he wanted to go there. He would get being paid $3-4 million more now, but you sign them early. If you don't miss on those contracts, that's why you go along with these players. And if it works out well, then you find yourself in a great spot a few years later.
All right, big news today. The touchscreen is back.
Let's go.
Takia Singh is here with Frankie Corrado, Frankie's big free agent frenzy board, which kind of got demolished yesterday. Poor Frankie, but we still have lots of names up there.
It's good. The board's looking good, isn't it?
Yeah,
Come on,
we've
it's
got
not
you
that
doing
bad,
the heavy
James.
lifting. Yeah, it's great, actually. And taking a look at the top of the board, we've got some very intriguing free agents. Let's talk about Nikolai Ehlers. Everyone is talking about Nikolai Ehlers right now. What kind of money are we looking at for him? Because he's Never cracked 65 points in a season, and where's the best fit for him, maybe?
Okay, there is a lot of money for Nikolai Ehlers because he's such a self-starter. He's one of those guys that can be a great individual player, and as we know, there's been a lot of great players that have been plucked off the board. It was a good year for Nick Ehlers with the Winnipeg Jets, unfortunately cut short due to injury, but you think about where this could be a good fit or maybe an interesting fit. We heard the insiders talk about Carolina. I find that so fascinating because the Carolina Hurricanes are such a dump the puck in and forecheck kind of team. Nikolai Ehlers feasts off the rush, as seen as evidence here against the Vancouver Canucks. So good at doing things himself, but I guess if you're Carolina, you might look at a clip like this and say, you know what? Once we get playing in the offensive zone, he's still so fast, he can create that kind of separation from defensemen, so maybe we don't mind having a guy like Nick Ehlers to give us a little more off the rush, which is not an area that they usually excel in.
Yeah, and now what about Brock Besser? He's only surpassed 30 goals once in the 9 seasons he's been with the Canucks. Do we expect him to be more productive wherever he lands?
He will be productive. The only reason why he's never really hit 30 goals on a consistent basis is because he's had injury issues. He's only a year removed now from a 40-goal season. But if Nick Ehlers is moving on, absolutely the Winnipeg Jets should be all over Brock Besser. And whatever you are willing to spend on Nick Ehlers, you have to throw that money at Brock Besser, because I look right here to the middle 6 of the Winnipeg Jets. They need goal scoring. Pardon me. They need to keep scoring goals. That was where they improved so much this season. First in the power play, top 5 team when it comes to goals per game in the NHL. Brock Besser has a shot that can be goaltenders clean. And if you're talking about players in, players out, Nick Ehlers played the bumper position on the power play for the Jets. Well, Brock Besser does that for the Vancouver Canucks and does it well. So that would be an excellent fit for the Winnipeg Jets if, you know, like we know, Nick Ehlers is probably moving on.
Yeah, and well, we can maybe argue that Brock Besser didn't shoot the puck enough, averaging 1.9 shots per game, easily the lowest of his career.
Thank you, guys. We'll get back to you periodically throughout the day. The biggest story really is what's happening to the cap. The flat cap era officially over with an exclamation mark, with upper team payroll limits skyrocketing from 3 years at $81.5 million to a projected $95.5, then $104 and $113.5 million over the next 3 years. So if you take that 81.5 to 113.5, terrible math, but like 40%, the cap going up over a short-term period. So we're likely to see some silly numbers thrown around today and definitely over the next couple of years as other guys reach UFAs. The biggest, of course, signing and the biggest free agent available was Mitch Marner, who signs the deal with Toronto, goes to Vegas. This morning, he posted on his Instagram a goodbye letter to Toronto and the fans of the Leafs. I'll try to read it for you quickly. Now that my time in Toronto has come to an end, wanted to share what these last 9 years have meant to me. Leaving isn't easy. This is the city where I grew up, fell in love with hockey, where I've had this incredible honor of living out my childhood dream, wearing the Maple Leaf on my chest. It wasn't just about playing for a team, it was about representing my home. When I was drafted, all I wanted to do was help bring a Stanley Cup to Toronto. Always the goal, came up short. I know how much that means to the city. I know the expectations that come with wearing this jersey. I gave everything I had, but in the end, it wasn't good enough. Hard to admit because I wanted it so badly for all of us. To the fans, thank you. Playing in Toronto is special because of you. Passion, pride, hope, pressure, the support. You care deeply. Thanks all those coaches, trainers, equipment managers, etc. Grateful for every conversation, every moment of support, every bit of belief. As I prepare for what comes next, he finishes, I leave a different person than I was at 18. I'll always be grateful for my time here, and most of all, so proud to have been a Toronto Maple Leaf with heartfelt thanks. That is the goodbye note from Mitch Marner. I mean, we'll talk about the implications on Toronto and his goodbye as we go on throughout the day. Let's start with where he goes in Vegas. Why is Vegas a good fit? If you feel Vegas is the right fit for Mitch Marner, what does he do to the Golden Knights?
He brings what he brings. He's a very good player, one of the best right wingers in the NHL. He provides offense. He can play with other great players. They have Hurdle and Eichel down the middle, so he's going to get to play with a great teammate. And it's different than Toronto. As much as he says he loved Toronto and he wanted, respects the time here, I think he wanted a change of pace and change of locale for him and his family. And what makes Vegas the right option? They're a good team with good players who paid him a ton of money. He got the full 8 years, and it's not Toronto. It's about as far away from Toronto hockey-wise as you can get as far as the culture around the city and everything else, which is something he obviously wanted for him and his family.
Yeah, agreed wholeheartedly. And then you look at the PK as well, what he can do there. Vegas wasn't overly strong, 26th in the league in that department, so I think he's going to add an edge there. But when you talk about pressure, I mean, intrinsically within that organization, it's cup or bust for them too, right? So there's going to be a lot of pressure on him there as well to perform when it matters the most. But no question about it, this is a guy that can produce points, and he can dance and draw to him, and he can dish that puck to someone like Eichel, as you'd mentioned. So you can see that offensive flair certainly being bolstered with that top six.
Yeah, and it's going to be the on-ice pressure. He's going to be able to leave the rink and go get gas and go to a store, and he's not going to have that element to it. But the Vegas Golden Knights, we've seen it in the past. They don't screw around. It's like, this is going to work, we're going to win, or we're going to make changes. So there's going to be, it's not like he's just going there and say, nobody cares about hockey here in Vegas. There is a burning desire to win. The expectations are big, and they're demanding on their players to get the job done.
They are demanding, and it's real simple. I mean, when they came in expansion, they were big, they were bold, and they took advantage of that. They get Pietrangelo, they get Stone, they get Eichel, they get Marner. They're not fiddling with the dials here.
Does he make them the favorite in the West?
I don't know if they're the favorite, because I still think they have some gaps in their team. One of the things, getting Sissons and getting Jeremy Lauzon, like Sissons becomes a really kind of a reasonable facsimile for Nick Waugh, right? Yeah. Lauzon's a hard competitor. They're not done. They're never done.
But I walk away from this thinking Mitch Marner got everything he wanted.
Yep.
He got the 8 years.
Yep.
He got the $100 million, and he got the market he wanted on a good team. He got everything he wanted, and more power to him. I mean, you have the leverage. He had it. He's a good enough player to warrant it, but he walks away, sure, maybe missing Toronto. And as far as pressure goes, no one as good as Mitch Marner doesn't put the more pressure on themselves than a GM or a coach or a market. He puts that kind of on himself, so I think he'll be fine with that.
And to answer your question, James, do they make the Vegas Golden Knights the favorite? All of the star players for the Maple Leafs didn't exactly light up the playoffs at important times for their own team with Toronto. That's why we're talking about change here. So if it was any one of the big four that hasn't got the job done for the Leafs, they don't make anybody a favorite going to a different team. If they were so dialed in, they won championships, you'd be like, oh, wow, watch out for those guys now. But it's still going to be a wait and see come playoff time. What's this guy going to do when the chips are on the table?
The taxes and no state taxes have become a major issue and talking point in hockey over the last few months. So let's look at the take-home pay. In Toronto, the AAV at $12 million would take home $5.6 million. In Vegas, it's $2 million more at $7.6. There are other. It's too simple, by the way. There are other things. Yeah. Opportunities in Toronto. And there's endorsements.
And there's different ways to mitigate the taxes. But I looked at it the other way.
Right.
So Mitch Marner makes 12 in Vegas. His take home is whatever it is there, 7.6. To make that much money in Toronto, he'd have to sign for over 16.
Right.
16. He'd be the highest paid player in the world to take home the same amount of money as he's going to take home from Vegas.
Right.
Toronto would never pay him $16 million.
Right.
And I don't think Jeff O'Neill would be okay with him getting paid $16 million. So it does matter a little bit.
But the reason the tax matters is because these organizations are good.
Because they're good.
Right.
They're good.
Because
I played
Vegas,
in Tampa,
Florida.
no taxes, we couldn't get players.
Winnipeg enters July 1st with $23.5 million available to sign 5 players as we look at the Canadian money available with the Canadian clubs. Edmonton just $551,000 left with 1 open roster spot. Montreal already over the cap, but that includes the retired carry prices, $10.5 million, which can be reallocated to LTIR to create more cap space. We have, as per usual on this day, an abundance of panels for you, including one of our favorites, Gino Reda, and our goaltender panel.
Oh, you're too kind, James. Thanks for that. Joined by Kevin Weeks, Marty Biron, and Jay McLennan. And James, to say thank you for what you just said, I'll give you some news. We just got a free agent signing. Our Pierre LeBrun tells us that Jake Allen has re-signed with the New Jersey Devils. It's a 5-year deal at $1.88 million. Weeksy, that's far below what we were thinking. At some point, there was talk about $3 million a year, but 1.88. Are you surprised by the number?
I'm a little surprised by the number, but I think it's more about the term and to kind of stretch it out and help the Devils in the cap. And Jake Allen's really happy here. I've spoken to his agent, Alan Waugh, before just posting that on Twitter. Talked to him last night. Jake Allen loves being a New Jersey Devil. He's been excellent. He comes in, he plays like a number 1. He handles the puck exceptionally well. He's a winning goalie. His teammates love him. So he loved the fit. They loved him. Hence the deal here in the Garden State.
That's really what it was. And Weeks, you just nailed it. It's term. They said to him, how much do you want to make? Well, you want to make $9 million. That's probably the going rate as a free agent.
He's going to be 39 at the end of this deal.
You're right, but Brad Marchand's going to be 54 by the end of his deal. This is the currency that you're dealing with right now. It's not money. Yes, it's money, but it's also term. That's what you're doing. So, Jake Allen, all you do is say, hey, you want $9 million stuffed in your jeans? We're going to stretch it out over 5 years.
The problem now is that the goalie market is getting really, really thin, right? Thatcher Demko signs an extension, got Allen left, Gibson got traded. Who's left? Like, if you're
Ilya Samsonov is now number one.
I know
on the free
exactly.
agents.
You got Vladar, you got Samsonov, Forsberg, Georgiev. Look, it's very thin right now. And so Jake Allen going for 1.8 over 5 years, he's not going to get a lot of friends in the goalie fraternity, in the goalie union saying, dude, you could have gotten $3.5, $4 million maybe somewhere else, and now you got half price over 5 years. I think it makes even more of an issue with the goalie market moving forward.
Okay, Stan Bowman, after the Oilers' failed run again this year, made it real clear, we're going to take a really good look at our goaltending and what's there in the market. So clearly, if free agency is not the route, then he's got to go the route of trades. What's best available out there? I mean, now the Vancouver Canucks are going to be paying, starting next year, not this season, but next year, $13 million for the two goalies. Now that Demko got the extension.
I think what you have is the luxury of patience here, because they have made it to the finals 2 years in a row with the tandem that they have in place, making a total of $3.6 million.
But how patient can you be when you know your goaltending can't do it for you?
Wait until U.S. Thanksgiving, and all these teams that believe that they're Stanley Cup contenders all of a sudden go, we look in the mirror and go, hey, we might not make the playoffs. We have goaltender X available. I think you have the luxury of being patient if the Edmonton Oilers.
It's the Colorado plan right now, because there's nothing available. You may have to punt it down to, again, November and see what we see. You're looking at it, and maybe the Toronto Maple Leafs should look into trading Joseph Woll, because the market may bring a pretty big return if you dangle him out there.
Yeah, exactly, guys. Also want to say happy Canada Day and happy birthday to our man, Noodles. Happy birthday, Noodles.
It was yesterday, and
I would also...
birthdays are for children, not for adults.
He's changed. That's corporate Noodles. That's uncooked Noodles all of a sudden. He's corporate on us. No, but here's another name that I'm going to throw out. And again, I want to preface this with respect to everybody involved. I am by no means a legal expert. I don't know what the process looks like from a legal standpoint back home up there in Canada with the Hockey Canada situation and everybody involved. I wonder, and I don't know what this would look like potentially based on the league, if there'll be any supplementary or additional discipline. I just wonder about a name like Carter Hart, not because I'm saying he's coming back, not because I'm saying that he will be allowed to come back, but he is from Alberta. I have heard whispers about this being a potential, depending on how the legal situation plays out. Just something to ponder as it was positioned to me.
And we will have a lot of time to ponder today, because there's still not a huge market in free agency for goaltending. However, don't be surprised if we see some wheeling and dealing, especially from the Oilers' standpoint. They've got two goalies, Skinner at 2.6, Pickard at $1 million for the upcoming season. Both of them are pending UFAs after the following season, so something's got to give, James.
Boys, thank you. One early development, if you've watched this show for the last few years, so we've come on at 11 a.m. Eastern, and the insiders have announced a bunch of UFA signings that wouldn't be officially announced till noon Eastern time, which, of course, you're not supposed to be able to talk to other teams until noon Eastern time, but it was always nudge, nudge, wink, wink. The NHL was not happy about that the last few years, and so far we haven't had any of those UFA announcements, so maybe the teams have at least listened, and no news breaking until again 12 Eastern time is when the new contracts can be announced. We'll start our cross-Canada tour next on the Free Agent Frenzy. With the Eastern teams, the Maple Leafs have lost a superstar, the Senators have retained a veteran goal scorer, and the Montreal Canadiens welcome a big addition on the blue line. Our reporters in Toronto, Ottawa, and Montreal will have the latest as we edge closer to the start of the Frenzy.
Canadians like to pack a lot into summer, kind of like a Harvey's seasoned chicken wrap. Packed with your choice of grilled, buffalo, or crispy chicken, and topped just the way you like. Pack Harvey's wraps into your summer.
And our minds were meant to sail. Take a rest from our thoughts, take a break from this world, and we'll feel miles away from the places that we used to be.
With the CIBC Smart Account, you can go back through your spending history, allowing you to see your money and make sense of it. See your money clearly with the CIBC Smart Account.
With Deluxe's buy one, get one free, skip the stress and do it for less.
one, get one free ends July 7th. Find your local paint store at dulux.ca.
On July 18th, when the world needs saving, there's only one team to call.
It's Smurfing time. I think I just smurfed my pants.
Hefty Smurf.
Do you even lift, bro?
I can do 6 sit-ups. Not in a row. Clumsy Smurf. You earned your name. Rainy Smurf.
Wait, where are we going?
Way to kill the mood, glasses.
And Rihanna is Smurfette.
What? I'm a stress eater.
Smurfs.
What happened to camouflage, Smurf?
I'm right here.
The new Elite Driver's breakthrough AI 10X face helps deliver our best combination of distance and forgiveness ever. With drives up to 8 yards longer. The future of performance is elite in every way with the new Elite Drivers from Callaway.
The Ontario Honda Dealers Indy Toronto, July 18th to the 20th. The 37th Indy at Exhibition Place. Racing, interactive entertainment, food trucks, and autograph sessions. Your Ontario Honda dealers present Free Fan Friday, benefiting Make-A-Wish Canada. You can experience the action on Toronto's downtown streets with a voluntary donation. The NTT IndyCar Series, sports cars, and more. Tickets start at $50. Kids 12 and under free. For more info, visit HondaIndy.com.
He's thinking about his diabetes. She's thinking he won't have time to eat like he should. And he doesn't want her to worry about that. But we can all rest easy, because that's where I come in.
Glycerna, a trusted ally for people with diabetes.
Box.
Box.
Buy one box meal, get one free. Only on the KFC app and Skip. F1 the movie, now playing.
Free Agent Frenzy is presented by Harvey's. Beat the heat with a creamy hand-spun shake or a frozen drink all summer long. Harvey's, it's a beautiful thing.
Lot to celebrate on this Canada Day, but this is not one of those things. Edmonton now has the distinction, dubious or not, of reaching and losing more Stanley Cup finals than any other Canadian team since Montreal was the last Canadian team to win the Cup in 1993. I would say still getting there is more of an achievement than a dubious distinction, but it's still painful for all of the Canadian clubs. Edmonton has now lost 3 times, breaking a 2-way tie with Vancouver at 2 as the drought continues for all of Canada. Little piece of news for you. The Oilers trading Victor Arvidsson to Boston. Looks like a mid-round pick coming back. The trade call is still pending. We'll get more from the insiders in just a second. That's $4 million of cap room freed up for the Edmonton Oilers. As promised, we're going to start our cross-Canada tour by looking at the Eastern Canadian teams. Mark Masters, of course, covers the Toronto Maple Leafs for us. Kenzie Lalonde, the Montreal Canadiens. She's in Brossard, Quebec. And Claire Hanna, the Ottawa Senators. We'll begin with you, Mark, as the post-Mitch Marner era begins and somehow finding a way to change the DNA with not a lot of high quality out there on the market.
Yeah, James, you know, Marner era officially over. It feels a bit surreal still here. We were in the dressing room at the practice facility after the draft. Marner still had a stall, but we've seen this coming for a while, and Trey Living said it's a challenge. He admits that, but he also sees opportunity, and that opportunity is a little more cap space than he's had in the past, a bit more flexibility, and Trey Living has made it clear he's willing to be patient. He said if it happens July 1st, it happens July 1st. It could happen August 1st, September 1st. He's reminding reporters that there's no games scheduled this week. He's going to be patient and diligent as he looks to fill the void left behind by the franchise's 5th leading scorer, James.
Beck now and Kenzie Lalonde, and the Habs already made a massive splash in this offseason as they go out and get Noah Dobson and add them to a really good young defense core. Still some other things they're shopping for, though, Kenzie.
Yeah, so the Canadians were able to check one of 2 major items on their checklist and bringing in Dobson, which can fill in that void left by the retirement of David Savard on the blue line. But then you look up front to the forward group, and you want to bolster this second line and, if possible, bring in a strong 2C. But as Jeff Gordon alluded to last week, this is a competitive market right now, and there's less sellers. I will be keeping my eyes on UFA's Christian Dvorak and Yoel Armia. Dvorak in particular, if you can't find what he's looking for on the open market, if they could bring him back at a lower rate just to give the Canadians some insurance at that centering position. He was also a big piece to their successful penalty kill. Now, also to that, speaking of centers, it was a great sight here in Brossard this morning at roughly 9:30 a.m. Kirby Dach was out on the ice doing some light skating and light shooting as he's about to go into what will be an impactful training camp for himself if he wants to grab a hold of that second line centering position. Look, the last few years, the Canadians have done a good job of acquiring picks and developing these prospects. Now they kind of enter that second phase of this rebuild, forming an identity. So they're going to be strategic in who they bring in and who they're willing to let go.
All right, we'll check in with Kenzie as news happens throughout the day. Ditto with Mark Masters. Let's go to Claire Hanna now with the Ottawa Senators. Steve Staios has done some business already, getting Claude Giroux on an extension, Levi Merilainen, Nick Cousins as well. What's left for Staios and company?
Yeah, well, James, even with those signings, he's managed to keep $7.3 million worth of cap space. And right now for the Ottawa Senators, it's about adding a proven goal scorer because last year they were 28th in the league when it came to even strength goals. Beyond Brady Tkachuk, who led the group with 29 goals, only 4 skaters eclipsed that 20-goal mark. So I know that Steve Staios has picked up the phone and called the Brock Besser camp, but I'm not sure if they're going to have the money or time to sign him. Now, beyond that, one of the big priorities is going to be depth, especially when it comes to a fourth-line center. Beyond Tim Stützle, Dylan Cousins, and Shane Pinto, they're really looking thin in that department, so I think that's going to be a priority. And also, they're going to be looking to add depth on defense. Nick Jensen had hip surgery. He has progressed really well, but there's questions if he's going to be ready for training camp. And then I know that Nicholas Matenpalo there is listed as left D, but he does play on the right side. So I think those are going to be 2 areas they want to bolster up.
Claire Hanna in Ottawa, and again, like the others, we'll get back to Claire when news breaks, if it does, with the Ottawa Senators. So little stuff for the Senators that they needed to get done. A team that makes the playoffs after that long drought. Do you think the group in itself, just bringing them back and the experience of being there is enough to make a step or two upwards next year, or do they have to make some changes somewhere?
Well, I think they still need to tinker a little bit. When you look at that top 6, you know, you need some 5-on-5 scoring, and that's going to be a key for them. But when you do look at the acquisition or sort of the extension of Claude Giroux, I think that's a nice, tidy piece of business with a real nice number. But he likely drops, you know, into that third line if you really want to contend, right? You need that speed. You need speed in that top 6. Ottawa Senators are a rush team, so I think that if you want to play off the rush, you have to have that kind of speed. And it's going to be interesting to see who they do align with. Stützle, of course, Zetterlund signing the extension. He's got speed. He can finish as well. But I still think that they could look to add someone up there. But, of course, the number is the big question in the cap space available. And then on the back end, getting Jordan Spence, right? Just looking at that.
Do you like that acquisition?
You know what? I don't mind it because with Nick Jensen as a righty and coming off surgery, what's he going to look like? And this is kind of a guy in LA who didn't get an opportunity in the playoffs. You know, he played over 16 minutes in the regular season. So really interested to see from a defensive standpoint what he can bring.
I think he's going to be good. Yeah. A third pair.
Like a third pairing.
Third pair guy. And Travis Green wants to play a pretty structured system in Ottawa, and I think he could thrive in that like in LA. He's a pretty good player.
Claude Giroux is there as kind of still the old veteran guys to help the young guys along. But this is for them to take another step. It's going to be about the development and those guys learning what they saw in the first round last year, and Tim Stützle and Batherson and Cousin elevating and being even better and being dominant players. That's what's going to help the Sens along. Obviously, their goaltending, you want it to be more consistent this year because they've got the guy to do the job back there. That was their biggest concern. I think their defense is solidified with some of those younger guys stepping up and being a part of it. But it's those young guys elevating and being elite star players that's going to help them out.
I think with the Ottawa Senators, if you're coming back with the same thing, you might not make the playoffs. They just barely made the playoffs.
Enough goals in that second line between Perron and Zetterlund. Like that to me screams as you're rolling the dice on both those guys scoring enough.
100%.
Lots on Montreal ahead, lots on Toronto ahead if you're fans of both of those teams. There's going to be a ton of money spent today. That's the Captain Obvious statement. NHL teams collectively crossed a 10-figure threshold on free agent day last year. They spent $1.2 billion on 157 player contracts, according to Puckpedia.com. Leading the way, Jake Gensel's 7-year, $63 million contract with the Tampa Bay Lightning. We have lots more ahead for you here on the Free Agent Frenzy. We'll head west where the Oilers have locked up their top defenseman, but a cap crunch awaits, making a deal today that freed up a little bit of that. Well, big questions still need to be answered in Vancouver, in Calgary, and of course in Winnipeg as we get set for the start of the free agency period just 20 minutes away.
What do Canada's most passionate burger lovers think about the Teen Burger? How is it?
It's stellar. The patty's nice and juicy. What I love about A&W is the beef. The quality of A&W's beef is unmatched.
Taste the Teen Burger at A&W.
Olympic organic yogurt is a delicious choice crafted with care. We only use organic milk from grass-fed cows with no GMOs. We love cows as much as Maya. See? Hang in there, little guy. Olympic organic yogurt, crafted with care.
Hello, Intact Insurance.
We had a collapsed pipe and it caused flooding in our basement. We can send someone tonight. I totally understand. We'll take care of you.
With unmatched response time, it's no accident that we can get you back on track faster.
You're so amazing. Thanks so much.
Locked in a stare down with Mother Nature, some wilt, but others push forward. They are the real ones, and they drink a real good light beer. Slim and Clear 2.0. Real ones know.
Put us in a box. Go ahead. That just gives us something to break out of. An opportunity to shatter expectations. In the next generation GMC Terrain AT4, what we choose to challenge, we challenge completely. We are professional grade.
The Ontario Honda Dealers Indy Toronto, July 18th to the 20th. The 37th Indy at Exhibition Place. Racing, interactive entertainment, food trucks, and autograph sessions. Your Ontario Honda dealers present Free Fan Friday, benefiting Make-A-Wish Canada. You can experience the action on Toronto's downtown streets with a voluntary donation. The NTT IndyCar Series, sports cars, and more. Tickets start at $50. Kids 12 and under free. For more info, visit HondaIndy.com.
Welcome to Frosty Farms, home of Wendy's 99-cent Frosty. Raised right, free range, of course, made with Canadian dairy. It's farm to Frosty. Get a small Wendy's Frosty for just 99 cents.
We know that the remarkable happens when East meets West. It comes alive in our shared love of sport, in our dedication to craftsmanship, our desire to create. And right here, Sapporo, where Japanese artistry meets Western tradition. You too can discover the remarkable where East meets West.
A lot of money to be spent, led by San Jose at $44.1 million of cap space, and that's where you might get some funky contracts because they have to get to the floor as well here. 8 open roster spots there, $44.1 million to work with. Winnipeg has $23.5 million of cap space and 5 open roster spots. All right, as we move along and close in on the opening of the free agent frenzy at 12 Eastern time, let's check in with Gord Miller and the insiders.
And this is feeling more and more like Trade Center. We've got another deal to talk about, the Montreal Canadiens and St. Louis Blues.
Yeah, kind of a creative deal here, Gord, because it involves 2 prospects that were both in the 2021 draft in the first round. Zach Bolduc from the St. Louis Blues, coming off a breakout season, 19 goals this year, goes to Montreal in exchange for Logan Mailloux, whose path to the Montreal Blue Line was probably blocked. They've obviously got a lot of young defensemen in that system, just made the Noah Dobson deal a couple days ago. And so this is a way to give each player a little bit of an opportunity, and obviously in Mailloux, someone that the St. Louis Blues coveted here.
Yeah, and this may work out well for both teams given the ceiling on both these young guys, but certainly this could have been a bigger trade. What we've been reporting for almost a week now is that the Canadiens and the Blues had conversations about Jordan Kyrou. Kyrou's full no-trade clause kicked in at midnight last night, and so he's pretty safe now if he wants to be. He would have to waive for any trade, and so You know, we said this a few times. We weren't really 100% sure if Doug Armstrong was that motivated to trade Jordan Kyrou, except that he was certainly investigating what teams are willing to pay up for him, kind of like he did with Braden Shen for the trade deadline, and also kept him.
We just saw the graphic about teams that have money to spend, who are motivated not just to spend money, but have to break through. The Detroit Red Wings, Dregs, would qualify as one of those teams.
Yeah, I mean, the playoff drought in Detroit is long enough. It's 9 years and counting, and there's a hunger within that organization and fan base to get back into the postseason, given the history of the Red Wings. They were counting, hoping is probably a better way to describe it, that one of the Florida pieces wasn't going to get signed. You know, we're ready to invest deeply in Aaron Ekblad on defense. Well, obviously that wasn't the case. What about Brad Marchand on the wing? If you look at that second line in Detroit, you can envision why they need a left winger there. So lots of money and lots of creativity from Steve Yzerman and the Detroit Red Wings. So I think there'll be a player today, either free agency or via trade.
So we mentioned, CJ, earlier that the cap is going to $95.5 million. There are a number of teams that are far from shouting distance of the floor, which is $70.6 million.
Yeah, and San Jose Sharks are the one that jump out to me. You go to Puckpedia and dial it up. They're about $19 million plus. The Sharks are, as of this moment, of the salary cap floor. And so, you know, there's a couple things they can do. They're certainly going to go and get some free agents today, spend some money that way, but perhaps via trade, they could be a spot for teams looking to shed a contract or something of that manner to get there.
So, Bob McKenzie, James mentioned a few minutes ago about we might not get the usual burst of contracts at noon. And it's worth pointing out that standard player contracts in the NHL are complicated, multi-page documents, and they take a while to work through. But we have seen in past years them done more quickly than perhaps you might think.
Humanly possible.
Thank you.
You know what? The fear of tampering is real. And Bill Daly, the Deputy Commissioner of the National Hockey League, sent out a memo to all the teams last week, and it's had a very chilling effect on how they go about business. Now, it hasn't had a chilling effect on tampering. It's had a chilling effect on not getting caught at tampering. So, you know, a little bit of history. A number of years ago, the NHL and the NHLPA agreed there was going to be a shopping period where teams could talk to all the players that are available and then make up their mind how they wanted to proceed. Then they got rid of that, but it didn't really ever stop. And last number of years, we knew on the morning on this day that there were 10, 15 deals done. We knew what the term was. We knew what the AAV was. And at 12:01, 12:02, 12:03, we were reporting all this crazy detail. There are deals done right now. I know there are, but they're not going to get filed until 1 or 2 or 3 o'clock this afternoon because nobody wants to be the first team or the first player or the first agent to get dinged on a huge tampering fiasco.
All right, so James,
why are you telling people that sausage is made?
NHL teams, James, cannot talk to players until noon Eastern time. They must also stop at stop signs for a full 3 seconds.
So why didn't we go on the air at 2 p.m. or something like that in this case?
No kidding.
Bob is buzz-killing us again here. Quick reaction, first of all, to the Montreal-St. Louis deal, Craig.
When you build up your prospect pool in one area, you now can go solidify it in another area. That's exactly what Montreal did with Bolduc. They have enough defensemen. Logan Mailloux looks like he was going to get squeezed out. Zach Bolduc's a really good offensive player, and they can use offense.
Frankie Corrado, who covers the Habs for us a lot during the year, your thoughts? Trade for the Montreal Canadiens because you're bringing in a forward now where you need a little offense up front. And Logan Mailloux, we saw David Reinbacher play really well in the AHL playoffs for Laval. And now, like Craig said, this is a position of strength as far as defense. So you move on from a player, but they didn't go.
Yeah, 100%. We saw a move involving Evander Kane a number of days ago, cleared over $5 million. This one clears over $4 million, James. The Edmonton Oilers need to figure out a way to come back next season better than they were this year, right? You can make the argument they didn't necessarily do that last year. They need to take a step forward. Look what the Florida Panthers just did, right? The Vegas Golden Knights just made themselves better. This is a cup-contending team in its window. They need to get better. So how do you do that? You try and find someone to play next to Leon Draisaitl on the team's second line, right? They platooned a couple of different players through there this last year. Victor Arvidsson just dealt. It never worked out. Jeff Skinner, they thought potentially could work out. That didn't happen. So I think with the space that they've cleared here, they're sitting right around $4 million, give or take a little bit, depending on who stays up and who goes down. But I think the Oilers will be top 6 forward hunting. Potential for them to move some more cap space out. James will keep an eye on Adam Henrique. Has a full no movement clause. I'm not sure what's going to happen there. But if they want to be big game hunting, that's a trade they may have to try and find as well.
Ryan Rishaug out in Edmonton covering the Oilers for us. Just before I get to Glenn in Winnipeg, the reason Glenn is in Winnipeg today is because John Lu, after 25 years with TSN, has retired. Great years in Montreal and the last part of his career in Winnipeg. We will miss his insight, we'll miss his fashion, and we'll just miss a really good guy in John Lu. We wish John Lu the best in his retirement. Glenn Schiller covering the Jets for us. And Nikolai Ehlers, I suppose, is the big name that a lot of teams with a kind of limited talent out there on the market will be looking at today, and has said it's not impossible for him to come back to Winnipeg, but looks not very likely at this point, Glenn.
Yeah, that's right, James. Right now, I've got a tough act to follow in John Lu, but whoever's going to replace Nikolai Ehlers should he depart Winnipeg, talk about a tough act to follow. Ehlers completing his 10th season here with the Jets, and last season was essentially a point-per-game player, such a big part of this #1 ranked power play as well. Also, some offseason priorities for Kevin Cheveldayoff. You speak of scoring, Kyle Connor, as of today, is eligible to sign a long-term extension, and his 41 goals were tied for 7th in the NHL. 97 points were 7th in scoring across the league as well. So Connor and an extension with the Jets will be a priority this offseason. And you got some restricted free agents, key names like Gabe Vilardi, who had 27 goals. That's the most of any restricted free agent in the National Hockey League. And Dylan Sandberg as well, who was second on the Jets in time on ice in the playoffs. Such an important player here in Winnipeg. And maybe the biggest offseason news for the Jets already happened, James. Jonathan Toews, the hometown boy, returning to the NHL about 10 days ago. The Jets announcing that. Toews will not be here today for the introductory news conference. That's expected to happen later this week on Friday, when we can ask Jonathan Toews about his return as a 37-year-old to the National Hockey League.
Yeah, can't wait to see him back in action, and he'll fit very nicely into a Winnipeg jersey. That's Glenn Schiller in Winnipeg. Let's move out to the West Coast and Farhan Lalji now in Vancouver. We have a goalie extension we'll get to in just a second with Farhan. But look, after what was a far too dramatic, very disappointing season in Vancouver, the priority shifts back to the ice, and priority #1 would have to be scoring.
Yeah, absolutely. This team didn't score enough a year ago, and now it looks like they're going to lose Brock Besser and Pius Suter. Each of them scored 25 goals a year ago, so where do you go? And I think ODOG can attest to this. You know, sometimes it's 2 a.m., the bar's about to close, and whoever's still left there looks a whole lot better than they did a couple of hours ago, and that's where mistakes get made, and the Canucks can't go down that road. And even Jim Rutherford said that it might not get done at free agency. They might have to go to the trade market to get done what they'd like to get done, and they also have to potentially move out some money if they still want to get the top 6 forward and second line center that they so badly covet. They've got $7 million left after adding Evander Kane to that mix. So when you look at some of the names, Mikael Granlund, who's probably going to be too expensive because there's so much competition for that player, and then other names, Christian Dvorak from Montreal, Jack Roslovic from Carolina, other names that they're currently being tied to. So it's a tough situation. You talk about the goaltending. Now they've got a glut there, so potentially they could move on from somebody there to create some space.
All right, Farhan Lalji in Vancouver. Our last stop out west is Calgary. And Salim Valji getting some business done today. Craig Conroy and company. Joel Hanley gets an extension.
Yeah, James, that might be the biggest move they make. I don't see them being active at all, and they have $20 million in cap space, but as we've talked about a bunch, this is a team that's turning over its roster to young players, so I can see them going in the backup goalie market. I don't think the door's shut on Dan Vladar by any means, and beyond that, James, they were one of the worst face-off teams in the league last season, and they paid for not having a right-handed centerman, so I think if they can get a right-shooting center who can win face-offs, that's another priority, but the kids are all right here in Calgary, James, and as a result, I don't think you're going to see a whole lot of movement as the roster continues to be turned over to the likes of Matt Coronado and Dustin Wolf.
As you were looking at these are not depth charts. We're only going as far as salaries and cap hits, and we'll get back to Salim Valji if something indeed does happen in Calgary as the day go on. As we mentioned off the top, it's been the year of the rat. We've got fancy virtual reality stuff going on here. It wasn't just a triumph for Brad Marchand, it was for the Panthers. But as a whole, look at where Marchand has done. 21 goals with Boston. He wins the Four Nations, traded to Florida, Stanley Cup champion, re-signs with Florida. You know, I think Brad would appreciate that graphic, actually. Just an incredible year for Marchand and for the Florida Panthers. And so we have what have become, I guess, for everybody else, it's not a Panthers fan or a Vegas fan, two of the villains of the NHL, the Panthers and Vegas. For more on that, Brian Hayes and his panel.
All right, thank you, James. And here with our friend Emily Kaplan from ESPN, Carlo Koliakovo. You're right, it is Canada Day, but we're going to talk about two teams that couldn't be further away from the Canadian border. That's the Florida Panthers and the Vegas Golden Knights, the two most aggressive teams in the league. You just mentioned Florida, right? They win a Stanley Cup, they bring back Marchand, they bring back Ekblad, they bring back Sam Bennett. Look at Vegas. Big news yesterday, Alex Pietrangelo announces he likely won't play again, which is significant. That's a big piece. They waited about 5 minutes to fulfill the cap hit and the talent. They go out and get Mitch Marner. So if you're every other team in the league, Emily, you're looking at Vegas, you're looking at Florida. Is that the blueprint, that aggressiveness that you need to apply if you want to catch up?
Yeah, look, I don't think it's just a state tax advantage. I don't think it's just being able to exploit the LTIR loophole. I don't think it's just the ruthless commitment to winning, the culture that they built, the amenities the players are offered off the ice, the ability to go and walk into public and not be swarmed by fans. It's all of those things. And I think there's another thing that these teams offer that nobody talks enough about, and that's the warm weather. I know I sound like an absolute kook here, but I remember talking to Brad Marchand shortly after he got traded there, just how much better his body felt. Think of how well he healed from his injury, the ability to extend your career. There's all these studies about the benefits of direct exposure to sunlight amongst waking up. So it's all of those things that teams aren't able to match if you're not those markets. Yes, other GMs should look at that blueprint and be more aggressive, but there are some GMs that are that aggressive. I think of GM Eric Tulsky in Carolina. I think of Chris McFarland in Colorado. They offer some of those things. It's just hard to match all of them.
Yeah, Emily, you bring up some great points. I mean, every team would love for better weather and maybe more better tax advantages. But aside from that, I think what stands out with these two organizations is that they're not afraid to make the big swing. They don't care if they win or lose a trade. They're going after the player, and if it doesn't work out, they move on. And I think that's what some of the other teams maybe need to catch up on is don't be scared to make that bold move. Go out, do it, find the player that you want that's going to help your team. And if it doesn't work out, you move on. That's what these teams do year after year. Florida's found a formula with those three players. They found a way to keep them. Vegas, year after year, they sign guys to long-term extension. If they don't like the way they work out, they move on. That's what separates these two teams from everybody else.
Yeah, the aggressiveness is so significant, right? You want your players to be comfortable when they're there away from the rink, but when they're on the ice, they better be ready to perform because that's a huge part of the mentality. You're right. 100%. All the other things count for something, maybe count for a lot, but the idea that the mantra from top down is you better win. You better help us win. If you don't, you won't be here for long. James?
All right, thank you, gang. Let's look at the current Stanley Cup odds for next year, and maybe we'll check in at the end of the day and see if they have changed by the movements on this day. No surprise, Florida at plus 700. Carolina, it's a little strange, but it's part of the division thing. We saw this when the Stanley Cup playoffs started, when they were the favorite at plus 750. Edmonton in there at number 3, then Dallas, Colorado, Vegas at 950. Tampa, there's a big gap there between Vegas and then Tampa, Jersey, the LA Kings, and Winnipeg round out the top 10 at plus 2,300. So we are just moments away from the first hour of free agency. Bob mentioned we might not see the numbers that we've seen in past years because of the fear of tampering, but it's usually a huge number hour. 27 players signed for a mind-boggling $470 million in hour number 1 last year, which represented a massive increase over 2023 when 22 players signed for a collective $102 million. Maybe we won't see that $470 million total today, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what time we get our first signing. Who is going to be the first one under, who maybe waits a little bit longer.
1-year deal.
Qualifying offer. Yeah, exactly. It was a really quick negotiation. Let's quickly run through our top 20. Of course, it's been butchered by what happened yesterday, but Nikolai Ehlers and Gavrikov and Besser, you'll probably hear a lot about those three today. Jake Allen, cross him off the list as he re-signs with that 5-year, $1.8 million per year deal with the New Jersey Devils. Dmitry Orlov is at number 6. The Vancouver Canuck. Pius Suter is at number 7. Schmidt, Lindgren, and Jonathan Drouin at number 10. Drouin coming off a $4.3 million AAV. Jack Roslovic is at number 11. Corey Perry. Wherever Corey Perry signs, we know he's going to the Stanley Cup final. Right? It's just the deal. Klingberg, Brown, and Vladar, 11 through 15. And then rounding out to 20, Cody Ceci, Victor Olofsson, Brent Burns still around into his 40s. Andrew Mangiapane would be a great pickup for somebody. And Nick Perbix rounds up our top 20. So we saw this on trade deadline. We're here for 6 hours no matter what, although there was some confusion at 3 o'clock Eastern during Trade Center because somebody thought the show was over.
You mow through two or three of them? That's a heavy task, man.
Sit back down. You got 2 hours still here. Get him back. Security. I don't even remember. Did we lure him back or did he actually just leave for the entire day? You realize the show is not over. And particularly on this show, that was at least 6 or 7 hours into that show. We're only an hour into this show, so when you hear the little bells or the horn or whatever happens 20 seconds from now, you cannot leave.
I'm out.
No, you're not leaving at 3 o'clock.
My new number. I'm out of here.
You're stuck here until 5 p.m. Eastern time, and then you can go play golf for the rest of the
nobody's
summer.
signing at 5. They already got this stuff. It's going to be a couple great hours, and then we're all out of here.
If it's late, like Bob says, we're going to extend it. We may extend it to 10 p.m. Eastern time.
Yeah, right.
There it is. There's the bell. No horn like Trade Center.
Let's get back to the reporters back there. Trade breakers.
So the free agency period is officially underway. Again, over the past few years, the insiders have probably announced a dozen deals already done, but Bill Daly and company have perhaps struck the fear into agents and players. So we'll see right now how long it takes before we get deals that are officially announced here on the Frenzy. Again, $470 million spent in the first hour last year. It may take a little bit longer this year. So who are you waiting for? Who excites you most about this list, considering all the guys? Is it Ehlers? Is it Besser? What do you want to see, Mike?
I mean, obviously, Ehlers, I think, is such a good fit for so many players, and he can help good players on good teams that are Stanley Cup aspirational kind of teams. So we'll watch him. It appears as though he's searching for a market fit, not just a team fit, where maybe he's not craving the limelight or the attention away from the rink. He just wants to focus on the ice. So we'll see what happens with him. To me, I think he's the best offensive player still out there. So we'll see where he goes and for how much. Oh, and will he push 9? I mean, given supply demand, I'm going back to grade 10 economics. The supply is so limited. Could he get $9 million a year?
Well, it depends if those teams that are so far below the floor, how much do they really want to go nuts? And it's difficult to do this, but I can't stop doing it. Every signing, I think about the Florida Panthers. It's like, I always think, well, who would he be on the Florida Panthers? Or how could he help beat the Florida Panthers? So any guy that signs a contract today, I'll always have that in the back of my mind. How does that kind of compare to the Florida Panthers and what they believe and what they do, how they pay guys, and how it's all going to work out?
Well, to Mike's point, when, demand exceeds supply, prices go up. And the price is going up.
Yeah, but Craig, teams get really stupid then.
Yeah,
we're going to be blown away by a couple of
That's what ends up happening. That's just
Ehlers,
economic fact.
Gavrikov, I think Besser will probably surprise you. And maybe Granlund, too.
I wonder if there's a defeatist attitude at all with teams out there because of what you just said, because of what Florida has right now. You look at this list, with no offense to any of these players who are talented, there's nobody here that's going to go, man, if we get this guy, we can really challenge the Panthers, right?
Exactly.
And it also raises the question, too, and we were talking about it, Craig, whether GMs are going to hold, they're going to be a little more patient and hold that cap space into the season so where they can get value on a trade and really hit a piece that will have an impact in their roster and fill a hole versus just going out and getting a complementary piece or another complementary piece and paying up the wazoo for it.
If you're Craig Conroy, you're Chris Drury, you're Kevin Adams, Conroy with Anderson, Drury with K'Andre Miller, and Kevin Adams with Bowen Byram, you might be in a great position to make a great trade for your team. And that's where the teams, to your point, can you sit back and get one of those guys that can make a difference to your blue line?
But isn't the conversation this year about this entire market too many teams are trying to get better.
Yep.
Not enough teams are okay with being poor for a few more years.
I look at it a different way, Johnny. I think teams are absolutely fooling themselves if they think they're anywhere near getting better. They're not
Well,
even
but they're
close,
trying to get better. So you're not going to be like,
I get it. You can't
we're
just sit
trade,
back and say we're terrible.
Like Florida or Boston or Buffalo doesn't want to trade Byram and take futures. They need players.
Yep.
But if you're trading Byram to a team that's really good, they're not giving you players that could help them win right away. That mix is hard unless you're going to trade them to a team that's
we still have
give you
5
first
more
and second
hours,
round picks.
guys, and we want to pace definitely the last 5 hours. So for now, as we enter the free agent period, let's send it over to Gord Miller and the Insiders.
Hasn't O been pacing himself for like 30 years?
Basically.
So the time has come. Teams can start talking, and the most talked about free agent is Nikolai Ehlers. And Bob, what's the latest?
Well, there's obviously considerable interest in the, at this point, former Winnipeg Jet winger, and lots of interest. We know Carolina's interested. We believe Washington's interested, Colorado Avalanche, Toronto Maple Leafs, any number of teams. And the phone calls are going to start going into his Swiss-based agent, Andre Rufner. Ehlers himself played some golf this morning and now is obviously settling in for the process that's going to happen. And over the course of the day, there's going to be conversations with general managers. There's going to be conversations with NHL coaches to understand the role that Nikolai Ehlers might have, as well as obviously all the financial considerations that go on. But the expectation from the agent
So the time has come. Teams can start talking, and the most talked about free agent is Nikolai Ehlers. And Bob, as well as obviously all the financial considerations that go on. But the expectation from the agent, Andre Rufner in Switzerland, is that Nikolai Ehlers is not likely, not expected golf this morning and now is obviously settling in for the process that's going to happen. And over the course of the day, there's going to be conversations with general managers. There's going to be conversations with NHL coaches to understand.
Speak with teams, and there's certainly, even on this day, some buzz that we could see an offer sheet, but I can't sit here and tell you with 100% certainty whether we will or not. The ranges go from a third-round pick as compensation all the way up to the most pricey contracts for first-rounders. But, you know, bless our man Frankie Corrado. He's making the free agent list. There's not a lot of shopping to be done out there, and so maybe RFAs are going to be the solution for some teams.
I could be in the minority on this. I just don't see I don't think you're going to see the big name offer sheet. I think if you see some this summer, it's going to be the mid-range guys because the compensation is not as difficult to absorb.
Let's clip that.
Yeah,
well, I'd actually take the other side of that bet.
And the reason is the cap is going up, and teams haven't jammed themselves as much as the Oilers were a year ago.
Well, but define a top player, though. I mean, Matthew Nyes he's under contract with the Leafs. So beyond that, when you're looking at the RFAs, look at Mike Johnson's looking at us.
I'm taking the LeBron's. I'm the opposite
I'm with LeBron. 4.7, second rounder.
Yeah,
that's a good middle six player.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, such as
who? Will Cooley.
Will Cooley.
There's a good example.
Okay.
It's a good example.
Clip that. James?
Well, one of the things, too, and maybe you don't get above that threshold that leads to, as we look at Nikolai Ehlers and his numbers, as he's number one on our list right now, 63 points last year, 520 in his career. What's been a really good career with the Winnipeg Jets. But just carrying on what we were talking about there, if you get into the area where you spend enough on an offer sheet that you would have to give up a first-round pick, you have Gavin McKenna lurking next year, and we saw what happened in the lottery this year, where the Islanders went all the way up. Would there be a fear of giving up a first-rounder in that year when Gavin McKenna could come to you in a lottery if you were in that bottom
tier of the league? It's the Leafs' mistake, right? They never thought they'd be bad enough to warrant being out of the playoffs until you are, and there goes Dougie Hamilton, Tyler Seguin.
Yeah.
Like, if you miscalculate that badly, you would never do it risking a first-round pick if you thought you could ever miss the playoffs. But it could happen, and then the worst case would be, obviously.
Well, to your point, I mean, you talk about teams in desperation mode. They're not thinking about missing the playoffs. They're thinking about making the playoffs and getting after players that they think will get there, and then the vulnerability. Look at the New York Rangers. They won the President's Trophy in 23-24. They're out of the playoffs this year. I mean, they ended up giving the pick to the Pittsburgh Penguins, but what happens if that all of a sudden gets to be a higher pick? They weren't banking on that.
No. You heard the guys say Nikolai Ehlers, and the belief is that maybe he'd like to get out of a Canadian market and go somewhere a little bit quieter. We just saw Mitch Marner, after being in the spotlight of Toronto, going to Vegas. We don't know 100% what Mitch's reasons are, but, belief maybe to get out of the fishbowl that is Toronto. Does that concern you? Two guys who played for Canadian teams.
Enjoying the experience of playing somewhere where it matters, where they care, where people want to see you like, hey, great job last night.
Yeah, well, Mitch Marner could probably attest to it. He probably I loved going to the rink in a Canadian market. You're seeing the fans, you're seeing the excitement around the city. But he probably also couldn't stand people throwing stuff on his front lawn.
Well, that's exactly.
Absolutely. So
that's
fair.
exactly
it is fair.
Right?
Who would want to deal with that?
Especially when you have a and then it gets maybe more tricky when you have a family. If you have kids, and kids are going to be going to school, and they know dad played last night and was -3 with a bad pizza, you don't want your 5-year-old dealing. Like, I get that kind of stuff, but as a person who didn't have kids, well, I had kids in Montreal, but I loved it. I like this idea that everyone doesn't like Montreal. Now, I am from Toronto, and I am a proud Canadian. I love playing in Canada.
Well, it is. To me, it's that social media, because that transcends, right? That hits different people. And so, as an athlete, you didn't really have to face that nearly as much. I know, certainly I was playing at a different breadth, only playing for my national team, not only, but sort of we didn't have to go through that every day. But for you guys, you weren't scrolling through your X account, right? Which I'm sure a lot of these guys try and put away, but it's still there.
Yeah,
when
that's
you
an
turn
easy answer.
When you turn on the radio.
Don't go on there.
Well, it really is. Like, come on. Like, if somebody knocks on your door and you open up the door and they start screaming at you, you slam the door, and you can slam your social media. Bob Gainey signed you. Bob Gainey said this very well. He said, is Montreal for everybody? No. Is Toronto for everybody? No. But if you get into those markets and you embrace it and you love being part of it, it's special. And I think the guys that don't want to play, don't get them.
When I got to Toronto, there was a lot of stories about having fun on the back of the bus and guys winning playoff series. Nobody had a problem when there was winning. It's almost like when they lose, they don't want to have any kind of accountability for it, where it's like, oh, we're in Canada, this sucks losing here. Well, try winning. I don't know. It kind of, it's a weird thing.
It is, you're right.
The highs are higher, the lows get a little bit lower.
Yes.
And if you want to be comfortable in the middle, then you don't have to have those experiences when you play in some markets.
We played golf a couple of days ago. This is a plug for the match that airs after the free agent frenzy with Brendan Gallagher and Nazem Kadri. Gallagher's spent his whole career in Montreal. Kadri's been in Toronto and Calgary, won a cup in the middle in Colorado. Both of them just love every bit of playing in a Canadian market. Let's send it back over to Takia and Frankie.
All right, Frankie, let's talk about defensemen, okay? On the top of our list, we've got Gavrikov at #1. He's top 5 in our UFA list. It sounds like he's looking for big money, though. What can you tell us about him?
He's going to get big money, and you know who he has to thank? Aaron Ekblad and Ivan Provorov, because they're off the board, and all of a sudden you take a look at this and you're like, who is a prime top 4 guy who can handle big minutes offensively, but most importantly, defensively, a good shutdown guy, and that is Vladislav Gavrikov. So it makes a lot of sense that there's going to be teams that missed out on those players that say, we want this guy, and he's going to get paid. There's just not much available lower on the board that would make a better fit than Vladislav Gavrikov. And so you look at some of the clips here as far as how he plays the game, can think the game, can jump in offensively, but you're getting him for his defensive awareness and how he can play in his defensive zone. One quick note when we look at the defensive players, though. This guy right here, Dmitry Orlov, who's second on our list, 2 years ago, he was our top player on the board. He opted to take a 2-year deal at $7.75 million, thinking salary cap's going up. I'm going to cash in a big way. And as you can see here, we have his projected AAV a little bit lower than what he was making currently. But he can probably thank those two guys, Ekblad and Provorov, because now all of a sudden he becomes a little more coveted by teams.
All right, so we touched on the top 2. Let's talk about Nate Schmidt, because we saw Florida make a few big moves in the past couple days. Is Nate Schmidt on his way out, though?
Well, you would have to think that he is. Now, you can never say never with the Florida Panthers because they'll just find a way. The one thing that's working for, I guess, their favor or another team that might be crunched up against the cap is Nate Schmidt still getting paid by the Winnipeg Jets. He got bought out there, so he can be in that same category as someone like Matt Duchene, who's in a position to do a team a favor because he's got a little supplemental money coming in on the side. As far as what Nate Schmidt brings to the table, he was so good in the playoffs for the Florida Panthers and provided more than what you would expect from a third-pairing defenseman. So I would imagine if you're a team looking to make an upgrade, you look at Nate Schmidt and say he can still play. We saw him do it in the playoffs, and we can maybe get a little bit of a discount because he's still getting paid on the side.
Yeah, well, as you mentioned, Nate Schmidt, a ton of playoff experience, 99 playoff games in his career.
Thank you, guys. So, well, this is already a bit of a historic free agent frenzy in the sense that we've been doing this for, I don't know what, 15 years ago when Bob McKenzie invented it. And every single year at noon, there has been a ton of signings.
Nobody wants to be the first
and,
one.
yeah, well, Bob said it. Nobody wants to be the first one because of the fear of tampering.
What's the appropriate amount of time it could take to do a 4-year contract?
Yeah. They've probably
35 minutes?
Test runs. They've done test runs. How long does it take?
We have one signing. Glenn Gullickson's the head coach of the Dallas Stars.
Oh, there you go. They worked out that contract.
Announced. That one didn't have to wait till the Easter time. They could have announced that contract earlier, but we congratulate Glenn as he takes on the job of the head coach of the Dallas Stars. Let's send it back to Gino and his goalie panel.
All right, a little while ago, you guys were talking about...
Gino, before, I signed at 12:01 in 2010.
That was a fast negotiation.
Deal at 12:01. It took a minute. That was great. I was all set.
Hey, Marty, you in for this number? Yes, absolutely.
Yes,
Sign. Let me get back to my Canada Day
go.
celebration. Yeah, sure. Someday you'll tell us what's going on. Listen, a few minutes ago, you guys were talking about what happens when demand exceeds supply. Yeah. And that's in the general market. That's obviously going on in goaltending right now. There are teams who are the haves, the Toronto Maple Leafs, who have a 1A, 1B goaltender in Woll and Stolars. And there are teams that are in huge need and would pay, maybe overpay. So here's the question. And the reason we're asking this question, because it got a little heated a few minutes ago here. Let me start with Marty. Should the Leafs be willing to part with one of their goaltenders to take advantage of a huge demand to maybe get over what they would get in a regular return to fill holes elsewhere in their roster?
So obviously I mentioned Joseph Woll earlier, and the reason why I'd be looking at trading Joseph Woll is because that wasn't the plan wasn't to have Anthony Stolarz come in and play so well, #1 in the league in save percentage last year, and be their #1. The plan was for Woll to be that guy. His new contract's going to kick in, 3 years at over $3 million. So it's still very good for other teams to say, hey, that's a number we can deal with. But right now, the demand is like, you know, teams would be looking for
enormous risk.
Wow. But it's a risk. But you still have Hildeby and you have Akhtiamov that you can say, or you can go and get a cheap backup on the free agent market. But if you're going to get a return that can fill in your needs right now, the Leafs are looking for a top 6 winger that can replace, well, I'm not saying replace Marner, but kind of fill in the top 6 right there. Maybe you can get that done with Joseph Woll. So that's why I'm saying, if the return is what you're looking for, why not do it? You have Stolarz, and he can do a fine job.
He can do a fine job, but the most he's ever played in a season was 34 games. That's what he did last year. That's backup minutes now. That's not even starting minutes. Yes, Stolarz was fantastic last year, but they did it as a tandem. That was my biggest challenge. So, yes, that is a position of strength. And you just talked about it, Hildeby. Hildeby did not play very well at the National Hockey League level last year. He still needs some progression. I'm not even going to try his name. Akhtiamov. He's a good young goaltender. They just call him Artie. Artie's a really good young goaltender, but he needs growth with the Marlies. So if what you're suggesting is take a position of strength and weaken it for somewhere else, and now all of a sudden you're one injury away from having 0 depth. So I wouldn't look at that if you're me.
All right, we need a tiebreaker. So Marty says move Woll right now, bring back a great asset, more than you would ordinarily. Noodle says no way. Weeksy, where do you land on this?
Yeah, well, my teacher, Mr. Manga, always told us at Bethune High School there in Scarborough about supply and demand, and he made us watch Venture every time when it was on to understand that, and no more applicable than it is for the goalie market. If I'm the Toronto Maple Leafs, I stand pat because both goalies played exceptionally well last year in a tandem, so I wouldn't move Joseph Woll. I wouldn't move on from him. If I'm the Edmonton Oilers, of course I'd be coveting Joseph Woll. If I'm some other teams, of course I'd be coveting him as well. But if I'm the Toronto Maple Leafs, we're dealing from a position of strength with those 2 guys. Unless Felix Potvin's coming back, unless Ed Belfour's coming back, they don't have that in the net right now. But the 2 guys that they have played very well together. I wouldn't make the move.
My man, Weeksy, we were the same numbers, 0-0. I thought you were going to be on my team. Let's go.
But isn't this when you need to take a risk?
I'm forever on your team.
Yeah. Don't you need to sometimes take a risk? We're on a new day right now under Brad Treliving where nothing is off the table. We're seeing him getting hometown discounts. We're seeing him make deals that you thought, wow, how did he get that? Matthew Nyes, he got a great friendly contract. Is this a new era for the Toronto Maple Leafs where you're saying, no, we're going to deal from a position of strength, and this is the time for us to do it right now?
But you don't weaken your organization by doing that.
But Noodles, don't you have to get weaker in some areas to strengthen others?
Florida did it when they traded Devin Levi as a prospect, and then they traded Spencer Knight as a good young goaltender. They're saying we have 2 guys, but we need to get assets.
They have 1 guy who's played 159 games in the last 2 years. His name is goaltender Bob. They don't have goaltender Bob right now. You've got Stolarz, who played 34, and that's the most he's ever played in his career, and he's 31 years old. He's not 26, 27. Now, Joseph Woll played in 42 games last year, so maybe he's the guy that they can push to 55 games if he gets his body in order. I think Joseph Woll has tremendous upside, and I think Anthony Stolarz has gotten better with time. But they're good in that tandem situation. If you had a standalone guy like goaltender Bob, then you're going, yeah, trade whoever's number 2. You can see that. Spencer Knight, way you go. But in the end, they don't have goaltender Bob. They don't have a number 1 guy, a Vasilevsky, somebody who can play 60 games. It's a tandem. That's where you're going to weaken that situation.
And for me, it's a copycat league, and right now all GMs should look at what the Vegas Golden Knights and the Florida Panthers and even Colorado last year revamping their crease. Like, they won 1 period away against Dallas and Mikko Rantanen getting a hat trick to advancing and potentially saying, hey, we're the team to beat in the West now. So I'm looking at be aggressive, see an opportunity, see what's out there. Just, you know what? Get the phone calls going.
On top of all this, I think one thing that should be the focus is that teams don't put enough resources into their goaltending. You take a look at Roberto Luongo.
Imagine a goalie saying that.
Yeah, you're right, though. Leo Luongo, Roberto Luongo, Rob Tallis, they created that goaltender development program. And guess what happened? They rebuilt Bob. Yeah. They've had goaltenders that have had success.
Sean Burke in Vegas.
Sean Burke in Vegas. To me, there's organizations that have put that need to put a lot more money into that position.
Imagine that. The Toronto Maple Leafs dealing from a position of strength in net, James.
Marty, I have one more question for you. I'm going to put you on the spot.
Yeah.
What was the year you said you signed it 1 minute after?
2010.
Okay,
with the New York
2010.
Rangers.
There's no retroactive tampering. You need to take us behind the curtain. When did you agree to that deal? The morning of, the night before, a week before? Need to know.
It was the night before, but I'll tell you this, James. I was given permission from the New York Islanders and Garth Snow to explore the market. So, but yes, we had kind of talked numbers, and yes, so it was all fine, no problem.
If you are...
the NHL's on the line.
If you do get fined, ODOG has agreed to pay the fine for you if it's anything below $100. Hey, the seal has been broken. We actually have signings. We wondered who would be first. We got a couple. We believe the first was Jack Rathbone, defenseman who signs with Buffalo 2 years at an AAV of $1.55 million. Christian Dvorak joins the Philadelphia Flyers on a 1-year deal at $5.4 million. And it looks like Parker Kelly is re-signing with Colorado on a 4-year deal, just waiting for the terms on that. So, no more waiting. Everybody who was waiting and being careful, you can now announce your contracts because we have our first signings here on the Free Agent Frenzy. Let's send it over to Brian Hayes.
All right, thanks, James. And one name you did mention there would be Corey Perry, who is still out there as a UFA. We've hit noon Eastern, so technically he can speak with whoever he wants to. I think he wants to stay in Edmonton. That's been the belief. The Oilers would like to keep him, but he might be looking at what Jamie Benn got down in Dallas, what Claude Giroux got in Ottawa. In other words, bonus-laden deals. So he can make more money if he plays and they have success. Emily, he goes to the Cup final every single year. Should Edmonton be all in on keeping Corey Perry?
You know, I was shocked when I found out that this wasn't going to be a done deal before free agency opened. I mean, when Zach Hyman went out, it was Corey Perry they turned to go on Connor McDavid's wing. McDavid told me he is one of the smartest players I've ever played with, and we know what he offers on the ice. It's the intangibles, too. Remember, he was the guy that gave that speech in Game 4 that galvanized them for that big comeback. So I don't think the door is closed on Edmonton. I just know that we got to this point. There's so many other teams that want to talk to him, and Perry, for the last 6 years, hasn't made more than $1.5 million and has obviously outplayed that. So I'm curious to see what else is out there for him, but I don't necessarily know if the door is closed in Edmonton because he wants to win. The guys there feel like they have something special, and what other team has a better opportunity than that, maybe besides the Florida Panthers that have been to 2 straight Stanley Cup finals?
Well, Emily, you took the words right out of my mouth, Ace, because, yeah, there's a ton of teams that would love Corey Perry's services. He's the good luck charm. He's the guy that helps get you to the finals. I mean, you just look at the record that he has. He's only got 1 cup, but he's been to 6 Stanley Cup finals. Teams want Corey Perry, but what does Corey Perry want? What if Corey Perry wants the Florida Panthers?
You're saying Kevin Durant, you want him to go Kevin Durant
full
here?
Kevin, this guy needs to win another Stanley Cup. And with the way the Florida Panthers have revamped and have, loaded up their roster again to make another run, why doesn't he choose the Florida Panthers, sign a league minimum deal, pile it with bonuses that the veterans can do it like we've seen other guys do it, and chase a cup with the
Why would
two-time
Florida
defending...
feel they need Corey Perry, though?
Well, I don't
That's the thing. He's a great player, obviously. He's not a young guy anymore. Florida, I think, is pretty set.
I don't think Florida needs anything.
No, it doesn't seem that way.
Adding Corey Perry just adds to the luxury of that group. And you put Corey Perry in that mix, too? I mean, you talk about the rats in the league.
Well, that's a great point, isn't it, Emily? Like, if you put Corey Perry down there, I don't know how the rest of the league could possibly deal with that. The Florida Panthers adding a guy like Perry, I don't see it happening, but his DNA, like what he represents, as you said, Emily, a lot of teams in the league that think they're that close to winning, he would have huge value for them.
Yeah, he's an identity guy, and I think the one aspect we didn't talk about, we were saying about Florida being the toast of the league, they find culture guys that come in and are so sacrificial. They don't care about their personal stats. They just want to win, and that's the kind of guy that I know Corey Perry is. I'm just asking, how can the Florida Panthers fit him in after keeping their 3 big UFAs? Like, they love their 4th line. They kept their 4th line together. Like, I don't even know if there's room for him in this lineup. I think there's other corresponding moves they'd have to make. So, yeah, sure, he'd be a perfect Florida Panther. I can think of another handful of guys that'd be perfect Florida Panthers. The salary cap only went up so much. We can't fit them all in.
Right, exactly. Like, the state tax is one thing, but they're not playing by different rules.
Just play for free.
Than everyone else. Well, Brad Treliving, famously GM of the Leafs, after they went out in the 2nd round to Florida, said, we need a DNA change here in Toronto. It's not Brad Marchand, who we thought maybe the Leafs would kick tires on if he got to free agency, but Perry definitely would represent that.
How do you not look at Corey Perry? I mean, I get you can look at his age and say, no, I don't want any part in that, but Emily just talked about all the intangibles he brings into a locker room. And if he can help you get over the hump because he understands what it takes to win in the playoffs, I mean, you're not going to pay an absorbent amount of money for him.
Bonuses are one thing, but it's not going to be a crazy amount of money.
If I'm the Maple Leafs, I 100% look at Corey Perry to bring him in and add him to my group.
Yeah, I think Craig Berube would be pretty happy with that as well. And again, he gets to the Cup final.
He gets
basically every year. You can stop the tape once you get there. But still, Perry, he's out there, James, and someone's definitely going to pay him, and I think a lot of teams are going to want him.
Corey Perry in Florida. that would be tantalizing.
Well, let me ask this question. Who thought Brad Marchand would end up in Florida?
Truth.
Right? So I don't think it's so far-fetched what Carlo just said with Corey Perry.
I mean, basically paying the league minimum at this point.
Sure,
in there and
maybe get a couple of bonuses.
But do you want to, like, I love Corey Perry. I love the way he still plays at his age. But just to look at that, I mean, we put up the board of all the years to the finals and lose.
Yeah.
Do you really want to bring that juju?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
I want to go to the team that's a
100%.
favorite.
Yes.
Yes, I'd like to win one.
Yeah.
Yes.
It would really be.
Are you saying Florida doesn't want to bring his losing mojo?
What I'm saying is,
well, they don't want McDavid either.
Lost. Like, do you want to kind of screw around with that juju and be like, I don't know.
Oh, I think they'd be happy to have
Imagine the goalies they're playing against.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have our first guest of the day. He didn't sign today, but he signed yesterday. It's Aaron Ekblad, two-time Stanley Cup champion on a golf cart. Oh, now, if I didn't envy you enough already, after 2 cups, you're on a golf cart in Windsor, where we all kind of wish we were on this day. Listen, congratulations on the cup. Last time I spoke with you, we were standing on the ice in the moments afterwards. You told me how badly you wanted to come back to Florida. A few minutes later, Bill Zito said he was going to get all 3 of you guys signed, and he did it. Are you surprised at all that that actually happened?
A little bit surprised. I mean, it's pretty impressive what he's able to do with our team and his cap gymnastics, but obviously pretty satisfied with the outcome.
Did the 3 of you guys, Bennett and Marchand, get together sometime during the parties and the days after and have a conversation or a group text about this and how badly you wanted to make it happen and how you were going to have to make it happen?
We had some conversations and stuff like that, not anything into specific contract details, just because, you know, we kind of let our agents handle all that stuff and let Billy do what he does best. But yeah, we had some conversations about how much we wanted it. And obviously being together, you know, makes our team better. And again, really satisfied with the outcome and pretty happy to have those guys with us and with me for years to come.
Yeah, I mean, who knows what you would have gotten on the open market? Probably several million more than the $6.1 million AAV you got, although the term at 8 years seemed to be primary to this contract. Did you, when you talked with your agent, were you just like, get this done no matter what? Did you ponder leaving, or was it always, I'm going to find a way to stay here no matter what?
Towards the end, it was obviously find a way to stay no matter what. You know, when you start thinking about moving your entire life to a new city, and obviously my wife and I have a lot of great relationships that we've made in Florida, so there's tons of motivation to stay, and the group of guys is obviously one of the leading factors. So yeah, that was kind of it.
I read this out earlier on the show, and you know it full well. Barkov, Tkachuk, Reinhart, Bennett, Verhaeghe, Marchand, Lundell, Jones, yourself, Forsling, all locked up until at least 2030. We haven't had a true, you know, maybe the definition of dynasties have changed. We've had repeat winners. We haven't had a dynasty in a long time in the National Hockey League. I would say 3 in a row would fit that mold. Handicap your chances of repeating and maybe pushing this window a few more years.
I know that pretty much all of the guys in our team are probably back in the gym, if not in the last few days, probably today. So guys are ready and hungry, and the short summers don't seem to bother us. We recover well. We do a great job as a team recovering throughout the season. That obviously makes our chances better and better.
Yeah, the problem with you guys is not just recovering from the season, it's recovering from the parties that come after you win the Stanley Cup.
Yeah, having fun's all a big part of it, man. You gotta, you know, keep your mentals good.
Listen, you're not necessarily at the bargaining table. Your agent's doing that. But what is it like to have Bill Zito as a GM who seems to be willing to do anything to make you guys a contender every single year?
Yeah, he's a shrewd negotiator. He he obviously knows what he's doing, and he's he's been through a lot as a GM in his short time here, and he's done some pretty impressive things. So really pretty happy to have him around and respect him very much.
I hope you're not in the fairway waiting to hit your second shot and have 4 groups piled up behind you, Aaron.
That's exactly it.
Well, we're sorry we kept you far too long. Enjoy. Have a great round. Have a great summer. And thanks for joining us today.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
There's Aaron Ekblad, part of the 2-time Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers. Let's get right to Gord Miller and some news.
Yeah, one of our big names has dropped. Brock Besser is going to...
He's staying. The Vancouver Canucks, 7-year deal, $7.25 million is the AAV per season. One of those classic situations where you actually go to market, but circle back to the team where you played your entire career. So pretty big deal for Vancouver.
So how much do you think this relates or affects the Ehlers situation when you take a guy like Besser off the market?
Maybe a little bit for sure, because when you're looking at the available forwards, there's one fewer now. And then, but I would look to the tier beneath that and how that might influence, some of the decisions that are being made. And you look at, again, Winnipeg. Winnipeg was keen on Brock Besser. They weren't confident, overconfident they were going to get him. They knew the level of interest, including Vancouver, the possibility of him staying there. But teams who have lost scoring, Winnipeg, Toronto, go down the list. Where are you going to find that, right? And as I said earlier, Nikolai Ehlers is a bit unique because of his want and his lifestyle expectations. So the Canadian teams may not be a fit.
And what a journey this was. We shouldn't race past the fact that the Canucks quite openly tried to trade Besser at the deadline. At that time, Patrick Volevine mentioned publicly the offers weren't where they liked. And even when they discussed contract with him in season, it was going to be something around $40 million total. He gets an extra $10 million on top of that with the deal they signed today, and obviously a little more term as well.
We believe the LA Kings are in the process of trying to finalize a Corey Perry deal.
Cool.
So we'll see where that goes, but no details on that just yet, and nothing ironclad, but Perry to LA.
Yeah, that's Ken Holland, the GM in LA, who brought him in to Edmonton. I want to ask you guys a quick question before we throw it back to James, and that is we've heard a lot about the tax situation with no tax states. We've also heard about, James, you've talked about the amount of scrutiny in Canadian markets.
Yeah.
Which matters more to players? The desire to have less scrutiny or the desire to go to a friendlier tax jurisdiction?
Bob, you want to answer that?
Sorry, I was preoccupied.
I mean, look, it depends on the individual player, right? Like, there are some guys who still, enjoy and embrace the juice that comes with playing and working in a passionate market. And all 7 Canadian teams certainly have that. And there are a number of American markets that also present that, the traditional hockey markets. But as I'm reminded on days like today, more often than not, it's about the money. And if you have the opportunity, that combination of being able to make more money and still contend for a playoff spot, or better yet, a Stanley Cup, then that's a perfect scenario.
It's a debate that continues on. It's something you can't really quantify, but it's certainly part of the equation. James?
It is nice to see, after the conversation we just had, that a guy stays in a Canadian market. It's not even a Canadian. It's an American who stays in a Canadian market. There, again, are the numbers for Brock Besser. 434 points in his career, coming off a 50-point season in 75 games played, and what was a tough season all around for all of the Vancouver Canucks. Let's bring in Farhal Lalji, our Vancouver Canucks reporter. What do you make of Besser staying in Vancouver?
Yeah, I think if you're the Canucks, this was probably a good situation. You needed some goal scoring, and there was very little of that available in free agency, so you go out and get a guy like Besser back. But you probably also have some regret as to why this couldn't have gotten done earlier this year. To CJ's point, they were looking at a number around $40 million to get this deal done early in the season. They couldn't get it done. They circled back around the deadline. They still couldn't get it done, and now you get to the 11th hour, you go into free agency, and you finally make it happen. Brock Besser wanted to stay in Vancouver. He's made that really clear, and it's been that way for the last couple of years. Things really turned when he kind of gave his agent permission 2 years ago to potentially seek a trade outside of Vancouver. It didn't happen then, and he realized how that was a good thing for him. He wanted to be here. The one thing for Besser, though, is he's going to need a distributor. And right now, they've got Elias Pettersson if he bounces back. And then, you know, those two haven't necessarily meshed on the ice consistently. Is it Philip Hedl? Can they go out and get somebody else done? Now you've got a guy that's basically eating up the rest of your salary cap. So the Canucks are going to have to find a way to get creative and clear some space if they're going to go out and get an upgraded center to help a player like Brock Besser.
All right, that is Farhan Lalji in Vancouver as Brock Besser signs a 7-year extension with an AAV of $7.25 million. So if he signed that before midnight last night, he could have gotten an 8th year.
That's
but
what
I guess
I find weird about it, James. He could have signed for 8 years. I understand there is the element of testing the market. I do like the player. He does add some goal scoring. If he went somewhere else in the all we'd be talking about the Vancouver Canucks is where they're going to find those extra 20, 30, 35 goals. It's a good signing. He's a good player. But you wonder why wouldn't he sign for 8 years yesterday?
I want to pull up something. It says 40.
Yeah.
That has a lot to do with 40 in Vancouver. Elias Pettersson is making $11.6 million. You don't have a goal scorer around him, you're not going to get value out of Elias Pettersson. And I think that that's as much a part of this equation as anything. And you talked about wanting to watch him next year.
He's going to be one of the most fascinating players to watch in the entire league. And number 40 for the Vancouver
It would be
Canucks.
really hard without some scoring ability around him.
And we know about the dysfunction in Vancouver's dressing room last year. Brock Besser, a good dude.
Yeah.
Like, he's a guy that everyone gets along with. He's a guy that will add to the harmony in the dressing room and not to any sort of turbulence. So I think that is part of it as well. And I wonder, I'm with you. I'm like, well, if you're going to stay there, just sign for 8 yesterday and don't need to test the market. That's what tampering's for. You get your agent to call around to figure out what the market is for you before you lose the opportunity to get that 8th year. And I wonder if Vancouver didn't want to give that 8th year. Maybe it wasn't available to him yesterday for the same kind of number. But it's interesting. Besser, they tried to trade, end up re-signing him.
Yep.
Connor Garland, they tried to trade, end up re-signing. These guys that they didn't want at one point, now they're bringing them back. And they're good players. They should have them back, but it's seeing how they've flipped on a couple guys in their roster.
3 American players. Thatcher Demko signed long-term, Garland signed long-term, and that Besser signs long-term. 3 American players in Vancouver.
Well, and it's really interesting to me, too. You're talking about the goal scoring. Yes, he's a year removed from a 40-goal year. He had his 25 this year. But as Farhan mentioned, I'm just looking down the middle right now saying that, you know, they have some holes there. They're going to have to find a way to get a 2C. With Hedl, you know, his health and the question mark around his consistency, I think they really have to. They have to find a way to bolster. I know, you got to wait, but you got to figure it out.
Montreal's like, can we get in that bundle as well?
I know. It's such a lean market right now.
That player. And it's like a trade deadline. Puck-moving defenseman.
The second-line centerman is the new puck-moving defenseman.
You're right.
They got to hope Phil Hedl stays healthy.
That's what they do. I mean, absolutely.
So 40 minutes into the free agent frenzy, our first big name is off the board. As Brock Besser stays in Vancouver, we have plenty ahead for you on the air until 5 o'clock Eastern Time.
Is brought to you in part by Golf Town. Unlock your distance with the all-new tailor-made QI35 driver. Get fit for yours at Golf Town.
The Fantastic Four deserve a fantastic pizza with 4 different topping combinations. So there's something for the whole team! Get a Fantastic 4-in-1 pizza, only $9.99 at Little Caesars. Hot and ready.
Auto Trader has the most cars.
I knew they had a lot of cars, but I didn't know they had the most cars.
I'm literally on every night because you never know when a deal can just like pop up.
Everything is there. You'll always find what you're looking for with Auto Trader. The answer is Auto Trader.
The new Elite Driver's breakthrough AI 10X face helps deliver our best combination of distance and forgiveness ever. With drives up to 8 yards longer. The future of performance is elite in every way with the new Elite Drivers from Callaway.
I could be. Because with Phoenix.ca, I can connect with a physician to talk about ED treatment plans conveniently and discreetly. So I can get help whenever the occasion arises. Whenever.
You cracked the case. And all the while, you were soaking in the bath. Audible. There's more to imagine when you listen.
We know that the remarkable happens when East meets West.
coming alive in our shared passions, our creative pursuits. And here, in Sapporo, you too can discover the remarkable, where East meets West.
If I got it, then I bought it. Take a bite, cause I want it. And I know I got the taste for the cake, and I take what I make and I flaunt it, flaunt it. Got diamonds on my necklace, I live how I like. So looks is getting reckless. I'm feeling myself and you can't break my vibe. I'm feeling myself and you can't break my vibe. You can't break my vibe. You can't break my vibe.
Box, box. Box, box. Box, box.
Buy one box meal, get one free. Only on the KFC app and Skip. F1 the movie, now playing.
Fresh Stone Rollies, ready at any moment for real-life moments. Loaded with your favorite flavors, Rollies keep you reaching for more. Share them, dip them, love them. Rollies, life rolled up.
Wimbledon on TSN with exclusive feeds on TSN Plus.
Been a Stanley Cup finalist 5 of the last 6 seasons, has Corey Perry with 4 different teams, which I guess means the LA Kings are going to the Stanley Cup final. Here's Gordon Miller in the Insiders.
Yeah, Bob McKenzie talked about it a moment ago, but it's official now, Pierre LeBrun, that Corey Perry is a Los Angeles King.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm just getting this text message right now. It's going to be a one-year deal, a base plus bonuses. That should be around $3.5 million in total when you combine all the bonuses and the base salary. So Corey Perry to LA. He had interest in staying in Edmonton. The Oilers had interest in him, but they didn't have the cap room to make it happen. So Ken Holland brings back a player that he brought to Edmonton.
Who began his career in Southern California with the Anaheim Ducks.
Squana Cup.
Also getting a raise at age 40, not too bad.
So I guess the other thing is the Philadelphia Flyers are busy today. So they've signed 3 free agents.
Yeah, Noah Juleson on the back end, Christian Dvorak on the one-year deal at center, and now Dan Vladar is signing a 2-year deal. The former Flames backup gets $3.35 million, which I think tells you a fair bit about where this goaltending market's at. With Jake Allen remaining in New Jersey, now Vladar comes off the board. There's a couple other goaltenders out there, James Reimer, Anton Forsberg, but not a lot on the free agent market for teams that need to upgrade at that position. And Philadelphia hopes that in Vladar they can at least secure things back there, because goaltending certainly was an issue for them last year.
All right, Bob and Dregs are busy texting, so we'll figure out what they have in a minute. James?
All right, guys, thank you. Also, some extensions on this day. William Eklund, fine young player in San Jose, completed his 2nd year, 1 year left on his entry-level deal, but he signs an extension, 3 years, $5.6 million on the AAV, which will kick in 2026 and 2027. And there's Vladar, of course, who moves on to Philadelphia, 3.35 AAV and a 2-year deal for a guy whose career save percentage under 900, but been a serviceable goalie in the places that he has been so far. But that's pretty good AAV for Dan Vladar. Is it?
Philly. Yeah, they desperately need someone to make a save for them. I don't know if that's the guy to get the job done, but they're taking a flyer.
They got Fedotov there, they got Ersson there, and now they have Vladar there. And you talk to the guys in Philly, they have another prospect who's playing over in the KHL. They think he's good, but they don't know. So they're just going strength in numbers. Hopefully one pans out.
So we pondered Corey Perry in Florida, which would have been fun. What about Corey Perry in Los Angeles?
I like it. He's going to try and beat the Oilers, right? LA hasn't been able to do it. And so now all of a sudden you got a guy, 19 goals with the Oilers this year. And just, what he can do net front, he's tenacious, and we all know the worm, what he can bring in the game. So for me, this is a guy that gets to the paint, and he can do some damage.
Think about how Chris Knobloch used Perry. He put him up with McDavid, put him on the
versatility.
Second line. Why did he have to do that? because they don't have players that can do it. Now they've lost Corey Perry. Like, how are the Edmonton Oilers better? They're not.
They're not.
And Corey Perry is a player now that clearly helps the LA Kings, and there's no question in my mind they'll use him in a similar way, but that's a good signing for the LA Kings.
I thought he was better this year than he was about 7 years ago.
Yeah, the last 7 years, and I love it, the fact that he said, I might be 40 years old, but I think I still have a lot to offer. I proved it in my play this year, and you're not just going to say to me, hey, we have this much money for you, and that's it. Take it or leave it. You're hanging on by the last straw, just take it. He said, you know, I'm a good player, and I feel like I'm worth this, and he got it. And I love it for the LA Kings, Cheryl. You mentioned you can't get by the Edmonton Oilers. Take a little piece away. Take a little piece away and maybe try to do more. Who knows?
It's not a coincidence he keeps ending up on good teams. Yes, he helps make them better, but he's also, those teams are drawn to him. We need a guy who can play, who understands the dynamic of playing in the playoffs, who can be a fourth liner, but then also slide up and play with better players when need be. There's a reason why, and LA is one of those teteams. They are very good.
Yes, they are.
And they were a chip out by Quinton Byfield from beating Edmonton this year. Really, they would have been 3-1 in that series. And so they were going to be really, really good. But you look at their roster with signing of Kuzmenko. Corey Perry doesn't have to play in the top 3 lines during the regular season. Spot duty, second power play, and then wait when you want to save his legs, when you need it, injuries crop up, he can pop in there. He's a great filler, but he doesn't, and he probably can't be a regular 82-game top 3-line player anymore.
At some point, he's got to slow down.
Well, he always plays slow, so it doesn't really matter. He already is slow. That's why he's the worm. He goes slowly. But it's a right fit with that team, with the players that they have available in front of him as well.
But in the playoffs, at different times, as you mentioned, sort of that plug-and-play, and you saw him go up with McDavid or whether it was Draisaitl, and he would get to certain areas. He knew what that next play was, and that's just a veteran, right? He's got a natural knack around the net and knows how to move the puck to those players. It's not easy to play with the top players either. So when things are down and you can just insert and get a good shift.
It work.
Exactly.
They make it work.
Exactly.
So Corey Perry is the king. We have more information for you. Let's send it over to Gordon Miller once again in the Insiders.
It's not Corey Perry. It's another LA-based player. Vladislav Gavrikov is signed. Here, LeBron.
7x7 for Gavrikov, the top defenseman in the UFA market, joining the New York Rangers. That was really the long-held rumor in the last couple of weeks that the Rangers would want to call today and try to get him if he got to market, and it seemed like it was a mutual desire to get that done. I suspect he probably had richer offers actually out there, but 7x7 for Gavrikov and the New York Rangers.
Yeah, now you look at the secondary market on the blue line, right? Because teams have been waiting. And not that there aren't some, interesting unrestricted free agent defensemen that are still very much in play. But when you think of the top-end guys, I think of, again, Bo Byram from the Buffalo Sabres. You think of Rasmus Anderson, the Calgary Flames. There's some speculation now that Gavrikov has been confirmed to the New York Rangers, what they do with their blue line. And Keandre Miller's name has been out there as potential trade bait for Chris Drury. So many pieces in play on the defensive side.
All right, the dominoes start falling, but that's a big one because with Besser off the market at forward and now Gavrikov on defense, the pickings are getting a little slimmer.
And the Kings are finalizing a deal. We already said they signed Corey Perry. Also, Yoel Armia is going to go to LA as well.
Might be a 2-year deal, but not sure on that. So.
Oh, Bob McKenzie heard from. Isn't that nice? James?
All right, so there's Gavrikov, who was the #1 defenseman available on our list after Ekblad signed yesterday. A 30-point season and a very useful defenseman in Los Angeles, 136 points in 435 career games. I thought maybe this was going to be one of those ones where the numbers got stupid just because of the market and all the teams willing to spend money. So 7x7
feels light.
Which is a strange thing to say, but it's
respectfully saying.
Yep.
Huh?
I don't know what to make of the New York Rangers, though. It seems like they're just piecing this together on the fly, and they obviously hated what happened last year, but what they're actually going to look like, the complete package, and what they're going to do and how they're going to get back to a quality team in the East, I just don't know how they're going to do it, Craig.
Well, they have a great goaltender. That's #1.
Well, yeah.
But they have Panarin, and JT Miller's a good player there, and they're trying to make sure that they're not as bad as last year. They're not going to be as good as
what's difficult for me to get to is they were so bad last year and it was such a mess. How are they going to regroup from that? This guy's obviously
Mike Sullivan.
They want a guy who's going to be organizing.
Peter Laviolette's not exactly the laughingstock of coaches. I always thought he was a hard ass and he was going to get it together.
When you watched them play last year, for the first half of the year, they were not well organized in their own end.
Agreed.
That's a polite way of putting it. Gavrikov stabilizes that. That's why they wanted him. That's why they targeted him.
DeAndre Miller?
And to me, immediately I'm like, okay, that's a good deal. Sounds like a guy who maybe chose market, wants to live in New York, like Panarin. Like guys choose markets for different reasons. Took a little less to go somewhere he wanted. But the next domino clearly is Keandre Miller.
It's got to be.
And I think that they don't have that much money left. And my Will Cooley offer sheet was still on that one. But I think Keandre Miller will be the next guy to get traded away to someone because he is a good player. I just don't think they love the mix with him and Fox, and they're maybe too similar and not robust enough defensively. So I think, yeah, and I imagine Keandre Miller will have some suitors around the league.
I think it would be a mistake if they trade Keandre Miller. I think Keandre Miller had a bad year last year, just like all the defensemen in New York had a bad year. To Mike's point, they weren't organized. No. They didn't know how to play. They're chasing around. I'd be really careful. I think Keandre Miller's a really good player. You want to be a good team. Why would you trade a good player?
I think their concern is that he's good as is, but you see him and he's so talented, you think he can do more. And you almost get frustrated with what he isn't as opposed to appreciate what he is.
That's management's
Which is
problem.
pretty good.
Yeah, exactly.
And you want to be harder and meaner and tougher and stronger because he can be.
But that's just stupidity, Mike. That's management stupidity to not realize what you have and go, we want more.
Yeah.
He is really good.
As is,
But how do a bunch of good players, good defensemen, as you guys just described, look clueless back there in the National Hockey League? I don't understand that. You could
Coaching.
Connectivity between their forwards and their defense was a disaster.
Yeah, but the guys won a Stanley Cup before. He doesn't just forget how to coach.
I didn't say he did, but the coaching was a big problem there last year. All you got to do is watch their team play and go, what were they playing?
You know, you say coaching, I say players. Playing defense is not that hard. Not as hard as they made it look like. You got to have forwards that are willing. I meant defense.
There we go. Come on, Cheryl. Let's
Frankie,
go.
We've angered Cheryl.
When I said playing defense, I meant playing defense as a team, and that's the whole point.
Okay.
That the forwards were not
Saved
willing.
Yourself. Good save.
That's what I meant the whole time. Though. They even had to.
It's a six-man unit. It absolutely is.
The forward disconnect. They turn pucks over. They put the D in bad spots, and all of a sudden you're running around.
Frankie.
Frankie's
angry. He's restless.
Make a pass on the tape. We can go off the ice and not play around the whole time.
Thank you, Frankie.
Yeah, hopefully we can change the mood a little bit over
handle
here.
the pass. Handle the pass up there. Come on.
Frankie.
Well, Frankie, LA's made a couple big moves. What do you think about the moves that they've made and what they're doing?
Okay, well, isn't it interesting that Ken Holland is now in Los Angeles, and he says, I want to pry Corey Perry from the Edmonton Oilers, so maybe brings a little bit of the recipe that he thought he had to win a Stanley Cup in Edmonton, brings it to Los Angeles. Listen, they didn't get the big fish, right? They would have been in on Mitch Marner, would have been trying to acquire.
How does that impact their roster?
Okay, I am actually surprised that Brock Besser is back with the Vancouver Canucks because they made attempts to sign him during the season. Then they made attempts to trade him. They didn't trade him. And then as he wasn't on his way out the door, they basically came out and said there was no suitable offer for this player. A little bit disparaging the guy, which what we thought was on his way out. Turns out he's coming back at $7.25 million. If we take a quick look at Nikolai Ehlers, where does that leave him? Well, you could look at it two ways and say, he has all the leverage in the world right now, and he's going to get paid. Or we could look at it and say, you know what, Brock Besser, maybe the money wasn't there for you because you saw what was going on around the league and you had to circle back to the Vancouver Canucks. But as far as the Canucks go, they need to keep some players coming back, and one of those guys is Pius Suter. Now, the center market, we just saw Christian Dvorak signed for $5.4 million. Pius Suter's a good player, a productive player. He really popped off this last year with the Vancouver Canucks. And the fact that he's reliable and you can trust him, he's not your typical second-line center, but he's coming off a cap hit of $1.6 million. He is going to get paid more and more here and will likely have a little bit term. So, I mean, for Vancouver, you would like to keep this player. He's a versatile guy for you. He's a reliable player for you. But like we saw with the center market, Christian Dvorak getting $5.4 million, there could be a lot of money out there for Pius Suter if he stays patient.
Yeah, and like you said, he popped off. He set career highs in points and goals last season. Back to you, James.
All right, Takia, thank you. So the #1 defenseman on our list heading into the day is off that list. Vladislav Gavrikov is a New York Ranger, 7 years, $7 million per year as the free agent frenzy continues.
dairy farmers do things the Canadian way. On family farms.
From British Columbia.
To Ontario. They help ensure a reliable food supply, they care for their cows and the land, while producing 100% Canadian quality milk to some of the world's highest standards.
That's what the Blue Cow logo stands for.
From New Brunswick
To Manitoba.
and all across Canada.
That's the Canadian way.
Canadians like to pack a lot into summer, kind of like a Harvey's seasoned chicken wrap. Packed with your choice of grilled, buffalo, or crispy chicken, and topped just the way you like. Pack Harvey's wraps into your summer.
We know that the remarkable happens when East meets West, coming alive in our shared passions, our creative pursuits. And here in Sapporo, you too can discover the remarkable where East meets West.
Wayfair's Canada Day clearance is on now. Right now until July 6th, score deals on everything home, like up to 50% off outdoor, up to 50% off living room, and up to 70% off rugs. Plus, score amazing surprise flash deals for just 24 hours. And get it all with fast shipping straight to your door. Even the big stuff. Canada Day clearance ends July 6th, so don't wait. Shop now to score up to 70% off and celebrate this summer season with savings.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
My spot, mic drop. My spot, mic drop.
With Dulux's buy one, get one free, skip the stress and do it for less. Buy one, get one free ends July 7th. Find your local paint store at dulux.ca.
Lunch or dinner differently at Tim's with our new Supreme Stack. Piled high with sliced seasoned steak and double smoked bacon. It's a sandwich that's built to satisfy. Tim's differently with the new Supreme Stack.
Nikolai Ehlers, the top free agent available on our list. The power hour from 12 to 1. We expected this because of what the guys were talking about with tampering and maybe some hesitation to announce deals early. The numbers significantly down from last year. You know, part of it is the crop of free agents as well. In our first hour last year, 27 signings totaling $470 million worth of contracts. This year, only 8 and $89 million. So a massive decrease from last year. We'll see what happens over the next few hours here on the Free Agent Frenzy. For now, let's get you back to Gord Miller and the Breakers with more information.
We got lots to talk about here. The dominoes are falling on defense because the New York Rangers signed Vladislav Gavrikov. He comes in and out goes Keandre Miller.
Yes, Keandre Miller, a restricted free agent that the Rangers hadn't agreed to any terms with. And so as the Carolina Hurricanes are working to finalize a trade for him, part of that discussion now, what's the contract look like? So they're working through getting Keandre Miller signed in Carolina, and the dominoes, you're right, are falling one after another.
Connor Brown to New Jersey.
Yeah, I mean, change in Edmonton, obviously. Connor Brown to the Devils, 4 years, $3 million per. So Kenny Holland, or I should say Stan Bowman, will have a little bit more money. But also to clarify, I mean, this is a good signing. The experience of Connor Brown will definitely help the New Jersey Devils, the versatility of the player, defensive side, all of that. I'll let the analysts speak to it. But you look at what Edmonton has tried to do. There's been some speculation around what they still might do, not just adding but subtracting. And speculation around Adam Henrique, who's got a no-move clause. I think they're done on that front in terms of moving some of these assets out with Perry, Arvidsson, Evander Kane, and now Connor Brown. So shopping to do for Stan Brown and the Oilers.
And Bob McKenzie, the Maple Leafs have signed a player.
Yeah, Michael Pezzetta, ex of the Montreal Canadiens.
Craig Berube, looking for a depth lineup that is going to play the way he wants him to play. And there's plenty of snarl in a guy like Pizzetta, who's got lots of energy and can play it tough.
All right, anything else, boys?
Sorry, 2-year deal on Pizzetta, and it was worth $775,000 and $800,000.
There you go, James.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. Connor Brown joins the New Jersey Devils after a couple years in Edmonton. One of 3 Canadian teams he's played for after starting his career with the Toronto Maple Leafs, and of course a 3-year stint with the Ottawa Senators, brief stint in Washington before he joined the Edmonton Oilers, but now off to New Jersey. 30 points last year in 82 games played. With healthy last year, playing all 82, which is the most important thing for Connor Brown. What can he do for the New Jersey Devils?
I love what he brings to the table. I think the knee injury in Washington early when he got there kind of hampered him a little bit, or else he would have been signing for more money possibly right now. But I think he knew his lane, and he said he wants some security, and he can bring some added leadership. I think that's the one thing that being in Edmonton, he looks like one of those guys that can score goals in big moments. He can play in all situations. I think he still has a belief in his offensive ability if he can be put in that spot. I'm not saying he's going to be a 35-goal scorer, but I love the intangibles, and I love what he brings. Energy alone and fitness, all the intangible stuff, I like what he brings to the table.
Yeah, his speed is picked up, and he's not as fast as he once was. Sheldon Keefe knows him from having watched him playing against him in junior hockey, but it's a good fit for Connor Brown. I mean, they move out Eric Howlett, you know, and now
they need wingers.
Look this type
Jersey
of player.
needs wingers. They have 3 pretty good centermen, right?
Yeah, they
You have Hughes, you have Heischer, of course, and Johnson Mercer. So you need more wingers, and I think Connor Brown sees that and like, okay, I'm not going to be just a 4th liner. I could play on a 3rd line with Mercer.
Put me with any of those guys.
Valuable role and all the stuff you talked about makes him a good fit.
Okay, let's bring in Connor Brown now, who's just signed with the Devils. Joins us on the line right now. Connor, you know, the obvious money is a consideration, but why New Jersey as your choice on this day?
Well, I feel like it's just a really good fit for me. First and foremost, I see them as a team with, you know, a lot of really good players on great contracts. And, you know, I see potential to go on some really good runs there. And obviously it's a good fit for me too. You know, those Hughes brothers are great players. It's a tough team to play against. So, you know, I'm really excited about it.
Is there any feeling of leaving unfinished business after getting that close to a Stanley Cup 2 years in a row in Edmonton?
Yeah, it's a bit of a heavy heart. You know, we left it all on the line. You know, and it's not an easy thing to kind of turn the page there. And Edmonton will always hold a really special place in my heart. So, you know, with that being said, just trying to look forward and excited, you know, to get back in the playoffs and try to have another run at it.
We were talking earlier today, you know, there's been some talk of players wanting out of Canadian markets and just wanting to go to a quieter place. You've played for 3 Canadian markets. It's never been an issue for you. I just wanted to ask you, you know, beyond yourself, what you think of that idea of players not liking the pressure of the fishbowl of Canada.
Well, I can't speak for anyone else, but I personally loved it. I loved my time in Edmonton. I loved my time in Toronto. I loved my time in Ottawa. I really, really enjoyed it. The highs are high, the lows are lower. You know, it can be not easy to, you know, play in that fishbowl. And, but, you know, to play in a place like Edmonton the last few years and to go on the runs we did, you know, such a historic place, you know, those are memories that'll carry, you know, for my life. So, it's, you know, Canada's an amazing place to play, and that had no factor on this decision for me.
All right, Connor, thank you so much for joining us today. I don't know if that's a cottage or a backyard, but it looks like you're very comfortable on this Canada Day. Best of luck to you in New Jersey, all right?
Yeah, thanks, guys. Take care.
All right, that's Connor Brown, who signs a 3-year deal.
4 year.
Sorry.
4 year, $3 million.
4 years, $3 million.
Corner,
a lot of numbers.
$3 million. I'm not saying. Brownie, I got your back. Dan's already bought out your last year.
Weird look for Edmonton right now. It's like players are, and we're not talking like these are great players, but they're not like game changers. It's not. But McDavid has got to be sitting there saying, "We're subtracting. We're losing players here. What are we going to be doing today?"
Well, yeah, he has to be in that mindset. Yeah. At the end of his year-end availability, he says, I want to win, and I want to win again. Like, he wasn't just like, he's not just trying to chase a win. He wants to be competitive for a number of years. And, hey, listen, I love that Connor McDavid put management's feet to the fire. That's what you got to do.
Kane, Arvidsson, Brown, Perry. Am I missing anyone out the door so far? For the
Well, there's talk about Henrique going out.
Right.
And a guy like Connor Brown is one of those guys, when you go to New Jersey, you know exactly what you're getting, right? You're getting that speed. You know that you're getting a guy that's going to be relentless on a forecheck and the experience of those deep playoff runs with a young roster that's fast-paced. And I like the move. I like the acquisition by the Devils right
Sheldon
now.
Keefe, I think, for a couple of years during this tenure there. I'm trying to do the math. Yeah. Anyway, so some
And Jersey,
familiarity.
attracts place to go. Once Quinn Hughes gets there, they're going to be even much better.
Oh, stop it! You can't do that.
Come on, man.
Gord Miller, take it away.
Never
bothered me.
No, it didn't. His entry-level contract is still subject to a massive discussion. Tanner Jeannot has signed with the Boston Bruins in a bit of an eye-opening deal.
A little bit, I would say, both in term and the money. The expectation on Tanner Jeannot as a free agent coming into the day was that he was going to command somewhere around $3 million, and that scared some players, right? You can appreciate why they'd have interest, but the Boston Bruins weren't afraid of the money. They pay 3.4 times 5 years. But again, the Maple Leafs and a number of other teams who are looking to change their DNA, bulk up a little bit, express interest, but not at that ticket. That's a bigger number than most could stomach.
He was probably part of one of the most voluminous trades we've seen in a long time when Nashville dealt him to Tampa for a first, second, third, fourth, and fifth round pick. And the first round pick was just cashed at the recent draft in LA. James?
All right, so Tanner Jeannot goes to Boston. Any thoughts, MJ?
It's, I mean, he's a fine player, plays physically. I mean, obviously the market's
Hang on a sec. Alert, there should be an alarm. When he says a fine player, doesn't like the player. I'm just saying, get the alarm. When he says a fine player, he doesn't like him.
No. Today?
Thank you. Thank you. There it is. Fine player alert.
What it means is I don't mind the player. I don't love the contract. I don't know why you want to give a guy who's going to play further down your lineup 5 years. That's the bigger concern for me. Tanner Jeannot's already signed a big contract once, and it didn't work out very well for him. Yes, he's physical. He can pop in some goals. But half a decade? It just seems, and more than anything, and not about Tanner Jeannot specifically, the Bruins have been sort of the gold standard for a decade. And then they've fallen off maybe the last couple of years. And now they feel like they are just another team. You know, trying to figure it out, trying to find ways with some good players, with some holes. They're no longer just, you know, exactly who they are and what they're doing. They just are moving pieces around like everyone else does, trying to fill holes. They don't feel special like they did.
Right. Tanner Jeannot, when he went to Tampa Bay, it was like, okay, they got that big power forward that's going to score 20 goals, beat people up and hit people and be this massive impact. And I don't know if it's through the injuries or what it's been, but he just hasn't.
Scored 8 goals in 75 games in Tampa Bay total.
Listen, Tanner Jeannot's a fourth-line player. God bless Tanner Jeannot for getting a 5-year contract at $3.4 million. I'm not going to take anything away. He's a fourth-line player. That's what he is. The Boston Bruins are going nowhere fast. They're not going to make the playoffs. To Mike's point, what do they have? They have Charlie McAvoy. They have Swayman, who's coming off a bad year. David Pastrnak. What else?
Geeky.
Yeah, Geeky's a good player. And Hampus Lindholm, who didn't play last year. Every team has 5 or 6 good players.
Yeah.
I'm with you. I don't like the term on it for a guy that's playing, you know, just over 10 minutes a night. He wins his battles. He's physical, you know. But
he didn't help the Tampa Bay Lightning, who they brought him in to help them win. He didn't help the LA Kings win. And guess what? He's going to a place that's not expecting to win.
I always wonder, Jimmy, where it says it's got to be 5 because the other offer is 4, and you got to make it 5 to get him. I just go like this.
Well, no, that's what you got to do. All day, sometimes, like, you don't want to draw a line in the sand, especially because there's lots of money around. Because it's easier to say, I can't do that because I can't afford it. Now that you can afford it, you say, I can't do that because it's not smart. It's not it's not the right decision for whatever player we're talking about, Tanner Jeannot or otherwise. But sometimes you got to say, I can't give you 5 years. You want to come for 3?
You guys have really hurt the chances of us getting a Tanner Jeannot phoner.
But this is kind of what we were talking about.
Happy for Tanner Jeannot.
Tanner Jeannot's got $17 million bucks.
Yeah.
$17 million.
The alarm thing was a joke. It wasn't for real.
Okay, we're doing apology.
Sorry for the alarm.
No.
This is where you asked yourself the question, as we were talking to Craig earlier before we came on, was at what point you hold on to your money, right? Keep your cap space for later, where you've got your identity. Maybe you're looking to help out past in a different way.
When you know the GM's not going anywhere for 5 years. Because if you hold on to your money too long,
I don't wonder about
Pasta.
At some point, does Pasta want to go through a rebuild
No.
Prime
That's
of
what
his
I
career?
think. I think that's what
Highly
you get to, James.
unlikely.
That's the question.
Highly unlikely.
It feels like Trade Center the entire 2 months before Trade Center talking about passing. We'll take a break here on the Free Agent Frenzy. Connor Brown, one of the latest to move as he joins the New Jersey Devils. Here on the Frenzy.
Canadians like to pack a lot into summer, kind of like a Harvey's seasoned chicken wrap. Packed with your choice of grilled, buffalo, or crispy chicken, and topped just the way you like. Pack Harvey's wraps into your summer. It's a beautiful thing.
My spot, mic drop. My spot, mic drop.
Box, box.
Box, box. Box, box. Box, box.
Buy one box meal, get one free. Only on the KFC app and Skip. F1 the movie, now playing.
And our minds were meant to sail. Take a rest from our thoughts, take a break from this world, and we'll feel miles away from the places that we used to be.
How come we never talk about the Canadian dream? It's not like we don't know how to dream. Just take a look around. So what is it? Are we too polite to flaunt it? Or do we prefer to just live it? You see, the Canadian dream isn't some faraway ideal we only talk about. It's right here. And it's all around us. On the long, remote stretches of highway that connect us. At the hospitals where we're all taken care of. In the arenas where we take our hats off to it. Upon arrival, where everyone can feel Canadian. And the goodbyes where everyone can have a lingering taste of home. Yeah, the Canadian dream lives on every corner of this land. And at Tim's, we're proud to fuel it.
Every moment is a chance to create. An opportunity to create something special. From creating friendships and memories to creating opportunities and legacies. And that's what makes us all creators. Toyota Corolla. Create every moment.
Megan, as an analytics expert, you know the value of a player that can drive offense off the rush. That's possibly why Nick Ehlers is one of the most coveted players on the free agent market right now still. Where's the best fit for him, do you think?
I like the LA Kings for Ehlers. He plays with a lot of speed. They have a young core there, and they're not great at the power play. 27th in the league, only 17%. And Ehlers is a power play mastermind. 5-on-5, too, he can attack with that speed and control. 4 successful zone entries per game, and the most possession time on the Winnipeg Jets per 60 at almost 4 minutes and 50 seconds with the puck on his stick. Any team would be lucky to have Ehlers with that speed, control, a lot of scoring, but it looks like Carolina and LA Kings are the front runners.
Right, well, Ehlers has yet to crack 65 points in a season, but injuries are a big reason for that. He's played over 70 games just once in the last 5 seasons.
All right, thank you. The UEFA Women's Euro is right around the corner on TSN. Get ready. It all begins tomorrow as Iceland takes on Finland, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific, TSN and CTV. That's followed by Switzerland versus Norway at 3 Eastern, noon Pacific. That one on TSN. Harvey's our proud sponsor once again of the Free Agent Frenzy, have provided us with lunch. We've been refrained from eating on camera ever since the "is there ketchup on that" incident, which has been well documented.
Simple question. It was legit. It was a legit.
It was
question.
a legit question.
Reasonable.
Yeah. And what was there? We don't even know the answer. Was there?
Yes.
Was there indeed ketchup?
That's the best part. There was.
So the point by the way, they're watching us in the States on ESPN Plus. You need to get Harvey's in the States. Yeah. Huge mistake. We're going to eat, and we don't want to get any weird faces with burger falling off our faces, so we're going to send it to Gino and the goalie panel.
Enjoy your burger, guys. Well, we try to discuss what's going on in Edmonton. All right, so now it's Canada Day. Connor McDavid is eligible to sign his extension. The Edmonton Oilers have to go to Connor and go, look, here are the differences we made. Here are all the changes we made. Sign with us long term. We're good, we're good, we're good. Corey Perry gone to L.A. today. Connor Brown gone to New Jersey today. Arvidsson gone to Boston today. Kane was already gone to Vancouver. Let me start with you. Given the fact that there's this mass exodus, nothing we've seen there, and from what we've seen with their goaltending already, Skinner and Pickard were 16th in save percentage in the NHL last year. If you want to keep Connor McDavid and convince him to stick around, do you not have to upgrade right now in net, or do you wait to see how this plays out?
Well, I would say this. If I'm the Edmonton Oilers, we got to make some upgrades across the board just based on the exodus you just mentioned there, Gene. So you're going to have some new incoming players, whether it's done via free agency here, more likely the trade market if you're Stan Bowman. But yes, you're going to have to improve the goaltending for sure. Both goalies, Noodles pointed out, helped them get to a consecutive Stanley Cup final, but they haven't been able to get them over the edge. So if you're the Edmonton Oilers, you have to make some moves. But I will say this, and I want to qualify. The Edmonton Oilers setup is arguably the best in the world. The rink, the practice facility, the amenities, everything. They're doing it right up there in Edmonton. They just haven't found the antidote to the Florida Panthers, and they're going to have to do that if they want to re-sign Connor McDavid.
Well, if you take a look at the players that are out, there's one consistent thing. They're all 30 plus.
Yep.
This was the oldest team in the National Hockey League last year. And yes, they were 2 games away from winning the Stanley Cup, arguably 1 game away year previous. But some of their signings in the offseason last year didn't work out. Jeff Skinner was a healthy scratch for the most part. Arvidsson, who they moved away from, was a healthy scratch for most of the playoffs as well. So you take a look at it, they need to get younger and faster and add some skill. So you're right, Gino. On paper, they're weaker today. But let's see what they're going to do. And as far as the goaltending situation, I know we've talked about it. I want to hammer this home again. I think it's about patience. Because I don't think you run and find somebody today just for the sake
if you're
of
too
finding
patient, do you start running out of options, though, as guys get knocked off the list?
Yeah, but you're not grabbing somebody today that is going to make your team better. That's not unless it's going to be through the trade market, and you're going to have to be patient to see who's available come maybe November, December type of thing once somebody's out.
Gino, it goes back to your point. How do you tell Connor McDavid we're a better team, right? Last year, the Edmonton Oilers at 5-on-5 were the 7th best defensive team in expected goals. But they finished 22nd in actual goals against at 5-on-5 and 29th in goals save above expectation. So that points to the goaltending not being good enough. And if you say, oh, our team's going to play better defensively, you're going to play better defensively adding Savoy, Max Jones, as opposed to having Kane and Brown and Perry? No, it's not going to be better defensively than what it was last year. You're actually going to drop off. So the only thing you can do is say we're going to upgrade our goaltending. And you have to do it to give Connor McDavid that boost to say we're going to be better next year.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, you add in Phillip, who's a 6'4", 6'4" centerman who can play on your fourth line. I don't think Max Jones makes that team right now. I think they might use that cap flexibility to add another $1 million. If you're going to go, again, I'd like to see who they're going to grab, maybe to play with Draisaitl. They need a top 6 winger to play with Leon Draisaitl. Their defense is intact if they're healthy, because the addition to Wallman was fantastic. Ekholm was a shell of himself in the playoffs. Yes. So you're right. Goaltending, they do need an upgrade. I don't disagree with you, but I also think it's the right person and the right style of goaltender that they need to add.
Okay, so Jet Greaves is the guy in Columbus now. He played well at the end of the year, almost got him in the playoffs. Weeksy, what about Merzlikins? I've always liked him as a goalie, but it's been a tough situation in Columbus, obviously losing his best friend on, a 4th of July event and all of this. So is this time for Merzlikins to move on? And I think he'd be an upgrade in Edmonton. Now, the money is not going to work, but maybe you got to retain a little bit in Columbus to make it happen.
While the panel is eating their Harveys, a beautiful thing, while they're having their burgers right now, give us some time. Let us cook. Let the goalie panel cook. Last year, they should have gotten Alberta boy Logan Thompson. I said it. I've been shouting from the treetops. You know what he did? He went to the nation's capital down here, and he had an amazing season. And had he not been injured, he would have been the Vezina Trophy finalist. Talking Elvis Merzlikins, there's no ceiling on Elvis Merzlikins. My guy Greg Island coached him in Lugano in Switzerland. He's got all the talent. He has all the ability. And I think, to your point, guys, he could be a very viable option there up in Edmonton.
I agree. I think that would be the guy I circle, Merzlikins. He makes $5.4 million, so you'd have to make the money work. So maybe it is a Skinner for Merzlikins type of situation. But in the end, I talk about the style of goaltending. If I look at it, Merzlikins or anybody they acquire has to be a true butterfly. Yeah. Has to be a big goaltender that covers a lot of net. Where Skinner doesn't have as true of a butterfly.
Pickard is definitely
has
not that.
my butterfly, which is not good. But I love Calvin Pickard. Calvin Pickard won 22 games for them last year and 7 in the playoffs. And he makes $1 million. He's fantastic. If you're looking at it, it's a lateral move or maybe just a different stylistic goaltender to play for the Oilers. I still think they've got patience. They've got time to sort this out. They don't have to have their team submitted for next year today or tomorrow. They've got time.
You know what? If they're going to take that time, then you got to expect that there's one other guy who's going to say, then I'm going to be patient deciding what I'm going to do in my future. That guy, of course, Connor McDavid.
97.
Yes, a lot of people talk about players playing injured during the playoffs. Matthew Tkachuk had the hernia and the adductor, but I don't think anyone was more heroic than Ryan Rishaug, limping around the buildings in Florida and Edmonton with Achilles issues. Unfortunately, could not pull himself to the building for the end-of-season availability for Connor McDavid. Glad to see you up and standing today, Ryan. We know you weren't at the availability, but you watched it. What did you hear from McDavid about his future in Edmonton?
Real quick, James, not up and standing. Sergio will show you I'm actually seated, and the Achilles is still no good, so don't have any shoes on. So still recovering, still on the IR, but nonetheless, I'm here and ready to go. So McDavid's availability. A couple things that stood out to me, James. The timeline basically said any idea that a July 1st is any sort of deadline at all, he kind of put that to rest. There's not going to be a rush at all. And he also said that winning is number one, right? So if he feels this team is going to be able to compete year after year, he said there'd be no problem getting a contract done. So those two things, James, I think, look, the cards are in McDavid's hands, right? This is going to go at the pace he wants. This will probably be the number that he wants. This will be the term that they want. He's holding all of the cards, and so this becomes about figuring out where the sweet spot is to meet a bunch of needs. And the guys just had a great conversation about the case that the Oilers will try to make to McDavid that they're going to be able to compete year over year.
Okay, Mike Johnson, what do you think the ask will be, considering all the things Ryan talked about?
Well, I think Leon Draisaitl, his contract takes up about 15% of the cap, just under. We acknowledge that Connor McDavid is better than him. Connor McDavid should ask for 16, 17, 18, whatever he wants, up to 20%. The reality is, with the cap going up as much as it is going to go in the next 6, 7, 8 years, even if Connor took 20% of the cap right now, it still would be a bad contract for him 5 years from now. The numbers just don't quite add up. So you're going to say, okay, give me 16%. Cap next year is $103 million. Okay, that's like a $16.5 million AAV, something like that, on a short-term deal. And I think that's where he's going to have to lean to, whether it's 1 year or 2 years or 4 years, somewhere in that 16. Now, he can demand more. He is worth more. But as Ryan said, will he want to leave a little bit on the table like he did last time so that the team can fill out some of the holes in and around him? But I think 2 years, 32 million. 2 years, 31 million, something like that. We'll give him 3 more years playing in Edmonton, and he can kick this down the road a little bit, Shoggy, and see how good they are in the next couple of years.
What do you think the gap should be between McDavid and Draisaitl? Sorry, Ryan. You just from a player perspective and a team perspective in salary.
Yeah, that's a really interesting question, right? Leon Draisaitl comes in at $14 million. They had a pretty good idea what was going to happen with the cap when they were negotiating that deal. So that deal is going to look good as they move forward. And the truth is Connor McDavid knows as well as anyone, in any given season, Leon Draisaitl can win a Hart Trophy over Connor McDavid. In any given playoff series, Leon Draisaitl can be every bit as effective. So is it a $4.5 million gap between the two players, a place that McDavid would be comfortable going? I think it's an interesting dynamic. I think he's got to thread the needle between being a high-water mark player, understanding he floats all the ships a little bit higher, and, there's some responsibility to do that as the best player in the game, but also he listed winning as his #1 priority. Above all else, he wants to know that he can win, and you get into that 17, 18, 19 million a year, you start getting into deals that are prohibitive to doing that. So I think we'll see a sweet spot where there's definitely going to be a gap, but I don't know that we're going to see a $3, $4, $5 million gap in this next deal between McDavid and Draisaitl.
You want to talk about responsibility, though? It's not Connor McDavid's responsibility to leave a ton of money on the table to give the Edmonton Oilers management team more room. It's the management team's responsibility to take the best player in the world, signing for market value, and make sure he has a good team around him. It's not the other way around, and it's not on Connor McDavid leave $4 million a year so that they can go spend it on Victor Arvidsson, and it doesn't work. Make the management team, which is what he's doing, holding them to the fire a little bit, make the right decisions to manage the money.
Draisaitl signed Ryan on September 3rd of last year. When do you think McDavid, best guess, would sign?
Yeah, great question. It wouldn't surprise me if this pushed well into July. Like, we know at this point, Stan Bowman and Jeff Jackson have met with Judd Moldaver, McDavid's agent. That was to talk more big picture about the organization. Haven't really dug in on the numbers in a meaningful way yet. So my guess is McDavid's going to sit tight, see what the team does here, see what free agency looks like, absorb everything, and then maybe dig into things a little bit later on this month. And we'll see how long it takes, but well into July, early August would not surprise me at all.
All right, Chuck, I got one more for you, since you know Connor better than everyone, and he misses you when you're not available. Yeah. If I set the over-under on term at 3.5 years, what are you taking on Connor McDavid's next deal if he re-signs in Edmonton?
I'm going to take the over on that. I think 4 will, I would bet that it'll be in that 4 range. I hear what you're saying, Johnny. You go shorter term, right? Then he's queued up to re-sign another monster deal when the cap has gone up and there's, even further understanding how high it's going to go. I get that, and I understand that, but I think at 4 years, really he positions himself in similar fashion at 4 years' time to do a similar type of deal.
I like the flexibility, though, for the athlete. If he signs a 2-year deal, that means 3 years he can make a decision to leave if he doesn't like the direction. The longer you sign for, the less flexibility you have about where you want to play if you need to make a change of location.
Do you think there's any chance at all the Oilers drop the puck in October and he hasn't signed his extension?
100% chance. Absolutely. Absolutely. Depending on what happens, we talked the goalie panel talking about the goalies, how they have to round out the rest of the roster. Maybe less likely than likely, but I don't think it's out of the question at all because Connor McDavid still needs to see where the organization's going and what he really wants to do, how long he wants to commit.
Ryan, get better.
That'll create a lot of noise, James.
Won't be a story
that'll
at all.
create a lot of noise.
Yeah, Ryan won't be reporting on that every day.
If he's not willing to commit and there's no deal in place, like that will create a lot of noise in a season where they want to get focused and try and get back to the Cup final.
Good.
I'd be surprised.
Last thing, Ryan, I've heard from other people that at your age, Achilles injuries don't really heal. So have a good next 20 years or so. Thanks for joining us today. There's Ryan Rashad.
It's actually the goat.
We're not done. Look, Nikolai Ehlers is #1 on our board, but let's face it, this McDavid contract will be the #1 contract story in hockey going forward. Brian Hayes and the guys have more.
All right, boys, let's continue this chat. I mean, we just saw MJ discuss possibly a shorter-term deal. Rashad expecting maybe 4 years. If you're Connor McDavid, like, what do you need to see and hear from the Edmonton Oilers to commit to that?
You need to see a team like the Florida Panthers that has a chance to win year after year. Not that, hey, let's see what happens in the summer, and if we scrap together the right players, we have a chance to win this year, and then everyone's going to go their separate ways, because that's kind of what it felt like this year. They spent a lot of money last summer, and we applauded them for it. Look at all the players they went out and got, and it cost them some of their youth. Some of those guys that could have been used to say, this is going to be sustainable. We're going to do it it over and over again. So if Connor McDavid sees that from the Edmonton Oilers, sure, why not put your faith there and say that I'm going to sign with term? But you cannot say that about the Edmonton Oilers right now, looking away that the lineup is composed.
Connor McDavid committed 8 years to this organization in his last contract. He's been there for 10 years in the NHL. He just went to back-to-back Stanley Cup finals and lost. If I'm Connor McDavid, I am not signing a contract with the Edmonton Oilers until I see this organization actually commit to me and build the necessary team around me that includes way better goaltending and way better depth on this roster. Because Connor McDavid wants to win. Why would he commit himself to more years in an organization when he doesn't feel comfortable that he can win and get over that hump? So if you're Connor, I would let it play out, let the team get assembled, maybe even start the season, and then figure it out from there, because it's his decision.
Absolutely.
He doesn't have to be rushed into this.
No, listen, he's not conducive to being selfish. That's not the nature of the sport, especially hockey, when you consider what Florida's doing. And Florida's throwing that in everyone's face right now. Matthew Tkachuk is telling everyone else, we're about the team, nobody else is.
Like,
Look
not
why we keep
everyone is
winning.
built the same way as Florida.
Exactly.
They are one of one.
But I do believe McDavid has the right, we know he does, and should utilize that right to put pressure on the organization.
Absolutely.
Take a page out of other major athletes. I'd look at a guy like LeBron James, who continued to put forth pressure on the Lakers, on the Cavs, on the Heat. You better continue to prove to me I can win, and not just once. Because I think if you're talking legacy, and it's important to bring that up with a player of his status, nobody in North American sports needs a title more than McDavid. For sure. Right? He needs one, and it may be multiple cups, right? It shouldn't just be, I want to win one and I'm going to put my feet up. Crosby's got 3, Gretzky's got 4, Lemieux's got 2, Orr's got multiple, Howe's got multiple. It's not just show me why I can do it once. You got to do it for year after year after year.
And he's already wasted 2 chances.
He's been right there twice.
Right. And you know what, though? Connor McDavid had a chance in Game 7 2 years ago to take that game over. He didn't do it, right? Like, so I guess now the question becomes, we know what needs to happen for the Edmonton Oilers. Yes, they need a goaltending upgrade. Yes, they need more depth scattered throughout their lineup. But how do you actually do it? And one of the ways that it might come down to is there might be a guy on that roster that Connor McDavid really likes. But that's your chip, to bring in someone young who becomes a piece that, you know, is younger, and you flow through with this timeline to be a team that is consistently competing for a Stanley Cup. What happens then? What if you have to go to Connor and say, you know, we really like Ryan Nugent-Hopkins or whoever it is?
I think he'd be fine with it if it means he has a better chance of winning. Right. Because you're right, he's got to commit to that. It may be uncomfortable, but this is what has to happen for you to have a chance to win with the Oilers. He might have to think about that. James, he's not a UFA until this time next year, but could you imagine if McDavid gets to 12 noon next year, July 1?
Well, then we'd have a show. Then we'd have a show. I don't think that's going to happen, but thank you, boys. We'll continue on an hour and a half into the free agent period in 2025. Canada's ultimate band takes us to break.
Canadians like to pack a lot into summer, kind of like a Harvey's seasoned chicken wrap. Packed with your choice of grilled, buffalo, or crispy chicken, and topped just the way you like. Pack Harvey's wraps into your summer.
Locked in a stare down with Mother Nature, some wilt, but others push forward. They are the real ones, and they drink a real good light beer. Slim and Clear 2.0. Real ones know.
When the world needs saving,
the universe is in terrible danger.
That's bad. It's time for a blue kind of power.
You got magic. Oh, no.
That got weird. On July 18th,
Smurfs, don't run from a fight.
Are you ready?
Let's go smurf that wizard up.
To work your magic.
Oh, yeah.
That's gonna leave a mark.
Smurfs, only in theaters July 18th.
mud and rocks and sweat and all that. Always will be. But grit is also an idea. An idea that changes the way we see and the way we do things. With an available iForce Max hybrid powertrain, Toyota Tundra is the new definition of grit.
Liberace, I love you. Hey, boy, what you eat? Hamburger, grill or some greedy. I bet you can't see. Eeny, meeny, gypsalini, ooh, pop, pop, bellini. Achi, Liberace, I love you. Eeny, meeny, gypsalini, ooh, pop, pop, bellini. I love you.
The Fantastic Four deserve a fantastic pizza with 4 different topping combinations. So there's something for the whole team!
Get a Fantastic 4-in-1 pizza, only $9.99 at Little Caesars. Hot and ready.
We know that the remarkable happens when East meets West, coming alive in our shared passions, our creative pursuits. And here, in Sapporo, you too can discover the remarkable where East meets West.
Free Agent Frenzy is presented by Harvey's. Beat the heat with a creamy hand-spun shake or a frozen drink all summer long. Harvey's, it's a beautiful thing.
Back on the Free Agent Frenzy, crushing disappointment for Canada, losing in penalties to Guatemala in the quarterfinals of the CONCACAF Gold Cup, but the semis are still on TSN, 7 o'clock Eastern. The matchups are Mexico against Honduras, and the Americans take on Guatemala for a spot in the final. Begins 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific. You can watch it all on TSN. Hour and 38 minutes into the Free Agent Frenzy with some more developments. Here's Gord Miller with the Insiders.
And this gets interesting. Because we talked about this in the last hour about the potential for offer sheets. Right. And who might be a candidate for an offer sheet. There's a number of factors, a team not having cap space, but there's also a player's contract situation. So tell us, Darren Dreger, who might be the target of an offer sheet?
Bo Byram of the Buffalo Sabres. And I would say that it's currently being contemplated. And look, that's just positioning in saying that it could happen, but it might not happen. It's definitely in discussions. Don't know the identity of the team that would present said offer sheet, but I also know that there's a lot of trade activity that's happening around Byram and the Buffalo Sabres, and that's where I can be a little bit more specific, so perhaps you can pull one of the teams I'm going to mention out of that and attach them to the potential of the offer sheet. The Calgary Flames are keen on Bo Byram. The Vegas Golden Knights, I mean, as if Vegas hasn't done enough to this point. How do they make that happen? They'd be in there. Ken Holland and Los Angeles Kings, shocking, I know. And St. Louis are the top 4 that I would say that are at least deeply involved in trade conversations specific to Byram. But it would get juicy if that offer sheet was, in fact, tabled.
Well, and looking at the draft pick compensation chart, you wonder if that threshold at $7.02 million is the sweet spot, because a little under that, and it's a first and a third round pick would be the compensation. Anything over that, the compensation goes a first, a second, and a third. So, you know, probably some kind of contract around $7 million would be the sweet spot, and then it would leave Buffalo the decision. They've obviously got a lot of money already tied up in their blue.
But there's something else to consider here. He's a year away from unrestricted free agency. So if you sign him, if Buffalo were to match an offer sheet, they can't trade him for 12 months.
And they walk him right to unrestricted free agency.
On the market, right?
So that's why, though, you trade Bo Byram now, right? I mean, if you're matching, you're stuck with him right until unrestricted free
But this is what CJ has been talking about this last couple of days with Noah Dobson, right?
Exactly, because the Islanders were in that spot. They had 1 year team control left at the time with Dobson. They couldn't reach a contract with him. Had he signed this offer sheet, again, same thing. You're just walking him to UFA if you match it, and if not, you're getting back compensation in the Dobson case anyway. That would have been less because of what that they actually got in the trade with Montreal.
And meantime, Pierre, the defense market is drying up.
Running out of bodies here on the D. So Ryan Lindgren signs a 4-year deal in Seattle, $4.5 million a year is the AAV. So that leaves the D market with Orlov, who would be the biggest name, and certainly a guy who's in high demand despite how his last playoff series played out in Carolina. Nate Schmidt from the Stanley Cup champion Panthers is out there. You also have Cody Ceci and Brent Burns, and of course John Klingberg. So really thin at D if you're trying to upgrade your blue line, and I would suspect Orlov will benefit from that.
And the other thing to note, just before we throw it back to James, on a potential offer sheet, is a team has 7 days to decide whether or not to match. So you don't have to make the decision right away. And in some cases, teams like to take the full 7 days to make sure that no one else gets a chance to offer sheet players. So that's can be part of the consideration as well. But there are, I can tell you this, there's a lot of talk, there's a lot of chatter today that there are offer sheets at least floating around out there today. James?
All right, thank you, Gord. There have been a lot of changes already on Frankie's big board of free agents since we came on the air at 11 a.m. Eastern and the period opened at noon Eastern. Let's get an update from Takia and Frankie.
Yes, there has been a lot of changes. So, Frankie, we've seen 7 forwards from our top 45 list go off the board. One guy you think can make an impact immediately is Olofsson here. What do you think about Olofsson?
Okay, Victor Olofsson for me would be one of those buy low guys that can give you a little bit of offensive pop, and he's a former Buffalo Sabre, so you know what that means? If you sign him, you're going to win a Stanley Cup. No, I'm just kidding, but Victor Olofsson had some success a few years ago, a 28-goal scorer, and you could buy him low, see if he adds a little bit of offense to your group. I look at a team like the Calgary Flames when it comes to that, because they did a really good job of establishing themselves as a good defensive team. Dustin Wolf was excellent. Goal scoring was not easy to come by for them. And if you look at this lineup, you know, you have some room here, about $19 million in cap space. Victor Olofsson would be one of those bets where you don't have to add a lot of term to it. You can have a decent AAV. And you give him an opportunity, see what he can do. Another player that I do like, and this would be for a different team, Andrew Mangiapane. You know, a little bit of a Calgary connection because Brad Treliving, of course, the former GM in Calgary. Andrew Mangiapane, former Calgary Flame, had some success there, a former 35-goal scorer. But, you know, one of those guys that you know exactly what he's going to bring to the table. There's no guessing as far as what his game is. And coming off a cap hit of $5.8 million, don't expect him to make that kind of money anymore. But he can give you a little bit of that work ethic that you would like, maybe that DNA changing mentality that Brad Treliving has talked about with the Toronto Maple Leafs. And yes, there would be some familiarity there. And, you know, for the Toronto Maple Leafs, they have a little money to play with now that they're not going to have Mitch Marner in the mix. And, you know, if you look at their lineup right now, the way things are kind of allocated money-wise, you want to have clearly defined roles in the middle of your lineup. Toronto's been a team that has been stacked with versatility, but no one who really lives in a certain spot. For me, Andrew Mangiapane would live right here. Third line, you already added Nicholas Waugh. Maybe there's a guy who's a bit of a worker, an energy guy that can fit in a nice situation there.
Yeah, and actually Mangiapane is just 2 games shy of 500 for his career. Back to you, James.
All right, Takia, thank you. As we head to break here, coming up on 2 hours into the frenzy, one of our staples on the show is still ahead. That would be the quiz, or there's the old TSN Blazers that a lot of people have asked us to bring back. We may just do that, and we'll explain why next.
On BetMGM Casino, there are so many jackpots that you never know when one will go. So many jackpots. So many jackpots. BetMGM Casino. Jackpots. So many.
Download the BetMGM Casino app. BetMGM Casino.
Canadians like to pack a lot into summer, kind of like a Harvey's seasoned chicken wrap. Packed with your choice of grilled, buffalo, or crispy chicken, and topped just the way you like. Pack Harvey's wraps into your summer.
We know that the remarkable happens when East meets West, coming alive in our shared passions, our creative pursuits. And here in Sapporo, you too can discover the remarkable where East meets West.
I could ask. Yeah, I'll just ask.
Wondering about Ozempic? Visit Ozempic.ca for savings.
At TD, we get how hard it can feel to move forward.
Should I add to my closet or my savings account? We've got to find a way to get this finished. I
want to save for that down payment, but also want gourmet salad.
If you're feeling stuck, the best way to start is to sit. With easy-to-use tools, valuable support, and trusted advice. So have a seat. Let's get started. TD. Ready for you.
I see someone's had a productive day.
It's summer rollbacks, Tegan.
So there are the buns.
Looking like a barbecue weekend.
Yeah. You're talented.
Love it. But you'll clean it up, though, right? Yeah.
Box.
Box.
Buy one box meal, get one free. Only on the KFC app and Skip. F1 the movie, now playing. Style or substance. Somehow, it became one or the other. But there is another choice. Not stopping until you have everything. In the GMC Sierra Denali Ultimate. The GMC employee pricing event is on now. Get a cash purchase rebate of up to $12,000 on a 2025 GMC Sierra Denali Ultimate today.
The green flag is waving for NASCAR on TSN. With every race,
it doesn't get any better than this.
All the way to the championship. And go full throttle with TSN Plus for more NASCAR to watch practice and qualifying sessions. Unbelievable! TSN takes pole position for your NASCAR coverage.
It has it all. They're all here because this place is the show.
Subscribe now.
I can see you stole the TSN quiz belt idea for the championship belt this year. We appreciate it. Listen, congrats.
Isn't the same. But
I guess we'll see you again next year.
Yes, thank you, guys.
Matthew Tkachuk, now a two-time Stanley Cup champion.
Panthers ripping us off. We'll see if the belt makes a cameo appearance here on Canada Day, but more importantly than that, as mentioned, I feel like Jim Van Horn right here with vintage Gino Retta and Paul Romanek and Teresa Cruz alongside and Bob McKenzie.
I actually wore one.
Yeah, actually did. So here's the reason we brought out the old Blazers. First of all, we've been looking for an excuse to do this for a long time. But Bob McKenzie is at a time in his career where he essentially can decide whatever the heck he wants to do, and we have no say in the matter.
Apparently not, because I'm here.
Well, I guess we have a little say in the matter. So, Bob, we said we're going to do a quiz. It's Canada Day. Let's bring Bob onto the quiz. And Bob said, okay, I'll do the quiz, but this is going to be the last quiz I ever do. And because he's Bob, we have to honor that. He's begrudgingly done the quiz for the last about 20 years, essentially. So Bob's last quiz.
And actually, it's my own fault because I created the quiz master.
You did create the quiz master. You
like
created
a Dr. Frankenstein thing.
Yes, you really
forgot
did.
to add
and now we can't get rid of him.
It's the last quiz, too.
So, because it's Bob's last quiz, we've gone with the retro look for our Canada Day Free Agent Frenzy quiz. Bob, you will have to answer the questions. That's the only other thing I ask of you. Who is the NHL's true MVP, most valuable person? 2026 UFA, potentially, Connor McDavid, or back-to-back Stanley Cup winning general manager, Bill Zito? You may define most valuable person as you see fit. ODOG.
Billy Zito, I'll take you all the way back to the decision of Jonathan Huberdeau, a guy that scored 100-plus points, was up in some heart conversations, and he decided to bring in Matthew Tkachuk. He assembled a team, he brought in Paul Maurice, and totally changed the way that everyone thought about the game, the way it's supposed to be played, and what's valued in Florida. He's my most respected guy in the National Hockey League right now.
Wow. Bob McKenzie.
I will say Bill Zito because he can't seem to win NHL General Manager of the Year, so I didn't want to give him another slight. And listen, I'm not one of those people that would ever suggest Connor McDavid is anything less than what he is, which is the best player in the game of hockey, and it's not even close in my opinion. Just because, but because he hasn't won a cup, there's going to be some people, oh, until he wins. No, it's nothing to do with that. It's just simply back-to-back cups. And Bill Zito doesn't win NHL GM of the Year, so he gets this wonky award.
Bill Zito for me as well. How can I disagree with you there, Bob? And you also add in what he's recently done. Not only has he won back-to-back cups, but now all of a sudden, with that culture that you're talking about, everyone wants to stay, right? They're willing to take a haircut. And then that trifecta, you know, the hat trick, as Johnson says, you know, just finding ways to re-sign these guys, and Ekblad and Bennett and Marchand coming back for more. So it's got to be Bill Zito.
What are we doing here? What are we doing? Bill Zito of management over the best player in the world? Come on now.
That's right, John. Most valuable person.
Valuable person.
Yeah, but person in regards to success in the hockey. Connor McDavid's got his team to the conference or to the Stanley Cup final 2 years in a row. Yes, I know they lost, but the strength of the Florida Panthers were in all the players that are there, not just the one. Connor McDavid is the best player, the singular shining bright light in the game today. I can never give this to a management person over a player. Players first and foremost.
I thought that for a long time, too, because I hate people in management in all facets of life, but I had to do it this time.
Barkov.
When you said, what are we doing here, I thought you were talking about the Blazers again. You guys are fantastic. This day is all about one ultimate goal, and that's eventually winning the Stanley Cup, building a Stanley Cup winner. So we ask, which Canadian team, other than the 2-time finalist Edmonton, who are still the odds-on favorite from Canada, is most likely to end Canada's 3-decade-long Stanley Cup drought? Montreal, Ottawa, Toronto, Winnipeg, you know all the teams, Calgary. You can go anywhere in Canada. Where do you want to go, Cheryl?
Winnipeg for me. I like the roster. I like the construction of it. And if you look right at the back from Connor Hellebuck, they've got a 1A in Josh Morrissey, Dylan Sandberg, the emergence of him, what he's done on the back end. You've got Neil Pionk there. You got the top line, one of the top lines in hockey, and Adam Lowry, one of the top third lines in the league. Yes, the second line needs some bolstering, but the overall look of this group, they can bring it back to Canada.
I'll say Toronto Maple Leafs, and only because I'm on the quiz at gunpoint. So I want to mix it up. I want people to get upset in Toronto Maple Leafs. And hey, listen, just for the record, I saw George Armstrong score the empty net goal on a black and white television in '67. I was a huge Leaf fan, but I always say that journalism and Harold Ballard cured me of that problem a long, long time ago. So I have no vested interest in this, other than wouldn't it be really something if the first Canadian team to do it since '93 is the team that hasn't done it since '67? I like it.
Stirring it up on the way out.
I think Montreal, because they have a nice long window. They're already good, but they're getting better. They have good finances. They got great ownership. They have a whole bunch of young stars signed to team-friendly and cap-friendly contracts. They may have a goalie in the future in Fowler. They just got Dobson. We know what they have in Hudson. They have big contracts coming off the books and lots of money. And yes, it's a great place to play when you're good. I like Montreal.
Très bien, mon ami. I am also going Montreal only for the reason, Jimmy, I am sick of picking everybody else, okay? I'm sick of Toronto losing. I'm sick of Edmonton losing. And I am sick of being all in on the Winnipeg Jets. I got to switch it up. Me and MJ are going all Montreal. Belle Province, let's go.
I don't get a vote, but on Canada Day, the flag's in the nation's capital. I have to stick up for my Ottawa Senators.
Do you have an alumni jacket, by the way?
Yeah, which alumni team?
Montreal.
Oh, Montreal. No, they don't give out jackets.
They don't give out jackets. No, it's beneath them.
That's right.
There's nothing better than this is the alumni jacket.
It's the only jacket I'm wearing in a game anytime soon.
True or false? Captain Canada Sidney Crosby will draw the line at 3 straight non-playoff seasons and will be in the 2026 postseason, even if it means accepting a trade out of Pittsburgh. Simple true or false, MJ?
True. I think Sidney Crosby, the competitor that he is, the desire to win, and also the reality of what's about to happen in Pittsburgh. We talk about every team wanting to win in the NHL, except Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's the one team who has acknowledged that they're going down before they go back up, and Sidney Crosby doesn't want to play his last couple of years in the NHL on a team that is one of the worst in the league. And how great would it be to see him somewhere else on a top-quality team like Colorado or something like that, or Montreal heading into the playoffs next year?
False. And as much as I'd like to see him playing for another team, I don't think he does. After 20 years in the NHL with the same team, I think he stays there. And yes, it doesn't look good, but he is going to play some meaningful hockey next year at the Winter Olympics, where he will vie for a gold. I think that'll hold him in it.
True. He's got to be sick of it. I mean, getting 3 points a night and the team loses 6-4. It's just, it's incredible watching what the Pittsburgh Penguins are now. It's not getting better. And you think about the speed. We always talk about a quiz question near the Stanley Cup playoffs, like what embodies the play. It's Sidney Crosby. You got to get him back in the playoffs. He's got to be sick of what's going on there.
Bob, the last word.
I will say false, and you guys are wrong, because you've got to read the Quizmaster's wording. even if it means accepting a trade. Sidney Crosby doesn't accept trades. Sidney Crosby will decide if he wants to be traded and if he doesn't. But in the meantime, until such time that he does, it's not for me or you or anyone else to say he should do this or wouldn't it be great to see him here. He'll be able to do that and he'll do it on his own time.
But it's the quiz. We were asked that, Bobby.
Nobody said
The interpretation of the words.
See, Bob actually reads the quiz in more detail than all of us.
Words matter.
It's almost three.
Words matter.
Matthew Tkachuk said his belt was better than ours, but I think on a day like today, usually I just have some guy hand it to me at the last second, but we thought we'd do something special. And when we take these jackets up to the rafters, we'll use the same string that we use to lower the belt from the rafters. Here it comes. Look at this high-tech system that we gigged out.
Audio AV.
You can come a little faster. We're already losing people. Look at this. Is the dramatic music? That's all we had was 4 seconds of it.
Not since we brought Lamas in on deadline day as being a more embarrassing display.
Oh no, I think there's been a few, Bobby.
Yeah, that's true.
Listen, you belittled the quiz. You were belligerent about the quiz. You made fun of the quiz master. You made fun of the quiz host. But you must leave with the belt. That way I don't have to hand it out anymore. Ladies and gentlemen, his last quiz.
Belt retired. All right.
Bob McKenzie.
He looks delighted. He looks overjoyed.
We're retiring Bob from the quiz, and we're retiring the belt from the quiz. Huh?
Last quiz, that's good.
Look at him.
It's a good day.
Like, Owen would put it on. Bob just like tosses it aside. It'll go in the garbage on the way out. That's our retro symbolic end of Bob McKenzie's quiz reign.
The quiz is presented by Harvey's. Beat the heat with a creamy hand-spun shake or refreshing frozen drink all summer long. Harvey's, it's a beautiful thing.
Don't let dinner be a dud. Go get that fresh. Get to Subway. Smoky, sweet, and made fresh with Canadian beef. Subway's new bourbon barbecue steak and cheddar. Subway makes it fresh like that.
Good whole wheat shreddies. But wait, warm cinnamon, velvety vanilla, cinnamon vanilla flavored shreddies. Same great square, new delicious flavor.
Your car deserves more performance with every drive. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline. A fuel like no other. More performance with every drive.
Travel. It's gone from being an adventure to a checklist. But the world is still full of wonder. You just need a better way to find it. Introducing Airbnb Experiences. Master ramen with an award-winning chef. Dive into underground jazz with a renowned bassist. Or see Notre Dame with her. She helped restore it, by the way. Don't just see a place. Experience it.
Why wait until December for amazing deals? Boxing Week is back at Leon's. Save up to 50% on select furniture and clearance mattresses. Plus, save up to $1,000 on select appliance packages. Leon's, now that's comfortable.
Locked in a stare down with Mother Nature. Some wilt, but others push forward. They are the real ones, and they drink a real good light beer. Sleeman Clear 2.0. Real ones know.
We've been Mazda owners since 2011.
We have CX-90. That's the complete package. Driving dynamics, reliability, and safety.
I know that every time I buckle my kids into our Mazda, that it helps us get where we're going safely. The moment I got behind the wheel of a Mazda, I knew that I would be a Mazda owner for a very long time.
It's a great vehicle, great brand, great people.
Find out why. Nothing moves you like Mazda.
Your spending changes month to month. So the new CIBC Adapted MasterCard changes with it, automatically adapting to you, earning you more points.
He's thinking about his diabetes. She's thinking you won't have time to eat like you should. And he doesn't want her to worry about that. But we can all rest easy, because that's where I come in.
Glucerna, a trusted ally for people with diabetes.
Sparks begin to fly. With joy I can't deny.
What a story. Nate Schmidt was bought out by the Winnipeg Jets, goes to Florida, and wins his first Stanley Cup. Here's the total spent on day one over the years of the free agent frenzy. The peak, of course, last year, 157 signings, $1.2 billion. We are a long way off that pace right now. It's not just the numbers that are down at $195 million, but only 25 players signed so far. So long way to go here on day one of the frenzy, and not a big chance we're going to match the numbers that we saw last year. But we do have some more information for you and some more deals done. Let's check in once more with Gordon Miller and the Insiders.
Yeah, Bob McKenzie is busy at his belt victory parade, apparently. Not joining us for this segment, but we do have a couple of deals report. One, an eye-popping deal, literally, for Brandon Tanev, the guy who pops his eyes when he does his team photo at the start of the year.
I had no idea where you were going.
I didn't know where that was
It's actually
going.
a pretty reasonable deal, Gord. 3 years, $2.5 million a year for Brandon Tanev going to Utah. Boy, Utah Mammoth, aggressive all offseason here so far, and they had a bottom six guy. A lot of interest in Brandon Tanev, but goes to Utah.
All right, and meantime, there's more news from the Montreal Canadiens.
Yeah, a nice depth signing for them, and Sammy Blais, who's actually authored a pretty good story. Spent last year in the American Hockey League with Abbotsford, Vancouver's farm team, obviously won a Calder Cup there, and he gets a one-way deal from the Habs at league minimum, $775,000. But this is a team, remember, that's lost some depth forwards. Christian Dvorak going to Philadelphia, Yoel Armia going to L.A., and Michael Pezzetta signed in Toronto today. So they're turning things over on the bottom of the roster with the forwards, and Blais gets an opportunity to go back to La Belle Provence.
And he's coming back from a very serious knee injury he suffered in New York. Went back to St. Louis, and he's been building since then, so hopefully getting his career back to where it was when he's playing with the Rangers. And Ottawa's made a signing there.
Yeah, Ole Lixel, so adding organizational depth because this is a one-year, two-way deal. $775,000 at the NHL level, $450,000 in the American League, but $500,000 guaranteed. So just adding a piece.
Played for the Flyers last year. All right, there's the latest, James.
All right, thank you, guys. We do know it's Canada Day, and whether you're cottaging or out on the golf course like Aaron Ekblad was, maybe you're just coming in and joining us here 2 hours into the free agent period. It's been relatively quiet. We thought that might be the case, but to update you on everything that has gone on and the players still out there, Takia Singh and Frankie Corrado.
Alrighty, Frankie, we are looking at forwards again. 3 of the top 5 are off the board, and then there were 2.
We're doing okay. We got names available.
Yeah, we've got Ehlers still and Michael Granlund. Can you tell us a bit about Michael Granlund?
Listen, Michael Granlund has been a very productive player the last couple seasons, had a strong playoffs with the Dallas Stars, but, 60-plus points now the last 2 seasons each. And, with the San Jose Sharks and the Dallas Stars, for me, an intelligent playmaker who's going to add a lot to your lineup, and someone, of course, that you can trust to play some penalty kill minutes. A guy who's a forward who has some skill, who's playing anywhere between 18 to 20 minutes a night, and it's the shiftiness, the evasiveness, the ability to make plays. He brings all of that to the table. I just like the fact that there's a little bit of deception to his game, but he doesn't have to do too much to harness it. You can see here just using his eyes in a really nice way to beat Stuart Skinner. This is back in the playoffs. So Michael Granlund is going to be a player that'll be productive still. He's only 31, 32 years old, and there will be a team that will be really happy with the intelligence that he brings to the table.
All right, well, speaking of age, we got another 30-year-old left winger in Jonathan Drouin on the list. What do you think about him?
Okay, Jonathan Drouin's an interesting one because if you look at his numbers this season, he spent some time hurt, but he was really productive, 37 points in 43 games. The fear with Jonathan Drouin is always going to be how much term are you willing to attach to this type of player? Right. He's kind of proved himself a little bit here in Colorado the last couple seasons. For me, if Colorado would have you back, why not stay there? Jonathan Drouin, you don't want to mess with Happy at times, but maybe Colorado's in one of those situations where they just can't afford to have him back. So, for him and where he might be a good fit, there's a number of teams that can always use a skilled player, someone who can make plays with the puck. But the thing you're always going to be weary of is just how much term do you have to attach to a player like Jonathan Drouin. But he has earned a higher AAV than the $2.5 million he is currently coming off of.
Yeah, well, listen, Jonathan Drouin had 0.86 points per game last season, the 5th best on Colorado.
All right, thank you, gang. I'm back with the panel here. I had a note from a viewer on social media, and they asked a very pertinent question. They said, why does everybody on the panel have laptops except for O? And I guess there's only two answers to that question, that O's mind is a computer, or that he does not do any research either before the show or during the show. So which one would be the answer?
What research is there to do? I know all the players. I know the teams. It's just about what they signed for. What do I need to study?
James,
recent numbers.
In defensive O, we know prior to the World Junior Tournament, he goes around the world scouting the players, puts in a lot of, and nobody knows what he's doing. He puts in the work. He just makes it look easy.
And speaking French?
Yeah. Look at the players we're talking about today. What is everyone else doing on their laptop? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
No, I wasn't questioning you. I just wanted to provide an answer for the viewers out there, and you've provided the answer too. I think you've said it well. The gang was talking about back there the possibility of offer sheets, which, in my mind, they've been used too sparsely over the time that they've been available. I guess the last 20 years under CBAs, just because it would bring chaos to a day like that. And there seemed to be...
Just put teams in a pinch, too, where they just have no
There was
option.
reluctance / collusion. But then the Blues come along last year and you... So what were we going to say?
But even if you offer sheet someone and they accept it and it's matched, it still hurts the teams that match them because they're paying them more than they wanted to.
Right.
Either whether you get the player and it's good, or they keep the player, it's also good.
So then why don't they get used more?
Because I think it was a lot. Well, Craig, you say you're in the GM's chair because everyone's being nice to each other, all buddy-buddy.
Well, I love what Doug Armstrong said last year when he was asked, well, you know, if Ken Holland was still the manager in Edmonton, he wouldn't have put the offer sheet. He goes, Doug said if my mother was the manager in Edmonton, I would have put an offer sheet in. Because Doug's bold and he's cutthroat. You know, they were talking about Bowen Byram.
Yeah.
And I know, I think part of the problem is, and I think this is a real significant problem with offer sheets, and CJ was talking about it, he says, well, try to the sweet spot 7.02 million. No, Bowen Byram, give up the first, second, and third round pick. Go to the higher end. A first round pick will help you, what, in 5 years? Second round pick, flip a coin, and the third round pick, good luck.
But what I mentioned earlier, what about the possibility of Gavin McKenna next year? And is that, even though it's a low odds, depending what the team is?
But a good team, St. Louis wasn't worried about those are the teams.
Right.
San Jose's not going to put an offer sheet in on Bowen Byram.
No.
Right. Bowen Byram's a really good player. And everybody, I remember Bob Clark back in 06, I believe it was. Ryan Kessler, he was playing in the minors, and they put an offer sheet in on Ryan Kessler. It was the right guy at the right thing. All they have to do was make it a first-round pick. Because now Vancouver say we got a first-round pick, but because it was only a second-round pick and Ryan was a first-round pick, they had to match it. Bob Clark could have had him.
I just don't understand why we're talking about another kind of good quality young player leaving Buffalo. Like, we've seen, there's been like memes and tweets of all the good players that are ending up playing in the NHL and are great players that have left this organization. Why is this guy all of a sudden on the way out too? I don't get it.
Darlene and Owen Power are ahead of him in terms of power play.
Have you watched what Owen Power does on a nightly basis? I'm not sure what he does on a nightly basis, but he's not making massive impacts in hockey games. So
he's got a big long contract though.
Buffalo is the opposite of Florida. People want to stay in Florida because they win. People want to leave Buffalo because they don't think they can win.
See, I think that the sweet spot, CJ, is the second, third liners that you can get a team. Like, we had to make a list of potential offer sheet candidates. My list had Hofer on it. He got re-signed before it happened. My list had Heineman on it from Montreal. He got traded because I think Montreal knew they were in pinch. Right. My sheet had Keandre Miller on it. He was traded. And my last guy was Will Cooley. Like, where you don't have to give up a first and a second and a third. You can give up a second-round pick, but force the Rangers to pay Will Cooley $4.7 million. They don't want to do that when they're cash-strapped. Like, I think those ones should be easier. Because you're Will Cooley. I'm like, hey, I'm going to make $4.7 the rest of my career, minimum, or I get to stay with the Rangers. Either way, it works out. It feels, if you can get the players to agree, and that might be the hardest thing, Craig, getting a player to agree to sign the offer sheet, to risk either irritating the organization that he stays with or leaving a spot that he's comfortable.
Yeah. Well, Dylan Holloway last year said he talked to Leon Draisaitl before saying he would go to St. Louis, and Leon said, go get your money. Yeah. Go get your money.
Even Matthew Tkachuk said that, right? Remember? Talking about his VFAs? Go get your money. Players never begrudge players going to get money.
Not at all.
But sometimes I think Matthew said that, and then at the same time, he's like, guys, we got to sign you guys.
He's sitting in the pool with Marchand on Instagram with his drinks, right?
Right, down in Bahamas or whatever it may be. So we'll see if we get an offer sheet before today is done. For now,
let's need a computer for that conversation, Jim.
I guess you did not. You did not. Oh, touche. Here's your cohort, Brian Hayes.
All right, thanks, James. And as you guys have been pointing out, we're a couple of hours into free agency now, and these guys were talking about the potential for offer sheets. think there's a lot of fan bases throughout the league looking at the respective teams saying, just do anything. Right? Forget offer sheets, do something. I would look at Edmonton. They just mentioned last year with Holloway and Broberg, and it's just been players going out. Kane and Perry and Brown and Arvidsson, and a couple of those moves simply cap dumps. But McDavid and Oilers Nation are watching saying, what are you going to do here? Who else do you have in mind, Emily, that you think needs to snap out of it and start making moves?
Well, I'm sitting here staring at Puckpedia, and shout out to Puckpedia, by the way. What would any of us do without them today? And I see the Red Wings with over $17 million in cap space, and I'm like, okay, Stevie Y, let's get going here. Like, the Red Wings, their biggest issues last year were consistency, being harder to play against, and goaltending. And they took care of goaltending. They got John Gibson. I'm excited to see what he looks like with Cam Talbot. But what else can they do here? They got rid of Vlad Tarasenko, didn't have to use a buyout. We knew that wasn't a fit. And I know that these players, they just need something to get them going heading into training camp to get rid of that 9-year playoff drought. Remember hearing Dylan Larkin after the season, Steve Yzerman didn't like those comments. But I remember 2 years ago when Patrick Kane chose them, and the guys said, someone chose us. Like, he believed in us, and that gave them a huge boost. Well, at the trade deadline this year, when they did nothing, you saw the team fall off. So I just feel like going into training camp next season, there needs to be something else besides John Gibson that gives this team something to be excited about. Something also lost in the mix is in that market. The Tigers are awesome. The Lions are doing great. The Pistons made the playoffs this year. You can't get lost in Detroit.
Hockey Town USA, she's right. I mean, the other teams are playing pretty well down there in Detroit. Who do you have in mind?
I'm looking right at the Winnipeg Jets. This is a team that caught everybody by surprise last year by winning the President's Trophy. They have the Hart Trophy and Vezina guy in net and Connor Hellebuck. They're going to lose Nikolai Ehlers. They missed out on Brock Besser. They signed Jonathan Toews. I think it's a good value signing, but what do we know what Jonathan Toews is going to be? Guy hasn't played in the NHL for 2 years. So what are the Winnipeg Jets doing to improve their roster? They always have a hard time signing guys in the free agent market. They have assets to go out there and make trades to bring in that impact because they got to the second round last year, and I think this team can get better, can take that next step, especially with that core group in place. What are they going to do to help the loss of Nikolai Ehlers?
I think that's what a lot of people in Winnipeg, throughout Manitoba, are waiting to see. I think we have someone on the line, though, that's going to be pretty popular in Toronto for the foreseeable future, like he has been the last couple of years. Go ahead, James.
Yes, Brian, Matthew Nyes is going to join us in just a second. Just again, for people just tuning in, I just wanted to go through some of the deals and the bigger deals. And the Besser, 7.25 AAV, $50.75 million. That's the biggest deal dollar-wise of the day. Gavrikov with the Rangers, 7 years and $49 million. Another guy who got a sizable deal and well-deserved is Matthew Nyes, who signs with the Toronto Maple Leafs for 7 more years. Joins us now from Minnesota. In the end, obviously, I always take money out of the equation when I ask this question, but what made you want to commit to Toronto long-term?
Yeah, I think, I love the staff there. I love the players. We get treated phenomenally, and I think it's just a great spot for me. I think we really have a winning culture, and I think, I really trust in Tree Living and Berube and the rest of the staff to, create a great team and give us the best chance to win.
Matthew, we were just talking about offer sheets. Did you even entertain the idea of possibly entertaining an offer sheet?
No, that wasn't on my mind at all. I want to be a Toronto Maple Leaf for good. I love it there, and it's what I call home now. So, it wasn't a thought in my head for sure.
Your team was up 2-0 on Florida. I'm sorry to bring this up, and it was painful. Up 3-1 in that hockey game, go to overtime in Game 3. You end up being the only team to take Florida to 7 games. Is that a good thing to think about or a bad thing to think about because of what could have happened?
A little bit of both. I think it shows confidence that we're just as good as the other teams in that playoff scenario. I think we're as close as it could have gone in that Game 7. I think you obviously want to kind of throw it away and not think about it too much. But yeah, I think it gives us a little bit of confidence knowing that, you know, we still have the ability to get ourselves there and put ourselves in a good position. But yeah, I think it was definitely a learning curve for us there.
I think you probably all saw it coming, but how difficult was it to watch your line mate, Mitch Marner, go to Vegas?
Yeah, I mean, it's sad to see him go. He's an incredible player, incredible person. Yeah, I wasn't excited to see that at all. You know, I think getting to play with him for the past 2 years, it's been incredible, and you know, getting to learn from him, I can't thank him enough for what he did. And but yeah, I think we're excited for the group we have. I think we still have some, you know, huge pieces coming back, and obviously some great players still there. So I'm excited for this year. I think we're going to have a good group.
And finally, you're in the blue and white for a long time, but what would it mean to you to wear the red, white, and blue for Team USA in the Olympics next year?
Yeah, I mean, it'd be awesome. You know, I have to obviously earn that opportunity, and yeah, I'm gonna, you know, try to work my hardest at the beginning of the season to give myself a shot. But yeah, it would be pretty special. I got to do it already a few times, and you know, it's some of the most memorable you know, moments in my hockey career. So you know, that would be pretty special.
Matthew, we appreciate your time on this day, and have a great summer, and we look forward to seeing you again in the fall.
Thank you so much.
And there's Matthew Nyes signing a 7-year extension with the Toronto Maple Leafs at $7.75 million per year. 2 hours plus into the free agent frenzy here on TSN. Back with more after this.
Deserve a fantastic pizza with 4 different topping combinations. So there's something for the whole team!
Get a fantastic 4-in-1 pizza, only $9.99 at Little Caesars. I'm ready.
We know that the remarkable happens when East meets West, coming alive in our shared passions, our creative pursuits. And here in Sapporo, you too can discover the remarkable where East meets West.
On a distant world, you face the enemy. And all the while, you were vacuuming. Audible. There's more to imagine when you listen.
My spot, mic drop. My spot, mic drop.
This summer, the center of the soccer world is right here. The world's best, the world's game, all in your backyard. 4 major moments. One summer like no other. Learn more at MLSsoccer.com/summer.
Okay, how about this? Would you rather battle a dragon or 50 mini dragons? How small is mini?
I don't know.
Small, like up to your knees?
But do they breathe fire?
Dude, they're dragons.
Okay, easy.
But it's like mini fire, you know?
What's mini fire?
It's the same physical properties as regular fire, except it burns at a lower temperature.
I'm going with the 50 little dragons.
No, you're wrong.
Why? The bigger the dragon, the less mobile.
Thanks for talking to me, man. Even though you just got torched. Oh, man, by the way, I need like 17 quarters.
The Silverado Trail Boss. And a little work. And a little play. And a truck that says no to nothing. And Chevrolet.
The Chevrolet employee pricing event is back on Silverado Crew Cab models. Get up to $11,300 cash purchase credit on a Silverado ZR2 now.
And Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Hockey supremacy
the free world is up for grabs tonight. 3 tilts in 9 seconds. Stopped by Bennington.
I just hope Canada's proud.
We waited 11 years for those 3 fights in 9 seconds and what was a legacy overtime winner by Connor McDavid. But the good news is that was just the appetizer, because the NHLers are going back to the Olympics for the first time since 2014. I know it's a free agent frenzy, and the ticker will continue to show signings at the bottom of the screen, but we needed to take a couple minutes. The TSN consensus, all the analysts came together. This is all we're going to be talking about all year, so why not start on July 1st? We put together Canada's Olympic team. It is the great debate. Let's get to it. As you can see, Hyman, McDavid, Point, Crosby, McKinnon, Konechny, Hagel, Suzuki, Marner, Reinhart, Bennett, Wilson, Marchand, Scheifele. You see all the defense as well. 6 players led by Sidney Crosby and Connor McDavid have already been named to the team. So we have about 18 panels in here today. We're going to use them all. We're going to break it down position by position and begin with the goaltenders. Gino Reda and company, defend your goalies.
Well, let's start with the fact that going into the Four Nations, gentlemen, when we asked you guys what you thought of Canada's goaltending chances, you guys all figured it was going to be Canada's Achilles heel. Now, you guys have gotten together and you voted. You voted on Jordan Binnington, Sam Montembeault, and Logan Thompson. Now that that is the case, now that you've named these 3 guys, all of them, save percentages of 900 or better, all of them exceeded your personal expectations. Is goaltending now no longer Canada's Achilles heel going to the Olympic Games?
It doesn't have to be a focal point, because we saw what Jordan Binnington did, especially in overtime. So you can't just leading up to it going, what's going to go on in net between the pipes with Canada's goaltending, because Binnington answered those questions. So it's not the Achilles heel. And I should give a little love that I had Darcy Kemper on my list, but I was overruled by the other goaltending panel. But in the end, I think it's not the Achilles heel.
I do like Darcy Kemper, but Logan Thompson did so much with the Washington Capitals, the best team in the East, and he was their #1 goalie, that I got to give Logan Thompson some love. But when you look at Team Canada's goaltending, for me, it could go like last year. It went positive last year, especially with Binnington in overtime late, like he made some big saves, but it could go the other way. So I'm still in between. I don't think it's the Achilles heel, but I'm still in between. Compare them to USA and other countries. I think Canada is a little behind, but at the same time, I think that Binnington did great. Montembeault could be a good support. And look, Aiden Hill, unfortunately, we're going to take you out. We'll put Logan Thompson in just because if we had picked in February last year, Logan Thompson would have been on that team.
Weeksy, where do you land?
I echo all of that. I think that it's going to be a strength for them. We got to start with Jordan Binnington. My man, Jordan Binnington, won Game 7 on the road in the Stanley Cup Final in Boston, in Beantown. And he was great for them last year in the Four Nations face-off. Sam Montembeault had a really big year in Montreal. He's really progressed under my guy, Marty St. Louis. And, of course, Logan Thompson, he, too, has been a part of a Stanley Cup winning team. He had a massive season in Washington. And I should say this. He was second in save percentage in the playoffs. Only to who? Sergei Bobrovsky.
All right. You got, in a quick answer right now, your #1 goalie. I understand the fact you want to see what happens between the start of the season and February. But right now, as it stands right now, who's your #1 going to the Olympic Games for Canada?
Well, it's Jordan Binnington. I mean, that's my guy. He ended up doing it last year for the Four Nations face-off. Why would he not do it again heading in there?
And look, it could change because we've seen Brodeur be the #1, Luongo come in, take over. It could change, but I'm going Binnington. But the other 2 are close behind him. And at any moment, I'm willing to switch if it's not going the right way.
Weeksy?
I'm going Jordan Winnington. That's what I'm going with, Gene.
All right, going to the Four Nations Cup. Quick answer. You got 5 seconds or less. Overwhelming favorite goaltending was Team USA. Are they still the #1? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, they have 4 to pick from.
Weeksy?
Yes. In terms of depth, yes.
All right. Interesting. The first 6 players on each team was announced just 2 weeks ago. Canada did not announce a goaltender as one of their first 6, James.
Yeah, well, that is probably of all the positions, the one you want to wait for to the very end because of what you guys were talking about, the fact that you want the hottest guy. I mean, there was questions about Jordan Binnington basically until overtime of that gold medal game of the Four Nations when he made all those spectacular saves. We move to the blue line now, and look at the stellar panel of blue liners. Frankie Corrado, multiple-time world champion, Olympic champion Cheryl Pounder, the great Carlo Koliakovo, and Barry Colt's legend on the back end.
Don't forget Sarnia. Sarnia,
yeah, I got traded to Sarnia.
You got traded to Sarnia?
Yeah, oh yeah, it's on my hockey DB page.
I'm sorry,
I have a hockey DB page.
Guy
is legitimate.
We need a computer.
Look it up.
We should say one guy who had to take out Petrangelo, who of course has taken himself back from hockey because of the hips. We wish him all the best, but you have 8 quality names on there. Go.
Yeah, basically taking a page out of the Florida Panthers book here when it comes to the Four Nations face-off. We're running it back, right? Travis Sanheim is out. Mackenzie Weegar is in, but beyond that, it's effectively the same roster, at least when it comes to the defense. Why do we feel that that's the right play for Canada, Frank?
I like that this blue line is mobile without giving up any kind of sandpaper or size, because you still have lengthy players like Colton Parayko. You still have a little bit of grit, and like the way Drew Doughty plays, he'll play in your face type of hockey. And Mackenzie Weegar makes my team every day of the week because he's such a swing guy. He plays the right side, he plays the left side, super versatile. And Thomas Harley really showed why he deserves to be there based on his play at the Four Nations face-off.
I would agree with you wholeheartedly on that one. Remember, you're not on this traditional Olympic size ice, right? So now that ice is a little bit smaller. So now you've got that forecheck coming at you. Look at the forward group that you have. You have to be able to transition and move that puck up quickly to your forward group. I think this is a mobile cast that can do it. And you look at, even Doughty on this list. I thought that at the Four Nations, he did move that puck up well. His first pass was very efficient. So now when you're looking at 8, now all of a sudden you can slot him in, and there's no Bouchard here, and you look at that because he is more one-dimensional.
That's
right?
significant.
He's one-dimensional, and so when you look at the likes of Makar, who is going to be your quarterback on PP1, you've got Morrissey, you've got Harley, you've got Theodore. You got to be able to play on both sides of the puck.
Yeah, and the one omission for me is Aaron Ekblad. I mean, did we not? Did we just not watch the Florida Panthers win back-to-back Stanley Cups?
He's the ninth guy.
Him leading the way for the Florida Panthers on the back end. I mean, look at. You talked about all the power play guys. You need guys to kill penalties. You need guys to be physical, especially against that U.S. roster. To me, Aaron Ekblad, he's younger. He's got a good resume. I think he should be on this team.
Different rules, though, right? Four Nations was NHL.
Exactly.
We showed fighting out of the gate. There's no fighting when you get to the Olympic Games.
Right.
That's very, very significant.
Yeah. Aaron Ekblad would be the guy if you think that Drew Doughty is not necessarily up to speed this year, because last year, he didn't play. But
he's got to be on this team.
He got up to
doesn't he,
speed
Frankie?
pretty quickly. For me, Drew Doughty is on the team, but if somehow the wheels fall off, which I can't imagine is going to happen, he's just way too good of a player, Aaron Ekblad's that next player in. I would have thought last year when Petrangelo couldn't play on that team, you were going to go Ekblad just simply because it's like the most plug-and-play type thing. They're both right-handed shots. They both play like 23, 25 minutes a night, all situations. Now, they didn't do it, but I think Aaron Ekblad deserves a lot of consideration for this team, just like Carlos said.
And look, they're all great candidates. I mean, each guy deservingly deserves a chance to play on this team. It's going to be interesting to see who they pick out of the 8, but I think Ekblad should be in the conversation for the 8.
Ekblad not there. Evan Bouchard not there.
You had Bouchard on your team?
I had Bouchard on my team. Absolutely.
In your
James? In my hut. In my hut. In O-Dog's hut. Go ahead, James.
Well, now to the only position that truly matters, at least according to the 2 gentlemen to my left right now, and that would be the forwards. And obviously there's a lot of obvious names in this list. But first of all, the question, guys that were left out, why is it important to you that the names that we did not see at the Four Nations, Zach Hyman and Tom Wilson, why is it important to have them on your list of forwards?
Well, Zach Hyman, you look at him and the chemistry with Connor McDavid and just his ability to go get him the puck. And Tom Wilson, and I'm not saying at the Olympics we could have a repeat of what happened at the Four Nations and have 3 fights. But if there is, he might be capable of being involved in all 3 and handling who's ever on the other side all by himself. But not just because of that, James. I think if you watch Tom Wilson, and for the haters out there that just think he's a goon and he runs people over and hits people from behind, he makes good plays. He can play in all situations. He's a smart player. He can skate. He's physical. He creates turnovers, and he can score. He's a great player, and he can do it all.
Yeah, he can skate. I think that's really important.
Very important.
He's used to playing with good players. He's understanding that. I think chemistry, it's a short tournament. You don't have a lot of practice. And I think we saw in the Four Nations, Connor McDavid's such a great player. It wasn't the easiest to find players that could play with him. You thought Marner and Reinhart, that makes a lot of sense. Didn't really work out that way in the end. So bringing in Hyman, a guy you know can do the work with McDavid so successfully together, and the fact that Braden Point, who would usually be down the middle because he's so great there, it's almost more important that he plays with McDavid. They had some chemistry at the moments. He can get up and down the ice and finish plays. So I think trying to build your roster, no one in a little bit that they played together, the Four Nation, who works with who, that does factor in how you set this up.
In saying that, James, John Cooper, it was like he made assessments after the first period. What was working, who was going. So just because there was chemistry or you played with a guy, after the first period, all bets were off with that guy.
Also,
he's going to find who was going.
Yeah. Nick Suzuki making this team. I know he didn't play in the Four Nations. I know he hasn't played a lot internationally for Canada, hasn't played in the World Championships. He is such a good player.
Yes.
He is such a good third-line centerman. It allows you to move Point out of the middle and know that as that tournament goes on, Nick Suzuki will be fine with whatever you ask him to do, score, power play, penalty kill, defense, whatever. Doesn't matter if he doesn't have experience playing for Canada at the men's level. He's going to be on this team.
Is there somebody, the guys we're talking about, Bouchard left off the team? Any guys you really struggled with?
Well, I mean, Anthony Cirelli.
Guys,
I think you have Bedard and Celebrini.
Yeah.
You know, could one of those two guys take a big step? Owen and I chewed on this for a really long time together. We really grinded on our picks to see who might make it on those bubble spots. It's Brad Marchand. Can you expect him to be...
Not even. I didn't do it.
Is Brad Marchand going to be what he was last year? I think we all think he will be, but is there a chance that maybe he moves off the roster if it doesn't go as well as you might want? But...
Cirelli's an interesting guy. He's one of Coop's guys, and Coop, if he wants him on the team, he's going to be on the team. So,
and I'll just say this: I think Owen and I talked about this quite a bit as well, extensively. Travis Konechny. O was not sure.
I just thought he was a guy that was in and out of the lineup.
Incredibly bullish on Konechny mattering this team.
You are.
I am.
See, I would be more bullish on Mark Scheifele being a positive impact.
I think Konechny is a connector.
Right.
And I've seen him play at the World Championship with Nathan McKinnon.
It's a good line.
Yeah.
And he and McKinnon play really well together. Wherever he goes, good things happen. I would want him on my team.
We always have to have a twist when we have a roster reveal like this. And you also can't do a roster without our chief scout, Craig Button. The twist is that he has been issued 2 vetoes for this consensus roster that we have done. So
don't you dare.
I have a feeling, knowing Craig, he's not going to say, I think I'll pass. They did a great job. So let's start on D. You have a D veto. What would you like to do with it?
Oh, they disrespected you. That defense panel totally disrespected you.
Thank you.
You think Evan Bouchard is one of the top defensemen in the league. So do I. He's on this team. And the fact that they disrespected you in that manner, it disappoints me more than anything. I know everybody has their own ideas and everything. But Evan Bouchard, when you consider what he does when it matters the most, he is that good.
Wait a second, though. I think there was one day on Overdrive, he had him in the hut as one of the greatest defensemen in the league. And 2 days later, he was out of the hut. He wasn't even on the lake.
Jimmy, look at when the chips are down, the way the guy produces and contributes to winning. Take a look at it. Craig, go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm with you. So, the 1987 Canada Cup team, arguably the best Canada Cup team ever, Coffey, Bork, Hartsburg, Murphy, and Patrick. The 91 team, Coffey, McInnes, Desjardins, Murphy. Don't tell me that we need guys that are shutdown guys. These are top defensemen. And you can put these guys in different positions. Listen, who you take out? Thomas Harley played 2 games. He's been terrible. He was terrible in the playoffs. Terrible in the playoffs. Mackenzie Weegar's off my team. I'll keep Harley in there because he was on the team last year.
Harley was good when he played, though. Coming out of nowhere.
Yeah, he did. He did play for 2 games, and then the playoffs started, and he wasn't very good. And to me, Bouchard's on my team. And I want guys that can produce offense. I want pressure on the opponent.
Okay.
Do we get a chance to respond?
Yeah, you do. Hey, just one question, though. What are you responding to, the disrespect to O or my veto?
He disrespects himself a lot of times with his own commentary. We'll leave him out of it. But you guys go ahead. Speak on behalf of the defense panel here. We didn't have Bouchard on, and we want to re-veto.
For what reason? Tell me what reason he's not on.
Well, he wasn't on the Four Nations. He wasn't at the Four Nations, and they just won that tournament.
Well, Weegar wasn't on it either, Brian.
Okay, I think the first thing has to be, what is your trust factor in a tournament like that where one turnover can be the difference? He's just too prone to having those types of moments where it's a lapse, it's a loss of focus. And I think those guys that are the 8 guys there, a little more trustworthy, and Evan Bouchard's not knocking Cale Makar off your first power play unit, and either Josh Morrissey or Shea Theodore's playing your second unit, and you have a left-handed shot, so a couple different looks.
Boom. Well, not boom. Like, if you're talking about like the games being critical, what do you think 2 marches to the Stanley Cup Finals are? Not critical, where everything overtimes and this guy's on the ice contributing?
I don't know.
You think Connor McDavid tells the coach,
Stanley
don't play Evan Bouchard in overtime? Wrong.
Well, listen, that's valid. I mean, he's a big game player.
They have no choice but to play Evan Bouchard. Team Canada has a choice. They don't have to have him on this team. They have guys that they might trust more.
It's a one-game set too, right? You're not playing a series. This is a one-game set where you're looking at going with what you think in the balance within your lineup. You said it for me. When you've got Makar, you've got Morrissey, you've got guys that are going to be on your PP1. To me, that is where the difference is. All of these guys can create points.
Of this debate, it's time to move on.
Oh, come on.
We have to go.
Come on.
The defensive panel has had more than their share of time. It's time for veto. No matter what, I can't shut them up.
I think we shall talk.
Why don't you guys do an alternative panel on TSN2 for the rest of the 2 hours? Veto number 2, Craig, if you wish, as forwards.
Listen, Sam Reinhart's playing on my second line with Nathan McKinnon, not Travis Konecny, who's off the team. I know Mike loves him and everything. Konechny's off the team. And I'm moving Marchand up. Hagel and Sam Bennett and Tom Wilson can be my muscle line, my energy, my heavy line. And Macklin Celebrini's on my team. That's who I'm putting on, and I'm taking Konechny out.
That's official.
Okay. How you put Celebrini on there?
He's my extra forward. I get 14 guys.
But you want to connect. He's more versatile and a greater offensive creator.
He played 2 games in the Four Nations, and Macklin Celebrini had better offense this year than Travis Konechny.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
Right there.
Konechny had 75 points.
He was Macklin Celebrini was right there.
Right. But you connect. Celebrini's not going to help you penalty killing.
I want it.
You're not going to want Celebrini on the ice when you need it prprotecting the lead or a close game.
I don't want a young guy. You're saying you're only penalizing Macklin Celebrini because he's 19 years old.
No.
And I saw it in 06 when they didn't name Sidney Crosby. Don't make the same mistake by not naming Macklin Celebrini.
I'm well aware Taves and Doughty were really good in 2010 when they were young players. I'm well aware of that. I'm just saying at this point in connecting what he brings offensively, he can do more things than Celebrini now already.
I disagree.
Oh.
For the record,
that's why I put them on TSN3, Jimmy.
Forward debate on TSN3. When you put your feet up on the table, I was going to note 2:38 p.m. Eastern Time. O has officially checked out of the free agent frenzy. And Gino notes correctly, no vetoes used on the goaltenders. Let's have a look then at the final roster. So that includes Craig's vetoes, correct? Okay, so Craig has had the final vetoes, which moves Marchand up to the second line. Travis Konechny, really good player, gets moved off the team. Macklin Celebrini gets moved in, and Evan Bouchard makes the team as the 8th defenseman. Craig, is he the 8th defenseman? Is that fair to say, or no? Okay, power play 2. He's the power play 2 guy. So there you go, TSN's Olympic roster, which will change about 87 times before we actually get to see the roster later this year.
Canadians like to pack a lot into summer, kind of like a Harvey's seasoned chicken wrap. Packed with your choice of grilled, buffalo, or crispy chicken, and topped just the way you like. Pack Harvey's wraps into your summer.
It's a beautiful thing. And what's the deal with kids?
Don't get up, because it looks like you're having a moment. So carry on, because when you sell your car to Clutch, we do all the heavy lifting. Get a firm cash offer in seconds. Just choose a time for us to pick up your car. And you get paid on the spot. Done. Sell your car 100% online. That's Clutch.
Superman.
Miss Lane.
Recently, you've come under a lot of fire for what some might. It's a lot.
I stopped a war.
You seemingly acting as a representative of the United States.
I wasn't representing anybody except for me. And doing good.
I would question myself in the same situation.
People were going to die. Hey, buddy. Eyes up here.
Locked in a stare down with Mother Nature, some wilt, but others push forward. They are the real ones, and they drink a real good light beer. Slim and Clear 2.0. Real ones know.
Liberace, I love you. Hey, boy, what you eat? Hamburger, give me some greedy. I bet you can't say eeny, meeny, gypsalini, ooh, pop, pop, bellini, achi, cachi, Liberace, I love you. Eeny, meeny, gypsalini, ooh, pop, pop, bellini, I love you.
We know that the remarkable happens when East meets West, coming alive in our shared passions, our creative pursuits. And here in Sapporo, you too can discover the remarkable where East meets West.
Canadians like to pack a lot into summer, kind of like a Harvey's seasoned chicken wrap. Packed with your choice of grilled, buffalo, or crispy chicken, and topped just the way you like. Pack Harvey's wraps into your summer.
Free Agent Frenzy is presented by Harvey's. Beat the heat with a creamy hand-spun shake or a frozen drink all summer long. Harvey's, it's a beautiful thing.
Great time, beginning of July, summer, free agent season, and Wimbledon. Coverage continues tomorrow with early round action. Gets underway at 6 a.m. Eastern, 3 a.m. Pacific on TSN and on TSN+. Approaching 3 o'clock Eastern time on the first day of NHL free agency. To update you on the latest moves, here's Gordon Miller with the Insiders.
All right. Everybody ready? Okay, so just checking.
Take attendance.
CJ, the LA Kings and new general manager Ken Holland have been very busy today.
Yes, he's taken no time here, I guess, to put a stamp on the team, and specifically his blue line. Cody Ceci, a former face, of course, that Ken Holland was familiar with in Edmonton, gets a 4-year deal with the Kings at $4.5 million. Brian Dumoulin, another defenseman with some Stanley Cup pedigree, lands in LA on a 3-year deal at $4 million. And he gets a backup goaltender, Anton Forsberg, coming over from Ottawa on a 2-year deal. And so you add that to the work earlier in the day, getting Corey Perry, Yoel Armia, and you're starting to see Ken Holland's fingerprints on a roster that he took over recently.
All right, Pierre LeBrun, you've been talking about the D carousel today, and it started with Gavrikov signing with New York, but there's more moves on their way.
Yeah, so Nate Schmidt, they just didn't have cap room in Florida, the Cup champions, to keep Nate Schmidt. They loved him, but they weren't going to compete with this. $3.5 million a year times 3 years for Nate Schmidt with the Utah Mammoth. And the interesting thing is, Nate Schmidt leaves, and his replacement is Jeff Petrie on a league minimum contract plus bonuses. Now follow this. A couple of years ago, OEL gets bought out by Vancouver, signs a cheap deal in Florida, wins a cup, and then gets $3.5 million a year in Toronto a year ago. Nate Schmidt goes for a cheap deal last year to Florida, wins a cup, gets $3.5 million. I'm not saying Jeff Petrie's going to get $3.5 million in a year, but he probably was wise to accept Florida's offer.
Yeah, and you wonder how some of this, I mean, again, there are seats being filled here by these teams, especially when you look at the depth defensemen. You know, I go back to Ken Holland and the Los Angeles Kings. Again, earlier we talked about the Bowen Byram situation, how that's developing with the Buffalo Sabres. And the belief was at that time, LA could be a player in that, along with Vegas or Calgary or the St. Louis Blues. Well, now, does Holland reconsider if something develops on the Byram front, offer sheet, et cetera? So there's lots of things that's still in play there.
All right, and I think you have some news.
Jonathan Drouin is a New York Islander, signs a 2-year deal. Still working on the money on that one. But
$4 million AAV.
Bobby Mack says $4 million for Jonathan Drouin on a 2-year deal with the Islanders.
All right, there you go.
Is my mic working? Because they keep telling me my mic's not working, but my mic is on. I better give me a new mic.
I'm on your train. I'm out.
Here, I'll tweet for you.
All right, thank you, guys. Get Bobby back a mic. We continue here on the Free Agent Frenzy to update you on the latest. Let's hear from Frankie Corrado with Tequila.
Thanks, James. Well, a couple defensemen get signed. Frankie, what do you think of the Cody Ceci signing?
All right, the Los Angeles Kings had some money to spend, and they're spending it on the blue line. And it's interesting because last year they went out and they spent a lot of money on Joel Edmondson, big defenseman. Now, Cody Ceci, a bigger defenseman, not huge, but someone who's very familiar with Ken Holland and someone who can play on the penalty kill. And for me, a steady guy, not overly flashy. And then they go out and they get Brian Dumoulin. So what are the Los Angeles Kings doing? They're trying to spend that money on defensemen that are bigger and a little more robust. And, you know, if you look at who they had last year, they had Jordan Spence, a small right-handed defenseman. He's gone. He's with the Ottawa Senators. Someone like Kyle Burrows is going to have a harder time making that lineup. Brant Clark, a young right-handed shot defenseman, is going to have a harder time playing more prominent minutes. So Brian Dumoulin, a veteran, a couple Stanley Cups, he comes into the fold for the Los Angeles Kings. All of a sudden, you're looking at a top 4 or 5 that features Drew Doughty, Mikey Anderson, Dumoulin, Cody Ceci, and Joel Edmondson. They really have bulked up on the back end in Los Angeles.
All right, Frankie, on our top 45 list, we had 2 40-year-olds. We saw Corey Perry sign with LA. Speaking of LA, that leaves us with Brent Burns. Now, at a young 40, how much do you think he's got left in the tank?
He's got to have a little bit left in the tank. Like, this is the NHL's Iron Man, 925 consecutive games now for Brent Burns, and still plays a decent amount of minutes per game. Yeah, he's not the Brent Burns that's flying up and down the ice the way he used to be, but still someone who can give you a little bit of offense from the back end, and one of those guys that, you know, has a little versatility to his game. He is clearly not going to make the same $8 million that he has been making, and you're talking about a shorter-term deal with a reasonable AAV. But, you know, for a team that is looking for a solid, reliable depth option that gives you a little bit of offensive punch, Brent Burns can be that in a one-year situation. So we'll keep an eye on where maybe Brent Burns is headed.
And while Burns has played 1,497 games in his career, that's most out of any active player.
All right, thank you, Takia. Today marks kind of the end of our hockey season. Obviously, the insiders will be around on social media, and Overdrive will be around this summer, but I know O's going to be nowhere near it, so it might not necessarily be the full Overdrive staff. I think this, Brian Hayes, am I right? Is this the last sort of U3 Overdrive show for a little while?
Yeah, that is correct until the day after Labor Day, which comes quick this year.
Very quick.
It's like September 2nd, man.
Yeah.
September 2nd, we're back, and we're back in the fold. And on Overdrive, I would say there have been
so unnecessary.
Maybe 3 or 4 people we've talked about more than Mitch Marner in the last decade. Like maybe Austin Matthews.
Yes.
Maybe Connor McDavid. Probably not.
No,
like,
it's
probably
Marner.
Matthews and Mitch Marner.
And it would be a high percentage of those conversations, Hayes, that were positive because of all the contributions on the ice. The negative stuff would come playoff time when they didn't have success, and he was one of those guys you look to help get the team over the hump. And him, like his running mates, didn't get the job done. And that's where you get into the negative talk. And that's where I think you saw a side of Mitch Marner where it would be like, hey, why are you on me? It wasn't all my fault. And I don't think anybody was ever saying it was always on him and always his fault. He was a part of the group that couldn't get it done. And it's a story that's gone in a direction that I didn't think was going to happen. If you looked at, and he talked today in his note about how special it was to be drafted by the Maple Leafs, to play for the Maple Leafs, put the jersey on. He's made a lot of money here. I thought he was going to end up on Legends Row. I thought that's how the story...
That seems like almost impossible to believe now. Like Legends Row and Mitch Marner.
Did you not think during his duration, it's
Absolutely.
like the points he was accumulating, close to 100 points, all-star. I mean...
He's 5th all-time in points.
That's right. I thought it was trending towards Legends Row, and now he's a Vegas
Maybe at
Golden
the end
Knight.
of his career, he'll come back and sign a one-day contract. He loves those.
Oh, no. I don't want to see that happen either.
I don't see that one happening either. But, yeah, listen, it's the end of the Core 4 era. I think in the end, and we discussed it a lot on our show for the last 2 or 3 years, this was the right play for both parties.
Sure.
The Maple Leafs needed to change. Matthews is back. Nylander's back. They signed John Tavares. You couldn't bring Mitch Marner back and sell it to your fans that anything's going to be different in the future. So
they already tried that one, Brian, where they said, we like our players, we think they're great players, and we believe in them moving forward. There's no way anyone could possibly say that after winning 2 playoff series and all these years together in the playoffs. Not possible.
There's flexibility now for Tree to reshape this roster. It's going to look different. There is no player out there that you just plug in on the top line right wing and go, that guy's taking Mitch Marner's spot.
No.
It's going to be by committee. And that's the biggest thing. You're going to have to add depth to this group. Now, their power play is going to look different because he's a big part of it on the half wall. Their penalty kill is going to look different 5-on-5. How is Matthews and if you look at the rest of the group going to settle in not having an elite playmaker out there? But, you know, Matthew Nyes was a recipient of some great passes. In the end, it's going to have to be by committee. and Brad Treliving has flexibility financially to go and plug some of those holes.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Again, the core 4 is over, but the core 3 is still here.
Still there.
Like Matthews is still here. Nylander's still here. Tavares is still here. We presume Morgan Riley will return, the longest-standing Maple Leaf. Like, it's going to feel like very similar. So how do you get that DNA change if it's simply Marner out, Michelli and Waugh in? I mean, it's got to be more substantial than that.
Just not talking about, and I hope we never have to say it again, but knowing the Quizmaster and Lanesy, they love sending us documents with things like Core 4, now Core 3, whatever. You look at the Florida Panthers, it's about their team.
Right.
And they even talked about, and they were throwing barbs, but they were talking about the Edmonton Oilers and just wanting points. They just had a team that wanted to win. I'm so sick of talking about the core 4 and the individuals and their contracts. Like, you talk about Mitch Marner dominating our conversation. How much did we dedicate to contracts and the points and the individual itself? We got away from the purpose of all of this.
Last year, when you look at Austin Matthews' year, yes, you could say statistically it was a bit of a down year. But there were people in the organization that raved about his play because it was him giving up potentially maybe goals or plays to play on the right side of the puck. It might be William Nylander. He might not get 45 goals next year, but he might be a different player. He's going to have to assume a little bit more of a leadership role in that scenario with Mitch Marner in the absence of it, because it's on the right wing. He's their #1 right winger, regardless of whether you like it or not. He might not play with Matthews and Nyes, but he's your
based on ability and
he's
based
your
on
#1 guy.
Well, and Marner going to Vegas is a fascinating move for him because he has been criticized, I think fairly, that he hasn't stepped up in the biggest moments. Not alone. Right. Matthews hasn't done it at times. Nylander hasn't done it. Tavares hasn't done it. But you look at Marner's stats and his performances, games 5, 6, and 7 in the playoffs, they have not been good enough. That's in large part why we're in the position we're in today, where Marner had to go and the Leafs had to go in a different direction. He goes down to Vegas, which has been a team, right? Like, it's Jack Eichel's the man, but it's not guys chasing 100 points. No one in their history has hit that mark.
Still very cutthroat when it comes to playoff
Absolutely, and he's the highest paid player on the team now. No one's been paid $12 million in Vegas. Are we convinced he'll be that comfortable immediately? Like, is it guaranteed to work with Marner just stepping into Vegas?
It's going to come down to one situation, and that's very simple. Like, we know he's going to contribute in the regular season. He plays so much, and he's such a talented player that he has no choice almost but to have success. He's going to be put in situations, whether it be on the power play, he's going to be the first guy out on the penalty kill, and we know what he's going to do. But we're going to see if they get the Edmonton Oilers in the first round, how this guy can step up to contribute, because that's the team that's gone to the finals the last 2 years and that Vegas desperately wants to beat this year.
There is no guarantee that he immediately steps right in and settles into their system. Keep in mind, Vegas plays a lot different than the Toronto Maple Leafs, and the West is a lot different physically than the East, that style of play. So it might take him 20 games to get familiar with some of the players, develop some chemistry with his line mates. So there's no guarantee he's going to hit the ground running, but we do know he's a special player, and special players, they acclimate pretty quickly.
Yeah, and we talked to Barry Trotz this year. I don't know how much he's going to get that with that contract. Remember that legacy move that Barry talked about, where it takes guys time to kind of set.
And Marchessault.
I don't think that he's going to get that. No, I think
can't.
when you sign that contract and you're at the age he's at, this is supposed to. The design is for it to work immediately.
Well, and I think that's an important point. Like, the pressure is different in Toronto than in Vegas.
Yes.
Right?
It's performance pressure.
It's internal pressure.
Yes.
You walk into the room, there's champions in Vegas, and there's guys looking at you saying, you're the highest paid player now, you better help us win.
Yeah, it won't be the Twitter or the grocery store.
It'll be inside the room.
Yeah, the business.
Exactly.
Absolutely. James?
Well, gentlemen, I just, first of all, Overdrive, we all appreciate and love you. You guys have been, the show is one of the backbones of our network, and you guys had a fantastic year. Brian Hayes nominated for a Canadian Screen Award.
Awesome.
Should have won.
He was very mad, too, that you won. He was very mad.
Who
won that award?
Some overrated putts. Jamie McLennan, who worked Overdrive every day and somehow did about 100 games. I think he watched every second of every NHL game this year.
I try to.
And O-Dog, among his numerous accomplishments, O-Dog, you may have heard on Overdrive because they talked about it for a week straight, shot a 64 at the site of the Canadian Open, CPC. 64. Now, in honor of that, we produced these 64 hats for the entire...
Wow.
You guys backed him.
I'd love to wear it. Can I put it on?
You guys backed him. Yeah, of course. Put on.
I was told it was 62.
No, 64.
No, it's 64, man, all day.
All right.
Look at that. I feel like I just got drafted.
You guys supported him. I didn't support him quite as well, so I just had a little extra thing added to my 64 hat. Just a little.
You're such a joke.
Little
It was actually
asterisk.
62, and you don't even think it was 64.
The 64 and 64 asterisk hats will be available online at tsn.ca. Thank you, Overdrive, for a great season. Probably 69 or so, 70, maybe a 71, something like that. Where are we going? The frenzy continues here on TSN. Let's get a quick replay of the hat toss. Look at him. He's an angry man. He needs a summer break.
Canadians like to pack a lot into summer, kind of like a Harvey's seasoned chicken wrap. Packed with your choice of grilled, buffalo, or crispy chicken, and topped just the way you like. Pack Harvey's wraps into your summer.
Olympic organic yogurt is a delicious choice crafted with care. We only use organic milk from grass-fed cows with no GMOs. We love cows as much as Maya. See? Hang in there, little guy. Olympic organic yogurt, crafted with care.
Hi. Now we're comfortable. Let's talk urine leakage. Tana Men protective underwear are designed for men with a discreet, secure fit and protects like Tana. No more dribble dramas.
Keep control. Discreet protection designed for men.
You don't see that every day.
Or ever.
Let's go!
Jurassic World, in theaters Wednesday.
Bud Light, for a clean, crisp taste that's easy to enjoy.
A Tim's Donut and Tim's Coffee is the most Canadian duo. And now, when you buy any size hot brewed or iced coffee, get a donut for $1. An iconic deal on the iconic Canadian duo. Get your Tim's Dollar Donut today.
The Silverado Trail Boss. And a little work. And a little play. And a truck that says no to nothing. And Chevrolet.
The Chevrolet Employee Pricing Event is back on Silverado Crew Cab models. Get up to $11,300 cash purchase credit on a Silverado ZR2 now.
And Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hello? Intact Insurance?
Yeah, we were broken into. It's a mess.
We can send someone tonight. We'll take care of you now.
With full end-to-end support, it's no accident that we can get you back on track faster.
You're really putting me at ease. Thanks for that.
Okay, so both of these have the same great health benefits. This one tastes sour. This one tastes yum. A vegan gummy, premium ingredients, and no sour taste. New Nordic apple cider vegan gummies. Health never tasted so good.
Box.
Box.
Buy one box meal, get one free. Only on the KFC app and Skip. F1 the movie, now playing.
All right, we continue to update you on the money spent on this first day of free agency. The signing's starting to get up there. We're at 47 now for the day and 274 million. So I think in the last hour we went up like maybe 150 million or something like that, although I've completely forgotten where it was the last hour. But I think it was at 125 million. So starting to get up there, but again, long way to go to meet last year's staggering numbers of 157 signings and $1.2 billion. If you're just coming in from outside, enjoying your Canada Day, let's update you with what's going on and the latest from Gordon Miller and the Insiders.
All right, things have become a little quieter than you might expect 2 hours into the free agency period. But, Darren, Vancouver Canucks have made some noise internally.
Yeah.
I'll put it that way.
And look, I mean, you can't close the door on free agency. There's still hours left. And, you know, you can drift beyond July 1st, obviously, and do a little bargain shopping, see what happens. I mean, there's a sense that Vancouver does need to do something, add depth up the middle of the ice. But I can tell you right now, based on the addition of Brock Besser, who extends, essentially, gets the new contract with the Vancouver Canucks, Demko extending, they feel pretty good at center ice, provided that Elias Pettersson comes back stronger. He's certainly expected to be motivated. The belief is that he will be that as their number one. Philip Hedl, this is great news for Canucks fans. He's healthy. He's healthy. So if he can be their number two, then that takes some of the pressure off. But that's not to say that Patrick Galvin has closed the door on the possibility of trade, or again, you do a little bit more bargain shopping in free agency.
Started today talking about Nick Ehlers and the process that he's going through. Multiple teams obviously very interested in signing the goal-scoring winger from the Winnipeg Jets. And at this point, there is zero reason to believe there'll be any decision on his future today. And in fact, it's pretty much certain that this will carry over to tomorrow.
And how does that affect the rest of the market?
It's a good question, Gord.
Thank you. I pride myself on those.
That's why they call me the outsider, baby.
Well, and I will say this is the summer, I think, because so many teams started this offseason wanting to add, and very few teams are actually selling. I mean, the Penguins are probably the one team that are selling the most aggressively, although they haven't traded Raquel or Rust yet, that I think we're going to see more moves in August than we have in the past in terms of teams finding a fit.
And it's going to come into late August, early September, PTOs, one-year deals, right, at the deadline that we don't talk about as much at this time of the year. And they're sitting there going, if it's slow now, what's it going to be like in early September?
Yeah, life is not good if you don't get a contract today, unless you're someone like Nick Ehlers, where obviously he's just taking his own time. But for most players that walk away from today without a contract, it gets a little uncomfortable quickly. I mean, look, we'll be in the July 4th weekend in the U.S. quickly, and then business goes really quiet, and then you get desperate.
You know, the other thing might be worth talking about a little bit, and this is bigger picture, not anything micro on this day. The cap is obviously going up dramatically from where it was. And that's great news for hockey fans and great news for a lot of teams that spend to the cap. Historically, when the cap was only going up $1 million or $2 or $3 a year, and there was a very narrow band between the floor and the ceiling, everybody's expectation was that their team was going to spend to the cap. And one of the things in talking with agents and general managers leading up to this day is start getting used to the idea that when this cap jumps up to 105 million in a year, 113 million after that, 3 years out or whatever, it could be up around 115, 120 million. There are going to be a bunch of teams that say it's going to be more like the old days when the cap first started. And that is a much bigger gap between haves and have-nots. And there are going to be some teams that say, we are budget teams, and we're not going over 85 or 90 million, even if the cap's 110 million. And that's going to frustrate a lot of fans who've got it in their mind now that every team in the National Hockey League is going to spend to the cap.
Because the concern was the ceiling becomes a magnet, right? That even if your team financially can't be at that level, it becomes an artificial magnet to drag you up there. So there'll be a lot of interesting things. Dregs, yes?
1 year for Cole Koepke, $1 million signing with the Winnipeg Jets.
So he was in Boston.
Yep.
And
Boston,
now signs with. All right, there you go. Little tidbit from Dregs right at the end. James?
Yeah, there have been a lot of those. If you look down the list of the signings that we have today, a large number of one-year deals, lower end of the roster players at minimum or just over $1 million, a bunch of two-year deals. The 7-year extensions are rare. There's only a handful of them. on this day that we've gotten, of course, some of the free agent signings as well. Brock Besser, of course, returning. Gavrikov as a free agent going to the New York Rangers. So, during Trade Center, this is always ODog's favorite hour because we throw to a slew of news conferences with the general managers so he can take a nap. But it usually doesn't happen on the free agent frenzy, but we are starting to gather some sound from general managers around the league. And we've talked about what a success Bill Zito has had, not just winning the Cup, but this offseason. But tell you what, Kent Hughes has done a great job for the Montreal Canadiens. We'll talk about that in a second. First, let's hear from the Montreal GM.
Well, you lose a guy with experience. You lose a left shot centerman, very good PK guy, somebody who had a real... strong second half of the year, and in fairness to Christian, he had torn ACL, missed a year, then came back, he had a torn pec, and he missed a year, and I think what we saw of him in the second half is really what he is. He just finally got back into a rhythm, back into real hockey shape. There's only so many dollars to go around. I think we have about 6 and change in cap space when we take off the bonus overages, so I think people saw what he signed for today. That would put us right up at the top. And, unfortunately, along the way to constructing what we hope to be a team that can compete, we're going to have to make decisions. And we may be, those decisions on a short-term basis may leave us with we fill one hole and we have another hole in the boat. But it's just the nature of the beast.
It's also rotational panel members at this time of the day. We've brought on 2 of the guys who cover the Montreal Canadiens all year long for us, and Carlo Koliakovo and Frankie Corrado. Logan Mailloux turns into Zach Bolduc, a couple of small signings, and Sammy Blais and Capo Kakinen. Noah Dobson, I guess, is the big move. Do you like what Montreal's done so far this
James,
offseason?
I don't like what the Montreal Canadiens have been doing. I love what the Montreal Canadiens have been doing because normally teams that make the playoffs in a year that they don't expect it, they still stay on the path of being patient. That's not what the Montreal Canadiens have done this offseason. They've been aggressive, bringing in Noah Dobson. They gave up 2 first-round picks. They gave up a depth player in Heineman. And Heineman, to me, was a really good player for them. Played on their third line, sometimes fourth line. That was really effective. But you bring in such an impact player to already improve your defense that has so many young players come through the system. And they've added to an area of strength because they've got so many young pieces there. But then they go out and get Zachary Bolduc, who was an unbelievable junior player. In St. Louis last year, he really started to take off as soon as Montgomery came in. And I think there's so much potential for him to do well in Montreal because he fits within the mold of the young players they're building around. I absolutely love what Montreal's done so far.
You know what? They are a little more aggressive, but there still is an element of patience because they didn't just go out and spend money on UFAs just to say we're going to do it. Like, for the longest time, the Montreal Canadiens were moving this thing along slowly, keeping players within the same kind of age demographic. They could have spent money on someone like Pius Suter and, find players that you want to spend more money on. Instead, they make a trade from a position of strength. They bring in a guy in Zachary Bolduc who could be a solution at center ice because he's a natural center. We saw him play that with the Quebec Remparts and kind of say, you know what? We're moving this thing along, but we're not doing it recklessly. Everything still has that little element of patience to it.
Well, yeah, and you're losing those depth pieces in Dvorak and Armia, all of a sudden, that bolsters your bottom 6 when you will get Bolduc and even Sammy Blais. But for me, it's the message sent going out and getting a Noah Dobson, not only just the size that he brings on the back end, he's puck mover, you can get the puck north really quickly and plays with pace. But now all of a sudden you've got that young blue line, but it's also message sending to me what you're sending the message to your entire group that, yes, okay, we've been in a rebuild, but we were ahead of schedule. We were able to make the playoffs last year, so we are going to make your team better right now. And so giving up that 16th and 17th was pivotal, but the cupboards were full, so now you can do that, right? So they're, as you mentioned, Frankie, it's a position of strength, but I really like that move on the back end. But now you look at a line, you've got a righty there. Does he play with Lane Hudson? Keeps him on his strong side. So it'll be interesting to see how that, probably not. They're too offensive. They're too offensive, right? Two offensive guys.
Probably play Caden Gooley and Hudson will be Struble as usual or whatever it is. Or Matheson. Matheson, perhaps.
It'll be interesting to see how it happens,
A couple of thoughts. One, I wonder how high Montreal is on David Reinbacher and where he's coming. Yeah. Must be pretty high if they traded me. And will he be a factor in this conversation next year for the defense playing and where he factors out? And the idea that Montreal knows they don't have a really locked-in second-line center.
No.
Kirby Dach was supposed to be it. He's been injured. It hasn't quite worked out yet. You mentioned Bolduc, Newhook. Those guys might be serviceable. But for a top-flight
cup contending team. They don't have anyone there, but they didn't chase it. And there's not anyone to chase anyways, so they're being patient a little bit more. But that is sort of the one glaring area that you'd want to, like, if you could get a second-line center, slide everyone down one, then they would be really locked in.
Do they chase it a year from now with a number 87?
Well, they chase it, and yeah. We've already said he's not playing the rest of the year in Pittsburgh. So
in March. Hold on, I guess, no, we got to move on just because we have so many teams to cover. Let's go out to Vancouver now and hear from their GM, Patrick Alvey.
Patrick, can we just get started with the 3 signings today and how you saw that come to play?
Yeah, obviously we've been talking to Connor and Demko here over the last couple of weeks, and since they left here, they actually expressed high interest of coming back. Brock has been the same thing. We had an open conversation, and I respect him. He earned his way to get to UFA, but he was always open to see the fit and the role. And after talking to Adam Foote here a couple of weeks ago, the expectations and what he thought that he could contribute more to, and how we wanted to play, and he was excited with those other guys coming back, and we re-engaged and got the deal done. So I'm very happy.
What do these 3 guys do to the culture and kind of continuing what you guys are trying to build here?
Yeah, I think those guys, part of Adam Foote's here leadership group, that they're meeting, communicating in the off season, and believe, raising the standard, and the message from Adam and the coaching staff, how we want to play, and what's needed from them, and they believe just with the franchise and the vision and how they get treated here as well. So very happy to have those guys back.
Maybe it's a sign of the times, that everybody understands the modern player, that it's just a business. That I think in the old days, maybe once they were going to, lowballing you and we're going to trade you, that you'd never come back there, and Brock Besser just says, water under the bridge, and resigns.
When you get the contract you want, because I think it wasn't even about the money. I imagine the earlier conversations were, Brock, we like you. We're going to give you 5 years. And I think it was really the term that it shifted more than the dollars that shifted for him. But you think about what Vancouver's done, bringing in Evander Kane, re-signing Connor Garland, re-signing Brock Besser. That's quite a few goals on the wing that could hopefully help round out their offense with a team that was confusing last year. Although I still do not get, it's not that Thatcher Demko is not a good goalie, not that Lankin is not a good goalie. No, Shilovs didn't just win the Conn Smythe the minors. He needs waivers to go to the. I just don't know what's going on in the net there.
Yeah, what is that? 13 million on the 2 goalies
after the year coming up.
Doesn't it tell you like they're not quite certain what Thatcher Demko, his health status is going to be?
Then why are you signing $9 million?
Because. Well, they'll probably just work that down the road a little bit and say, listen, we got the deal done, and we'll figure out the rest. Lankinen's your insurance policy. But the Vancouver Canucks...
I'd like $5 more million to pay Pia Suter.
Sure.
Pia Suter's a big one right
especially
now.
Like
try Nick Ehlers or Michael Granlund, the guys that could help them, and don't have it on a guy who is going to be a backup goalie when you have another good backup goalie from the minors. But that's...
Well, to your point, on a team that doesn't score. Like the Vancouver Canucks did not score. They didn't shoot the puck enough. They didn't get quality chances last year. They don't get anything off the rush. So, yeah, Brock Besser's coming back. That's great. Connor Garland's coming back. That's great. Those guys need to find a way to produce more offense than what they did last year. That's the single biggest reason why they missed the playoffs not last year. Not that goaltending wasn't great, not that the blue line wasn't great. They just have to score more and create more quality chances.
You could bring back Besser. You can bring back Garland. You could try to bring back Suter. If the Vancouver Canucks don't get the real Elias Pettersson back,
exactly,
I don't think any of this stuff that we're talking about.
It's going to be one of the biggest stories in the NHL next year.
And it could be the biggest addition for the Vancouver Canucks.
Yeah.
Like we're talking about what they need, what they don't need. If they get Elias Pettersson to play like an $11.6 million player, I don't think we're having this conversation about what the Vancouver Canucks need to do.
By the way, I just quickly want to remind people, if you're just joining us, these are not depth charts, as you can see. They just go along the top for the value of the contracts.
Sorted by dollar value.
Yeah, sorted by dollar value, not by line
Quizmaster
combination.
did that. He did it that way.
And I also, when we talk about Vancouver, think about Vancouver, it has to be looked at under the prism of what's Quinn Hughes doing? And how do the Canucks make it attractive enough for him to consider staying? He's got 2 more years in the contract.
Can they do anything
and maybe they
to
can't
make it attractive enough?
Maybe they can't.
Right.
Maybe he just wants to go play with his brothers in Jersey, and that would be an understandable decision. But I would imagine if you're thinking, well, I don't know if that's a good idea to sign Besser that term or bring in Kane, I think a large part of it is, Quinn Hughes is the second best defenseman in the world. We'd like him to stay. We need to show that we are committed to trying to be good now and not 4 years from now, because 4 years from now, they'll be with Jack and with Luke.
Yeah.
It's tricky. It's a bind.
It is. Let's get to the Winnipeg Jets now and first have a look at their numbers so far. It's been a quiet day for Winnipeg. A couple of one-year, Cole Koepke, 1 year, $1 million, exact same numbers for Tanner Pearson on a 1 year, $1 million deal. And most Jets fans today watching to find out where Nikolai Ehlers will end up. Bob was saying earlier, good chance that it doesn't end up.
Kyle Connor extension, too.
Oh, Kyle
available
Connor extension, too.
if they wanted to.
But likely not to happen.
Probably not, but it's work to be done.
Got everyone excited.
Right.
Yeah.
We have Kevin Sawyer. We have Kevin Sawyer on the Let's Bring in. Kevin Sawyer, of course, covers the Jets for us all year long. Like I said, quiet. What do you make of the two signings and the general lack of activity, which really isn't a shock to us today?
Yeah, not a surprise at all. I mean, this is usually the way things go for the Winnipeg Jets on free agent day. That's not a destination. We all know that. That's nothing new. And adding to the depth, that was a huge strength for Kevin Cheveldayoff last year in building the President's Trophy winning team. So for me, I think this team has defined themselves by being patient, by being deep. And I think that we're going to see more of that from Kevin Cheveldayoff as well, where Nikolai Ehlers is most likely out the door. That's interesting because the top demand was for them to bolster that second line center. A center that doesn't have to score, a center that can, when faceoffs, move the puck. Maybe Jonathan Toews is the answer there. But without Nikolai Ehlers, that second line could be bang average. So patience, because trade deadline day will be another big day for Kevin Cheveldayoff and the Winnipeg Jets, is my guess.
What's missing? Because they look so great during the regular season. A lot of us picked them to win the Stanley Cup based on how terrific they were. And, again, in the playoffs, they weren't that close. So what do you think is missing, and what's the gap there between being a great regular season team and being a Stanley Cup champion or someone that gets to the finals?
The identity of this team has been offense for a lot of years, and then the last couple of years they've added their 200-foot game, the best defensive team. So you look at their skill, James, and it's fast, skilled, and light. So Mark Scheifele tries to play physical, not a physical player. Nikolai Ehlers, he's gone, but he's light, skilled. Kyle Connor, Cole Perfetti. They need some muscle. They need some sandpaper. They need somebody to push back. You look at what Braden Shed did to Mark Scheifele and the Winnipeg Jets in round one. It was all they can handle, maybe too much to handle. I think that they need some skill, and it doesn't have to be elite skill, but it needs to be somebody that can add some offense, but they have to do it in a different way than everybody else that scores goals for Winnipeg. They need to get more sandpaper, no doubt, in their top six.
Kevin, appreciate this. Also appreciate the scenery. That is an all-Canadian basement right there. Guitars on the wall, stone fireplace, Canada flag throw pillows. Enjoy the rest of your Canada Day, and thanks for being with us here. That's Kevin Sawyer, who, of course, does such a fabulous job on the Jets all year long here on TSN. And the guy's got a point. I mean, sandpaper, but that's another one of those things that everybody wants.
Everyone wants it.
Right?
It's only so easy.
But still.
You got to pay a lot for it. Just ask Boston.
Truth. And for a long time. Although Jonathan Toews, not rough, is heavy when he's right. So maybe he plays a slightly different
It's a lot to ask,
brand.
though. We all want Jonathan Toews to come back and thrive. But being out of the league for a couple of years, 37 years old.
If he's healthy. I mean, Gabe Landeskog missed 2 years. He came back and looked pretty good. On a worse physical injury, Toews maybe went through more, but if he's all the way back or something close to being back, he should be able to get closer to who he actually is if he's able to get over all he's been through.
I mean, you look at that 22-23 season I've got here, like 15 goals and 16 assists. And so, take a season.
He was sick then, too, though.
That's what I mean. Right. He was sick, so he's still going to produce, and he's got the IQ, right? And that's something that doesn't leave you. It's more about the legs and getting up to the pace of game. Excellent in the dot, right? So can he come in there and take key faceoffs? I just think the big thing for him is, is it reasonable to expect that he can drop into a two-hole? Now, Adam Lowry, obviously, with injury on the IR, that's going to be a big question mark. You've got Nemestikov, who's also played down the middle.
Can he be better than Nemestikov? I think he can. I don't think that's too much to ask.
So do I.
You're never going to, if you're the Winnipeg Jets, you're never going to scoff at the idea of bringing in Jonathan Toews. Everything, all the intangibles, what he can bring to the table on the ice. But I think, like, today specifically for the Jets, just over $20 million to spend. They don't have to spend all that money, and they shouldn't. because you have two RFAs there in Gabe Velarde and Dylan Sandberg, who are
14.
massive parts of your team. Exactly. That's somewhere between $12 to $15 million on the books. So even if you could go out today and spend all kinds of money, why leave yourself vulnerable to an offer sheet when you know, based on what we saw last year with the Edmonton Oilers, you know, if you overspend on a day like today, that's something that could happen. So I think that's a higher priority for me than just spending money just to say you spent money on July 1st.
Especially for the Jets, who have to prioritize retaining talent they've already acquired in system, as opposed to bringing in high-end guys from outside. Because it's hard to get the highest-end guys to get to Winnipeg. But Sandberg's a high-end guy. He's been there. Can you extend him for 6, 7, 8 years, whatever it might be? That's where the money's got to go, and then you work out the rest as you go along.
And you know what else? Kevin Cheveldayoff has a really good track record with trades. Like, he has done really well with trades. So you know what? You give yourself a little bit of flexibility. You get into the regular season. You see where your team is at. And you have faith in your general manager making a trade that you know can help your team. So I don't mind today for the Winnipeg Jets.
You're going to be good enough to be in a playoff position, probably. And so get your second-line center near the deadline.
And save money, because we joke about the money being available, but it's going to go away. Teams will spend to the cap. And so if the Jets are there as a competitor with $10, $12, $14 million in space, they can use it at the deadline.
Kevin has also shown clearly that he can get his players, his homegrown players, signed at really good contracts. There's no reason not to believe it. Just quickly back to Jonathan Toews. He's a third-line center now. He's not the Jonathan Toews of his heyday, but he can be no less of an important player for that team being a third-line center if he's healthy. And I think that's what they're looking for.
Can it be 2-3? Between him and Lowry, are they both third-line centers? Like, one of them's got to play further up.
Nemestikov was a really good player last year.
Playing with Nick Ehlers, who got the puck up the ice for him.
I get it. Nemestikov's a really good player. And I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, if your expectations for Jonathan Toews are high, I think it's unrealistic. And I'm not saying not to expect something. We had Guy Carbonneau in Dallas. Guy Carbonneau wasn't the same player, but his importance to our team wasn't any less important, playing a good third-line role and the influence he had on the rest of the group.
Well, the idea of winners, we see it every year where a guy wins a Stanley Cup even if he's in a minor role, and his value goes up and people want him because they want guys that were in the room winning a cup. Besides maybe Sid, there's not a bigger winner in our generation in this century than Jonathan Toews.
Look what's happening right now. Like, we had built all these boards, right? We had all these players, top 10, 12, 15, like 9 guys re-signed with their teams before we even got to today. So what's happening? Teams realize that the answers are not necessarily out there. So if you have something that you think is a solution, you're going to try to retain that talent. Where does that leave the Winnipeg Jets? Well, you might not have the perfect solution for your second-line center. You might just have to be patient and see, you know, if you can win games and eventually get to the point where you're in a position to strike on that.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to say the good thing here with this team, too, because they do have that depth, you're seeing pieces can elevate at different times. As you said, with Nemestikov, you know, you've seen it Niederreiter, you've seen what Perfetti can do. So you've got the balance within this lineup, and we could talk for ages about Sandberg and what he's meant to this group on the back end as well. So front to back, this is a solid core.
We're going to take another break here on the Free Agent Frenzy. You have just over an hour and a half ahead for you. I believe we have a game show coming up. It's one of the staples for us when we do these shows and when things get a little bit dry. Also want you all to stick around if you can at the end of the show tonight, just before 5 o'clock Eastern time. I'm not going to say why, but you'll want to stick around.
Canadians like to pack a lot into summer, kind of like a Harvey's seasoned chicken wrap. Packed with your choice of grilled, buffalo, or crispy chicken, and topped just the way you like. Pack Harvey's wraps into your summer.
We know that the remarkable happens when East meets West. It comes alive in our shared love of sport, in our dedication to craftsmanship, our desire to create. And right here, Sapporo, where Japanese artistry meets Western tradition. You too can discover the remarkable where East meets West.
The Ontario Honda Dealers Indy Toronto, July 18th to the 20th. The 37th Indy at Exhibition Place. Racing, interactive entertainment, food trucks, and autograph sessions. Your Ontario Honda dealers present Free Fan Friday, benefiting Make-A-Wish Canada. You can experience the action on Toronto's downtown streets with a voluntary donation. The NTT Indy Car Series, sports cars, and more. Tickets start at $50. Kids 12 and under free. For more info, visit HondaIndy.com.
What's up? You seem kind of sluggish today.
Things aren't really moving.
You could use some Metamucil.
Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps you feel lighter by keeping your digestive system moving. It also helps lower cholesterol and helps support healthy blood sugar levels.
Now you're moving. Looking good.
Really good. Metamucil keeps you moving. Feel less sluggish and weighed down after just 14 days. Sign up for the 2-week challenge at metamucil.ca.
We are made in Canada. Homegrown, Canadian-owned and operated. We're neighbors, friends, family, who breathe life into the communities we live in and nurture the backyards we play in, planting millions of trees each year. We're more than just made in Canada. We're a fabric of Canada.
Welcome to Frosty Farms, home of Wendy's 99-cent Frosty. Raised right, free range, of course, made with Canadian dairy. It's farm to Frosty. Get a small Wendy's Frosty for just 99 cents.
Parrots are incredible animals.
Another overdue bill?
And they're also extremely intelligent.
Forgot to pay again.
And they also repeat things they hear a lot. The new BMO Eclipse Rise Visa card rewards you with points for paying your bill on time every month to help build a routine.
Rewards you with points?
And you get 5 times the points on things like groceries, dining, recurring bill payments.
For paying your bill?
But also you get...
Every month?
And just remember...
Build a routine, huh?
He is a talker.
BMO.
Well, Megan, the Mitch Marner era in Toronto is over, but you can kind of see why Vegas was an attractive option for him. Just 2 seasons removed from winning the Cup, and now they're rolling out a new big 3 up front. Mitch Marner, Jack Eichel, and Mark Stone, all 200-foot players, good all over the ice and consistently productive, especially when Stone is healthy. Do you like this fit for Marner and for the team?
I love this fit. There's no team that didn't want a Mitch Marner. He's one of the best playmakers in the league. 6 incompleted passes to the slot. Marner played a lot with Matthews. 71.6% of his time he was on the ice, so he needs that finisher. And that may be a challenge for Vegas. They're going to have to roll some lines, but figure out where Marner fits. But certainly the Eichel comparisons are spot on. He makes passes under pressure. He sees passing lanes that no one else does. Not only does he see them, he has the skill set to complete them. He leads all forwards in causing turnovers caused by steals or pass interceptions at 221 this season. So Bruce Cassidy, who likes players to play on both sides, demands a defensive game, will love Mitch Marner. 3rd in takeaways in the entire league. And so you think about it, Mitch Marner, you know, he went from 1.1 points per game in the regular season to 0.9 in the postseason. I feel like there's comparisons to a Jack Eichel where they said, hey, Jack Eichel can't win. Now it's Stanley Cup winning Jack Eichel for the Vegas Golden Knights. I feel there's going to be a similar eerie vibes with Mitch Marner now going to Vegas.
Yeah, well, it's interesting that Vegas's biggest issue in the playoffs was goal scoring, and Mitch Marner's been criticized in the past for his lack of goal scoring. But we'll see what happens with this new core if they can overtake Edmonton in the Pacific.
Thank you, Chiquia and Megan. WNBA action continues Saturday as the LA Sparks play Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever. Coverage gets underway 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific on TSN. It's been a little dry the last little while here on the Free Agent Frenzy. We don't lie to our viewers. We know you're smart. We know what's going on. So that's why we brought back, by popular demand, or just by the idea that we've pretty much run out of ideas.
We've built the board.
Plinko. Yeah, we spent a lot of money on this Plinko board. I think we used it during Trade Center, maybe debuted it during the Free Agent Frenzy next year.
Last year?
Yeah.
Next
year we'll be seeing into the future. We ripped this off. The Price is Right. They haven't sued us yet, so we're going to continue along. So here's the deal. Marty and MJ are contestants for Plinko. I'm going to drop the Plinko chip, and whatever lands, I'm going to ask a question. They have to make the argument for whatever lands, and then the other guy will make the counter argument. As you can see, Sid and McDavid. So my question is this. Captain Canada for the Olympics in 2026. Who should be captain? Crosby once again, perhaps the obvious answer. Or is it time to pass the torch to McDavid? I'm going to climb the Tower of Death and drop the Plinko chip and... McDavid, make the case.
McDavid, Captain Canada, makes a ton of sense. It's actually a pretty easy case to make. Marty, who's the best player in the world?
It is Connor McDavid.
Connor McDavid's the best player in the world. Who scored the overtime winner last time Canada played best of best? Who's the guy who's going to be counted on to do more than anybody else on the ice as a forward in this tournament? Connor McDavid. And so Connor McDavid is, I'm making the case that you can be, yes, I understand Sidney Crosby's got a great resume. You don't need to replace him. Crosby can be an assistant. McDavid can be the face and the player of this team. He wins. Last time he played for Canada, he won. He's the captain.
There's an old saying that says, why change something that isn't broken?
I think if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I think it's the statement. There we go.
Thank you for correcting it and make sure that I got it right.
the French version.
Listen, Sidney Crosby was the captain of the Four Nations, right?
Yeah.
They won gold. How many Olympic golds does Sidney Crosby have?
He's got a couple.
He's got a couple. Yeah. He's got a World Cup. Yep. He's got a World Juniors. Yep. He's got 3 cups.
So McDavid. Yep.
Okay, but McDavid doesn't have any of the other stuff, right? So this is your captain. This is the guy that led you there. If it ain't broken, you don't need to fix it. It's not broken, don't fix it.
Except the last time Sidney Crosby captained Canada, they lost to Denmark. Time for a change.
Oh, there you go, the world champion.
He knew he was going to get that last jab in.
That was good. He had that ready.
That doesn't count. I didn't say how many world championships does he have. It doesn't count.
Plinko question number 2. On the heels of Canadians winning the playoff MVP in both the NHL and the NBA, whose playoff run was more impactful? Conn Smythe winner Sam Bennett or NBA Finals MVP, fresh new contract, $285 million for Shea Gilgeous-Alexander? Gino Reda, the legend, is going to come in and drop. He has the honor. They're up top. They're up top.
Up top? Okay.
Gino will drop the Shea Gilgeous-Alexander or Sam Bennett Plinko.
Oh, there it is.
Just there.
All right.
You ready, boys?
Yes.
Make the
dealer's choice.
Wild card. You get to go.
You know what? I'm a hockey guy, so I'm going to go with Sam Bennett. Look, he had 15 goals in the playoffs,
Yes.
4 more than the next closest, which was 11. He was the Conn Smythe. He was second in hits. He did everything for his team, played in all situations. And look, maybe it was unexpected, right? Because we all thought Draisaitl, McDavid, Tkachuk, Bobrovsky, Barkov, Reinhardt, whatever. Sam Bennett was a guy, unbelievable beard, probably the best beard of the playoffs. I think for that alone, he is my MVP.
I appreciate what you're trying to do here, Marty. But this is so easy. It's the Shea just won the regular season MVP.
Yeah.
The conference final MVP. The finals MVP. They won the championship. He just completed the most successful basketball season of any Canadian ever. And oh yeah, I just signed a near $300 million contract. While Sam Bennett was great.
Right.
What SGA just did was historically great for a basketball player in Canada. It's really not that close.
Okay, if Tyrese had been there, Indiana probably wins, and Shea doesn't have his championship.
If Stuart Skinner would have stopped more pucks, then perhaps Connor McDavid would have.
Who said boo? Oh, he's booing me from there. The nosebleeds over there.
Where did you come from?
Yeah.
You guys are doing a great job, but the true heroes of the segment are the 2 guys who come crawling in and change things. You've already seen they've changed it to the 3rd question. If you're paying attention, you might know that we have a question involving Austin Matthews and Matthew Tkachuk. And this is one of those ones that's never going to happen. But if Team Canada could add one American to its roster for the Olympics, would you want Matthew or Matthews? Gino, is Gino still up there?
Craig's behind you.
Craig Button, ladies and gentlemen, to drop the last Plinko chip there.
All right.
Does a great job. Does a great job.
Here we go.
Team Canada, they did a great job.
They were line mates with the National Team Development Program, Matthews and Tkachuk.
Just drop the Plinko chip. We have no time for soliloquies.
Well, O says that we got to get a little more time in here, so here we go.
Craig Button's on his way to Italy to watch Bruce Springsteen as soon as the show's done. It's Austin Matthews.
Well, okay, I'm going to go with Austin Matthews, obviously, 401 goals. I mean, he is the best goal scorer in the National Hockey League when you give him a puck. And if he could play, imagine if he played with Connor McDavid on that line, what that would look like, right? If you put them together and you say, Connor, just find number 34, and he will put it in the back of the net. I think that would be deadly. So, yeah, I'm taking Austin Matthews because as a goaltender, I fear the guy that can score, and he can score better than anybody else in the league.
In a short tournament, it's as much about coming together and caring about each other and the results as it is about getting a few more goals. And Matthew Tkachuk does that better than anyone. If you could transplant his American pride to Canadian passion, is there a more Canadian kind of player and attitude and energy and vibe than Matthew Tkachuk, whether he's playing hurt or not, to rally a group and try to get it done in the biggest moment? I think you could, Matthew Tkachuk would go a long way. Canada's got plenty of goals. They need a little more heart.
Well, Canada's got the heart. They got Bennett. You added Tom Wilson to that group, Brad Marchand. They got all of those guys. They don't need another guy that just brings grit. They need somebody that can score. And Matthews could do it.
It's rare to concede anything, but I would have picked Austin,
I have a feeling that the Plinko dropper is going to come in with his veto.
Vetoing. No, I'm not vetoing anything. I'm just saying you talked about Canadian heart. Well, where do you think he gets it from? It's from his mother, Chantel.
There you go.
There you go.
There you go.
Well done. Mic drop, walks down the stairs. That's what Craig does. We hope you enjoyed Plinko. You can let us know if we should kill the Plinko segment going forward or make it an annual staple here on the Free Agent Frenzy. We'll take a break here and back with hopefully some more signings. Still an hour and 20 minutes to go here on the show.
Closed captioning is brought to you in part by Scotiabank. Bank more connections with everyday banking packages from Scotiabank. Scotiabank, you're richer than you think.
Locked in a stare down with Mother Nature, some wilt, but others push forward. They are the real ones, and they drink a real good light beer. Slim and Clear 2.0. Real ones know.
And what's the deal with kids these days?
Don't get up, because it looks like you're having a moment. So carry on, because when you sell your car to Clutch, we do all the heavy lifting. Get a firm cash offer in seconds. Just choose a time for us to pick up your car. And you get paid on the spot. Done. Sell your car 100% online. That's Clutch.
Bleeding gums are a sign of bacterial infection. We always recommend Crest Gum toothpaste to our patients. Its unique antibacterial fluoride works below the gum line to reduce bleeding to strengthen gums. Thanks, Crest.
If I got it, then I bought it. Take a bite, cause I want it. And I know I got the taste for the cake. And I take what I make and I flaunt it, flaunt it. Got diamonds on my necklace. I live how I like. So looks is getting reckless. I'm feeling myself and you can't break my vibe. I'm feeling myself and you can't break my vibe. You can't break my vibe. You can't break my vibe.
Save on Foods is giving you extra with Touchdown to Win. And every touchdown is a chance to give you that winning feeling. Every shop gives you new ways to save and extra ways to win. There's even $1 million prize on the line. Shop with your More Rewards card in store or online, and you'll carry that winning feeling into the end zone. Save on Foods, giving you extra.
Sparks begin to fly. Joy I can't deny. I can touch the sky.
Europe's elite face-off. Chasing continental glory in one of the most competitive tournaments in women's soccer.
Oh, what a strike!
UEFA Women's Euro 2025 on TSN.
Thursday Night Football, Bombers, Stamps on TSN.
Oh, I got a new suit. You like my suit? It's kind of like rust, but also salmon. They don't even have a name for this color. You should get the same suit, and we can wear them together on the quiz. I'll get it monogrammed. We could put like O and Jimmy on the side, and O and Jimmy on the side of your suit. We'll have the same suits.
Maybe ask Dregs.
It's a good suit.
So this is my office, shrine, whatever. You dressed up as the Tooth Fairy for the quiz.
That's not actually me.
Photoshop.
See, I put my face there. I didn't actually play for the Leafs.
Great goal, James. Thanks, O. Best friend award. I just got to get him to sign it. I've heard that some people call us O-Duff, like O-Dog and Duffy. O-Duff. We think it's cute.
We do not think it's cute. There is no we.
Duthie, Gallagher, O-Dog, Kadri, the Lincoln Navigator Cup. Copetown Woods, today, only on TSN.
We like to call it the fifth major, the most hyped, probably least talked about golf event of the year, but not until later today when it becomes a big event. That's a part of a documentary that will air, the root of our rivalry. O-Dog and I, we were partners once in a major golf tournament. It fell apart. And since then, frankly, I've had a burning desire to beat him forever. And so Lincoln came along, created the Navigator Cup, and we will go head-to-head with Nazem Kadri and Brendan Gallagher. Gallagher's my teammate.
Agreed. Naz was my partner. Agreed. The loser is not allowed to participate in the next one because you went on a string of like 5 years where you had to be in it. I'm not sure why.
Right.
Whoever loses has got to step away.
Okay. Okay, that's fair enough. We'll find out the results. We're going straight to the golf course. We only have 1 minute as soon as the show's over to get there and play the 9 holes. We'll be on the first tee literally as soon as this is over.
You can do that in the Lincoln Navigator.
Yes, you can. Very comfortable and spacious. The Lincoln Navigator Cup at 5 o'clock Eastern as soon as the free agent frenzy is over. Let's get back to the breakers and the actual reason we're here.
Yeah, thanks, James. Appreciate that. CJ, there's some really nice stories that develop around this time of the year, and people get sort of a second chance, a third chance. Matt Murray signs a contract today.
Yeah, he gets a contract with the Seattle Kraken, and I think maybe a path, perhaps some more NHL minutes, certainly than he found last year in Toronto. And recall, he was coming off significant hip surgery 2 years prior, missed most of that season, got back in the swing of things with the Marlies and a little bit with the Leafs last year, and he gets a one-year, $1 million deal in Seattle. He's behind Joey Decord and Philip Grubauer as well. But, you know, we'll see what happens. You can't predict injuries or things like that. But certainly I think it's a spot where he feels he's going to have a chance to play some NHL minutes.
And for a guy who 2 years ago wasn't sure he'd ever play another National Hockey League game. Dregs, we're not saying that Nikolai Ehlers is leaving Winnipeg. But
we're not saying it.
We're not saying he hasn't left either. But what do the Jets do, and what are they doing?
Well, right now they have nothing on Nikolai Ehlers, and as Bob has reported on a couple of times, I mean, that's a process that's going to work itself out. You know, this time of year in certain situations, you're not always trying to hit that home run or that grand slam, right? You've got to hit a single or a double on occasion. And they feel like they've done that with some depth pieces up front. Tanner Pearson, Cole Koepke, both forwards on one-year deals for $1 million per. But Kevin Cheveldayoff, I believe, is still working on something. I don't know how big it is just yet, but the Jets are definitely not done.
All right, that's the latest for now. But, Bobby, you reported earlier on Ehlers. This is going to be...
It's not going to be today. So tomorrow, who knows, probably, if I had to guess. But he wants to go through team by team, and there's a lot of interest there. So he and his agent, Andre Rufner, Ehlers is in Denmark, Rufner is in Switzerland, and they will go through everything. They've had conversations with coaches and managers, and they want to go through that entire process. So perhaps tomorrow, when we're not here, looking for something to happen.
Pierre says he's got it for us.
Pierre's dialed in. He's ready to roll.
Pierre's going to be...
Yeah, no.
Not happening. He'll be in his camper van in the parking lot all summer long.
As John Tortorella once said to me in this studio, "Add a baby Bobby, add a baby Pierre. Come in and work tomorrow."
James?
All right, thank you, guys. Let's check in on our free agency board, which has changed substantially throughout the day. Once again, Takia and Frankie.
Thanks so much, James. All right, we've seen a couple of Canadian teams make some moves today, Frankie, but one team that's been pretty quiet, the Ottawa Senators. Now, they did re-sign Nick Cousins, but there's another name you're looking at.
All right, so the Ottawa Senators, first, why don't we look at their roster from last season? The Ottawa Senators made the playoffs, one of the worst 5-on-5 scoring teams in the NHL. So if we take a look at this top six, and yes, this is just how the money is allocated they can add a little bit of scoring. And there is some light scoring available on the board. And it really is someone who kind of broke out last year who has all the skills to be a producer, and that is Jack Roslovic. Playing on the Carolina Hurricanes, he was up and down the lineup. He was on the fourth line. He was on the first line. They were playing in with Mikko Rantanen. But what he was a really good rush offense forward. Coming off a $2.8 million cap hit, Jack Roslovic, one of those guys that might be able to slide into a number of different situations in a team in Ottawa who is going to produce more next year. I just know it. The way Travis Green went into that situation, he just said, we need to hunker down defensively. We need to teach defense, and as time goes on, they will coach more offense into their game. But this is one of those guys that maybe with some good defensive structure, like he had in Carolina, could add a little bit of scoring punch to the Ottawa Senators. Now, as far as what he's going to make, he's coming off a contract with $2.8 million. The Ottawa Senators have, just over $7 million to spend. So somewhere in the middle there is maybe where Jack Roslovic's number lives.
Yeah, and Roslovic did tie his career high of 22 goals last season with the Hurricanes.
All right, we mentioned we are not just a hockey show here. We mentioned Shea Gilgeous-Alexander and his whopping extension with Oklahoma City. Well, perhaps the most sought-after Canadian free agent on this July 1st may be nearing a new home, and that would be soccer player Jonathan David. Fabrizio Romano, who is the Bob McKenzie, Darren Dreger, Chris Johnson, Pierre Lebrun of football, saying Juventus close to reaching an agreement with Jonathan David after a new proposal sent to the striker. Negotiations underway. Juventus hoping to get the final green light soon. So Jonathan David may be on his way to Italy and Serie A with Juventus as we send it back to the goalie panel.
All right, here's what we're going to do. Now that we're wrapping up the day, but there's still lots more to come, obviously, in the goaltending, we're going to look at the 7 Canadian teams. Who's the most content? Who's the most concerned with their current goaltending situation? On the most content side, we're probably looking at, when we've done a consensus here, the Leafs, Habs, Canucks, Sens, and Jets. Are the Jets, realistically speaking, the most content team with their goaltending right now, despite, I know there's a Hart, I know there's a Vezina last season, but we saw it again for a second consecutive year, what happened to Connor Hellebuyck. Are they 100% content?
You can't just go, I know there's a Hart and there's a Vezina. I'm just going to gloss over that. That's, if I said to you...
Playoffs.
If I said to
Playoffs.
you... If I said to you, we've got a Hart and a Vezina Trophy winner to start in net, would you be content with that? I'd be content. I don't know. Marty, how do you feel?
I'd be content. And not only that...
I'm not asking if there's
but you're
an
looking
upgrade
at the
necessary. Obviously not.
The tandem as well. Eric Comrie was fantastic for them this year. He did a great job supporting Connor Hellebuyck, and he should be playing more next year. So now you're saying, okay, let's take some off of... Connor Hellebuyck during the regular season and play Comrie even more. So that's an even more reassuring thing for the Winnipeg Jets. Now, I'm going to say Vancouver could be in that as well because with a healthy Demko, the way Lankinen played, Sheeloff's, what he did in the American League, I think they're set. So I'm looking at Winnipeg and Vancouver at probably the top 2 right now in the, in the Canadian teams.
Weeksy?
Oh, man, I love the way the Leafs goalies played last year. Save for the injuries, they're both outstanding. But if we're looking specifically at the Winnipeg Jets, as you just asked, yeah, of course we're content. We've got Connor Hellebuyck and we have Eric Comrie. Both those guys have been great. The brick tournament's going on up in Edmonton to the Comrie family, of course. But I would say this. I would like to see from Connor Hellebuyck, who's capable of it, a little bit more street hockey in his game in the postseason. The game gets nasty in the postseason. It gets sandy, as I like to say. And you got to pull some saves out of your elbow. So he's a very structured, very positional goalie. I'd like to see him get a little bit loose in the net in the postseason.
Just a little more rest for him during the regular season. Almost out of time, but I want to ask you the most concerned, Oilers or the Flames?
Well, Edmonton, there's context to this because Edmonton's made the finals the last 2 years in a row with that tandem. So I do believe there is an upgrade along the way. A tandem
that was 19th in save percentage during the regular season.
But again, Marty laid out the numbers earlier. I don't disagree. There needs to be an upgrade at some point. Calgary Flames have a star in net. I think he's a superstar.
With 71 NHL games played, that's it.
It's just a matter of finding somebody to play with him. If it's Devin Cooley or they bring in somebody else, bring in somebody to take some minutes off of Dustin Wolf, but Dustin Wolf needs a pathway to be a star in the league.
I'm more concerned about the Oilers because I want an upgrade there, and I think Dustin Wolf can take another step forward, but you need to surround him with somebody good. Right now, they haven't done it yet, but there's still plenty of time tomorrow, the next day, later in the summer. We see. I don't know. I mean, maybe you can strap the pads on. You just got, a brand new knee. You'll be ready to go.
Noodles might be in there, even though he didn't like the birthday shout out. He's changed, but he played for the Flames. He was the Flames goalie coach. Why not Noodles? No, I would say this for the Oilers. The urgency is higher. Of course, just based on what's on the line. But he's right. They did get to 2 consecutive finals. For the Calgary Flames up in Calgary at the Dome, I love the Wolfman. Love Dustin Wolf. I think they're in good hands there.
All right. And as Noodles mentioned, he is still under suspension.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way to get me back. 54 years
that fine yet?
I'm still 54, and I can't touch my toes. So it's no good.
James?
Thank you, guys. Just before I throw it over to Brian Hayes and his panel, I want to shout out to Emily Kaplan, who does such great work for ESPN and joins us always on these days. And I think the last time, Brian, that Emily was talking on your panel, she was saying, when Steve Yzerman, go out and spend some of the money, all the cap room he has. Within about a minute of her saying that, the Wings announced their first signing, which was Jacob Bernard-Docker, and then James Van Riemsdyk, John Leonard. Not big moves, but at least they finally listened to Emily.
Yeah, they were listening to Emily. Absolutely.
Not a fraud. Not a fraud.
Not a fraud, exactly. Thank you, Emily. You're right. All right, so the amount of players who are available, it continues to shave off, minute by minute, hour by hour here. But Nick Ehlers is still available. He's at the top of the board here. And again, there's a lot of teams still with money, with some flexibility, that are looking for talent. Ehlers has all of it. Emily, do you have a team in mind that you think should be pursuing him the hardest?
I wonder about who needs him the most, right? And I know that the Tampa Bay Lightning are one of the teams he's talking to. And look, I don't think anyone's going to feel much sympathy for them having to keep up with the Joneses in Florida. But when I covered their playoff series against Florida, their depth disappeared really fast. That said, they'd have to move out money to make it work. Carolina, I don't know if they need him the most, only because their GM, Eric Tulsky, is so aggressive. I could see him just doing a player-for-player trade early in the season, finding high-end talent to give them that scoring. I'm going to pick the Washington Capitals. This is a team that's entering the last year of Alex Ovechkin and John Carlson's contract. We saw them make the playoffs last year and look really great under Spencer Carberry, but I'd love to see what Nikolai Ehlers would look like opposite Tom Wilson's wing, and then you can move Connor McMichael to a center role more permanently.
Well, Emily, I talked earlier about wanting the Winnipeg Jets to do something, and Darren Dreger just reported that don't count the Winnipeg Jets out just yet. Maybe he does pull Brock Besser here and goes back to Winnipeg Jets. And I think that's the ultimate best situation. At least I want to see Nikolai Ehlers return to, because he's familiar with that spot. He can help boost that Jets team to, again, compete for the President's Trophy this year. But the team that I'm looking at right now is the Chicago Blackhawks. I mean, $20.5 million in cap space, and they need an electric player to play alongside Connor Bedard. What's Chicago doing to surround a guy like Bedard?
How many years have we been asking that question?
And for me, I'm looking directly at them and saying that should be the spot that should be targeting Nikolai Ehlers to join that group.
Yeah, I think Chicago does make a lot of sense. Winnipeg, though, is interesting. Like Brock Besser, he shook up this room, and I'm sure he shook up the league when he got to the market and then decided, I'm actually going to stay in Vancouver. So he lost the ability to sign for 8 years. He was okay with that. He was comfortable with it. He still got a 7-year deal. For me, that makes the most sense, Emily, because of what Winnipeg represents as well. They generally need to draft, develop, keep their players. They know who Ehlers is. He's very effective. They were the best team in the league last year during the regular season. Ehlers to Winnipeg, it seems like it's possible. That still, I think, is a great, great fit.
Yeah, pardon me on Canada Day for not thinking of the Canadian team. Of course, Winnipeg is the team that actually would need Nikolai Ehlers the most because of the reasons that you outlined. They know who they are. They know they're not the team that's bringing in the top-level free agents. They've got to draft and develop. I think the fact that we've gotten to this point, though, knowing the way that he's actually doing his due diligence today, right? And we keep talking about tampering. I hear he's on the phones with coaches. He's hearing the pitches. I just think once he finds out what's out there, once he finds out about that warm weather that's going to feel so good for his body and extend his career, I have a hard time imagining him going back.
Yeah, I like the idea of a player calling coaches and saying,
isn't that what free agency should be?
Absolutely. Don't talk to my agent. Talk to me. I want to know what you see in me and how I can fit into your system. I really like that play by Nick Ehlers, and he's still out there, James. We'll see if he ends up signing in the next hour or so.
He is, and perhaps the only thing making everybody hold on and watch the last hour of the free agent frenzy. Let's face it, it's been slow. You compare the numbers to last year where it was $1.2 billion. A lot of signings, but a lot of minor signings on this day. But we're with you until 5 o'clock Eastern time here. We'll take one more break on the frenzy.
Don't get up, because it looks like you're having a moment. So carry on, because when you sell your car to Clutch, we do all the heavy lifting. Get a firm cash offer in seconds. Just choose a time for us to pick up your car, and you get paid on the spot. Done. Sell your car 100% online. That's Clutch.
The Fantastic Four deserve a fantastic pizza with 4 different topping combinations. So there's something for the whole team!
Get a Fantastic 4-in-1 pizza, only $9.99 at Little Caesars. Hot and ready.
Locked in a stare down with Mother Nature, some wilt, but others push forward. They are the real ones, and they drink a real good light beer. Sleeman Clear 2.0. Real ones know.
Parrots are incredible animals.
Another overdue bill?
And they're also extremely intelligent.
Forgot to pay again.
And they also repeat things they hear a lot. The new BMO Eclipse Rise Visa card rewards you with points for paying your bill on time every month to help build a routine.
Rewards you with points.
And you get 5 times the points on things like groceries, dining, recurring bill payments.
For paying your bill.
But also you get...
Every month.
And just remember...
Build a routine. Huh?
He is a talker.
BMO.
Very big step you're about to take. I hope you're ready. You don't need to be embarrassed. Could have skipped it.
Really?
Way less awkward.
Really?
When you invest $100 million into creating a better ball, the results happen fast. You start winning more. You get more precision. You get incredible speed. And more golfers than ever are taking notice. Chrome Tour is the new gold standard. And those who play it know it. Now, see what it can do for you.
Toyota's electrified vehicles are for everyone. Every chauffeur, snack connoisseur, every scenery soaker, practical joker, every road tripper, toe dipper, every 9-to-5er, every long driver. Starting over 20 years ago with the Prius, we now have the largest lineup of electrified vehicles in Canada because this journey belongs to everyone.
A Tim's Donut and Tim's Coffee is the most Canadian duo. And now, when you buy any size hot brewed or iced coffee, get a donut for $1. An iconic deal on the iconic Canadian duo. Get your Tim's Dollar Donut today.
Get it. You're not going to find any better players available than Mitch Marner.
Tell you what takes courage to do a 6-hour show after Mitch Marner is gone and Florida has signed all of their free agents. Day one dollar days. We're up to 57 signings, so still 100 shy of last year and almost 300 million, still 900 million shy of last. I don't know how we got to those totals last year. Those are baffling numbers, but a lot of minor signings on this day. But the truth is, Mitch Marner and Bill Zito killed the free agent frenzy. They crushed us, and obviously neither fault of their own. They both did what they had to do. But when you lose that guy, the biggest name, and you lose all the Florida Panthers, well, then we're stuck with what we have so far. No offense to any of the players who have signed. We came up with a little effect to symbolize the day for us here today on the Free Agent Frenzy. Look at this little tumbleweeds.
It's some tumbleweeds.
Tumbleweeds blowing through. We could have just kept that going throughout the day, basically, after the first, like after about 1:30, something like that, to make it happen. Okay, we have 1 hour left in the show. Still, let's check in with Gordon Miller and the Insiders.
All right, let's start. You mentioned Mitch Marner a minute ago. The Leafs have a 102-point hole in their roster with Marner gone.
Is that all?
So, CJ, I mean, quiet today, but what's the plan here?
Well, the plan is it's going to take perhaps a whole summer to fill out this roster. And still, when you look at the July 1st itself for the Leafs, still processing, I think, the loss of Mitch Marner. Brad Treliving actually speaking to reporters in Toronto right as we're doing this right now. And, he went through the fact that they wanted to speak to Marner throughout the year about extension. His camp said that they wanted to wait, and obviously that helps lead to where we got to today. But, beyond signing Michael Pezzetta, who's a depth forward for them, no business done, at least at this point, for the Leafs.
And there's the Marner number 93 already for sale in the Vegas Golden Knights store.
Right back to 93. I saw the London Knights were noting that. But, obviously it's been a good few days, I think, overall for the Leafs. Tough to process the whole Marner thing, but they've had some time. But between Tavares, Nyes, trading for Maselli, I think that they're going to take their time to see if the trade market maybe is where they find a little bit more help scoring-wise.
And Dregs, the Edmonton Oilers lose Victor Arvidsson to a trade. Corey Perry signs in L.A. They've had Connor Brown go to New Jersey.
Yeah.
How do they fill hold of those?
Well, they're trying to create space. There's no doubt about that. And I think that Stan Bowman, to this point, has done a nice job of doing that. We also know what their wants are. And their wants are a top six forward who can saddle up beside Leon Draisaitl. Well, when you look at free agency, that's a tough ask, right? Is it Andrew Mangiapane? Do you make a deal with the Pittsburgh Penguins? Maybe it's Brian Rust. So I think that Stan Bowman is working on a number of things, and those are just speculated possibilities.
James talked about it a little bit, alluded to what a crazy 24 to 36 hours it's been, where everything just started slipping away yesterday in terms of what we anticipated might be there. The three guys going back to Florida, the Marner situation, and the fact that Ehlers hasn't signed anywhere and isn't going to today, and the fact that Vancouver re-signed Brock Besser is interesting too, because Vancouver is trying to solidify. Usually this is the day when people, pile on, add assets, and in Vancouver's case, it's protect their assets and make sure they don't lose a guy like Brock Besser. That's a huge signing, because I think a lot of people kind of assumed Besser's going to go somewhere else.
Yeah.
The same way Ehlers is going somewhere else other than Winnipeg, and that,
Speaking right now, so let's hear a little bit from the Toronto Maple Leafs general manager on the loss of Marner, the re-signing of Tavares.
Well, yeah, I think the fact that it's become apparent for a while now. Obviously we spoke, I don't know when we spoke, a week ago or so, that Mitch was going to move on. So, when a player of Mitch's it's proper to get into personal discussions that I have with players. Obviously, as his right and was negotiated, Mitch has a full no move, so he controlled the process. But that's really where we got to here. I do want, as I would concur with you, though, Mitch's time here. I've had 2 years with him, but was able to watch for a long time from afar, and tremendous player, talented, and did a lot for this team over the time that he was here.
At any point did you offer him more than the 12 per year he signed?
Yeah, I'm not going to get into any negotiation talk.
There was a report on the weekend about potential tampering and concern that you might have had with Vegas. Can you speak to that?
No, I'm not going to. Like I said, any reporting, I'm not going to comment on it.
So where are the Leafs right now? He did a good job with the signings, I think, of Nyes and Tavares, and getting Tavares to maybe take a hometown discount this time, which not many Toronto Maple Leafs have done. You get something back in the Marner deal, as mentioned, instead of letting him walk for free, but you're still losing a 100-point guy and one of the better players in the league. So where are we, MJ, right now? With the have they gone down a notch? Obviously, still business can be done this summer, but where do you see them?
They're right now, they're a slightly worse regular season team. I mean, you're taking one of the best regular season players of the last 5 years and taking him off your roster. And yes, Michelli's a talented little player who will replace 40, 50, 60 of those points. Yes, Nick was a nice penalty-killing depth down the middle piece, but neither one is going to do for you what Mitch Marner did every single night of the regular season. But I think it goes back to the whole DNA conversation where I think Brad Trevor was willing to take a step back in some regards to have the chance to change the dynamic on the team, and he's not done changing that right? So he's just started right now. There's still some money there. Change the dynamic on the team, and he's not done changing that right? So he's just started right now. There's still some money there.
One thing that was interesting that we saw on a board, Craig and I discussed it during a commercial break, is Toronto was always one of those top 5 teams that are listed as favorites to win the Stanley Cup. And I don't even think they were on the first page of it. Yeah. So that's interesting to see that other people's perception of them being a Stanley Cup favorite now, they're not on that first page. They got to get some different bodies in there because for a long time the talk was John Tavares, we got to replace him as the number 2 center. He's still the number 2 center. He's re-signed and he does have a different number, but how are you going to win with him come playoff time? Because that's all that matters for these guys. Mitch Marner was massive in getting him to that team to the playoffs, but they got to find some different pieces throughout the summer, or maybe they have to wait a bit to get better come playoff time.
Well, you'd have to think that they would have to wait a little bit to get the pieces or to elevate, because as you said, MJ, they do need a top 6 forward right now, potentially 2, depending on what Michelli does. What it does with Watt, it gets you your 3C, right? So now all of a sudden you've got that question mark around Lawton. Does he go to that 4 hole? But now you've got all these depth pieces. You've got Yarncroke, you've got Kampf. You just brought in Pizzetta, who played 25 games last year and was playing just shy of 6 minutes. So now you've got all of these depth pieces, and I'm interested to see, how many of these guys are also moving out with the Yarncrokes, the Camps, the Holmbergs of the world.
They're not good enough.
No.
Simple as that. I mean, you lose Mitch Marner, he touches every area of your team.
Yep.
And like penalty killing, power play, defensive play, offensive play, every single area of your team. He makes everybody around him better. This team, Max Domi is your second line left winger. Yeah. I mean, you got Michelli, you got Nick Robertson, you got Kelly Yarncroke. I mean, this team got obliterated when it got to be hard. They don't have depth.
They lost in Game 7.
Wait a second. They lost 4 of their last 5 games against the Florida Panthers. No, they didn't. They lost 4 of their last 5, and they weren't close. And if you think they're close, then it's delusional thinking. They're not good enough.
They're close to. They may not be close to winning a Stanley Cup.
Listen, they lost a lot of offense, and where do they struggle when they get to the playoffs? Scoring. And now they just lost more offense.
Yeah, but they lost a guy who doesn't score goals in the playoffs, respectfully, to Mitch Marner.
But how are they going to be better than without Mitch Marner?
I'm saying the idea of replacing his .22 goals per game in the playoffs is not as monumental as his 100 points in the regular season.
Still have high intel. They're not at risk of dropping out of a playoff.
That's what I'm saying. Like, they're not close to winning a cup. They're not as good as they want to be, but they're still a good team. They're still going to make the playoffs.
Yeah,
they still should get 100 points or something thereabouts. It will be harder, and they'll need more for more. And I think one other we haven't really talked about. If you want to talk about how Toronto's going to get better next year, where are they going to be improved? It's Austin Matthews.
Yep.
He alone should score 30 more goals. He wants more goals. He has to be healthy. He has to be productive as the best player or one of the best players in the world. He wasn't able to do that physically. He's still really good. But I think that's where they pick up 30 goals on him alone.
I think when you put that board up of the lineup, James, I think they have to find a way to clear out some of those contracts that are just guys, right?
Yeah,
They have a bunch of like 5 or 6 just guys, and they're filling spots.
And do what with them, all, though? How are you going to replace them?
I didn't get
with
that
other
far.
guys.
I got to look at my computer.
Here's my computer.
Yeah.
Because I don't know.
I hear you, Camp and Yarncroke.
Yes,
I get it.
yes, but can you get creative and move those out and bring in an impact player and somehow John Tavares?
There's no Anton Lundell kicking around that they can get with what's on that board
You're
and the
right
money they're
about that.
available.
But then why are you bringing in?
So are you telling me they're going to war and saying that's our lineup that come?
No, I think Cheryl talked about you're going to have to be a little bit patient. The general manager's job is to do what's hard. I don't want to hear how hard it is or where they're going to go. It's the manager's job to look at his team and say, it's not good enough. If their goal is to win and be better in the playoffs, this team isn't good enough. They'll make the playoffs. I totally agree with you. Austin Matthews will be a better player next year. But this team isn't good enough to be good in the playoffs. And the manager's job is to do the work. And if you're going to tell me how hard it is, I'll get another manager.
Who in their division would you say is significantly better than them today in the playoffs?
Tampa Bay.
Tampa got rolled by Florida.
I know they did, but you asked me. I'm
you
saying
said significantly better than Toronto.
Right now they are, because Marner's out. Nobody's out in Tampa Bay. So maybe not significantly better, but, we're talking about better.
So, yeah, because we're talking about, if they're not good enough in the playoffs, we're really talking about one team. There's no way you look at that roster and say they can beat Florida in a series.
And Florida's probably just going to hang out and get the first wild
who in
card.
the Eastern Conference?
Yeah, exactly.
But who in the Eastern Conference would you look at today and say, that team can beat Florida?
Yeah.
There's nobody.
Well,
so the Leafs are lumped in with the rest of the group.
But Matthew Tkachuk did say the toughest series was against Tampa Bay.
Because that's what he does.
Yeah, I know what he said, but again, he said it, and Tampa Bay was a good team. I'm not saying
they smoked their asses in 5 games.
We played that golf match with Gallagher. He reminded me that the Habs beat them 4 times this year. Also, Joe, our stats guy, also who's a big Habs fan, just reminded me of that. So he said, we own the Panthers. We just got to get into a series.
There you go.
Let's go to Calgary now and hear from their general manager, Craig Conroy.
You knew that this day was going to be pretty quiet. I guess I'll ask any surprises that you're seeing around you?
No, I think the one thing, there was people we targeted, and once those guys were gone, we've always said we have a plan, we have to stick to it, and we can't deviate just because other teams are signing players. And for us, we still have our young players, and all these teams that have signed players now have taken spots away from young players. So for us, I think even though we haven't done anything, you're going to see more opportunity for our guys and a better competition. And if I'm a young player right now, sitting at home thinking, they haven't done much, I'm going to work even harder this summer because I want to make that team. So it sends a little bit message to our young guys. But again, if we thought there were some players that we liked and thought these would be good fits, and it's a puzzle, and you don't want to just put a different piece in the wrong spot. You want to make sure it fits, and that's what we did today.
You're still looking,
sending a message to the younger players. What is the message, I guess, to the fan base who might look at Connie and just say, okay, what is the plan, just for clarity's sake?
Yeah, I think it is. It's getting young players in. It's having that 22 to 25 age kind of guys, and those are usually the ones you have to trade for. And then, in free agency, there's going to be a time when we are going to go out and identify guys and get guys because, we're right there. But to do it right now and just for the sake of doing it, because today's free agency, it just doesn't make sense. It's not part of the plan. It's, you'd rather see a young guy get an opportunity in a spot than a veteran guy that maybe has played 8-10 years in the league and he's a good player, but where's the upside going to be? I'd rather see our young guys get an opportunity. And I know it's not exciting for the fans that we don't do this, but we have to stick to what our plan is moving forward. I think you'd like to see the young guys that we've been bringing up as we've gone along. And my other thing when I think about it, I'm going to need Farabee, I'm going to need Frost, Zari, Matty Coronado, Phillip, just guys like that we can come in and they're going to have to play better for us, and they're going to have to give us more offense, and they're going to have to take a step. And if they do, that's going to be the difference for us. Those are the guys with Klapka and and Pospisil. Those are what we need right now. Those are the guys that we need to rise and be better, but they're going to get to play more, so that's going to give them that chance.
Maybe a bit of a surprise team that they were that close to making the playoffs. But how close are they to actually being a team that can get to the playoffs and do some damage?
Yeah, I think the key phrase there is doing damage in the playoffs. I mean, they had a really good year. A lot of things went their way. They couldn't score. The goaltender was outstanding. But some other teams around them stumbled. And that helped them, too. And hey, I'm not taking 96 points away from them. We were just talking about it. You know, Craig Conroy continues to talk about being young and getting younger. There's a difference between being young and good. And you got to thread that needle with the right thing. You have high picks. You have some players that look promising. But, you know, Kadri, Anderson, Coleman, Backlund, these are all players that have helped those young players. Just because you're going to play your young players more doesn't mean they're going to produce more.
Well, what are you going to do with those guys come the end of their contracts? Or what are they going to be a part of their solution to the end of this thing for the Calgary Flames, where they are good enough to compete and are going to be one of those upper echelon teams? Are those going to be? That'll be disappointing for those guys that are trying to be competitive. And you saw the success they had this year. But if Nazem Kadri gets moved and Rasmus Anderson gets moved, everyone's going to be thinking, how much fun was this? Now that it might be coming to a crashing halt before we try to get better again.
Anderson's going to get moved.
Yes.
Right. He wants to get paid. He's a right shot guy.
Which, if I was one of those young guys, Johnny, that would piss me off.
Depends if you're playing behind him. If you're Perek, you're like, you can trade him because that gets me more ice time. I think Blake Coleman will probably get traded because he's in the last year of his deal, and kind of keep turning it over that way. Kadri could be dealt anytime he wanted, but I think maybe he sticks around a little. He's got 4 more years on his contract.
Okay, so then what do they have if those guys exit stage left? Then you got some bare bones stuff where it might get ugly for a few years.
But then if you're on a day like today, not that Calgary's going to go down this road, you sign Kel Granlund to a 1-year deal for a lot of money. You just keep that flexibility in your organization, getting some decent players to help your young guys. But, you know, you can say Pospisil's got to get better and Pahal's got to get better. Well, are they capable? Not everyone with more ice time is capable of scoring. You don't score 20 points in 10 minutes, you're going to get 40 with 20 minutes. That's not how it always goes in a very linear fashion. Some guys can only play 10 minutes. So we'll find that out maybe in Calgary. They had a great year last year. They'll play with spirit and energy and pace, but I still think Craig Conroy understands. They're not there yet. They need to keep going down a little bit before they start ascending.
And you need that internal growth for some of those players. Farabee, Frost, Sharon Govich didn't have a great year. Kadri had a great year. I'm interested to see Perek, though. I really am, whether or not, you know, obviously needs some seasoning and all that, but interesting to see whether he could, I mean, he only played 1 game this year, whether he could actually come in and get some games under his belt, given an opportunity.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, to Mike's point, though, no Rasmus Anderson, now you're asking Zane Perek to do a whole lot more, and that's not easy.
That's a lot to ask.
Okay, we have one more guest to bring you today, and that's Brandon Tanev, who signed with the Utah Mammoth a little bit earlier on today. Welcome, Brandon. Thanks for joining us. So you go through this. It doesn't happen often in your career. You get to free agency. Tell me the process, and what was Utah's pitch to get you there?
Yeah, of course, it's a busy day. I mean, the start of free agency, and you know, for myself, a new beginning. I mean, to sign in Utah, it's extremely exciting. You've got an ownership group there that's there's a desire to be great. I mean, they love hockey there. I mean, going there and experience it for the first time this year was something special. Their fans are incredible. They've got, you know, such a great young team with a lot of core pieces, and for that reason, I think they're a team that's right there. And I'm excited to be a part of this group, to go to work every day and to push and to battle with them to get into the playoffs and ultimately play hockey at the right time and trying to win the Stanley Cup.
Hey, it was so new to everybody. So I'm guessing you went there with Seattle. I don't know if you got there with Winnipeg, and you looked around and said, hey, I could play here?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, we were all excited, you know, on our previous teams to get there. And then once you got there and you saw the surroundings, how beautiful a place it was. And I think, you know, being part of a group that has so many great young core pieces, but also has a lot of good veteran guys. You know, I got to work with their head coach Bear last year at the World Hockey Championships in Prague, and I like this style of coaching. You know, the person he is, and I'm very excited to get things going down there with that group.
The franchise has missed the playoffs 5 straight years, dating back to the Coyotes days. You feel they're close to changing that, as in this year?
Yeah, I definitely do. I think, you know, we saw them this year and how good of a team they were. And I think, you know, Nate Schmidt's another Stanley Cup champion now recently, the past year with Florida, who's coming into the group. But there's such a ton of great young players. Added JJ Peterka, and it's exciting times in Utah. The desire is to be good and to be pushing to be playing in the playoffs and playing at the right time and playing to be in those games and fighting for the Stanley Cup.
Brandon, appreciate you taking the time on this Canada Day. Enjoy the rest of the day. Enjoy the summer, and best of luck to you in Utah.
Thanks, guys. Happy Canada Day.
That's Brandon Tanev, who joins the Utah Mammoth. We're talking about that Navigator Cup that's coming up at 5 o'clock Eastern. There was an earlier version of that where I played against Tanev and Scheifele. Tanev hit a driver off the deck 340 yards to 4 feet from the pin. Oh, even you, and you're 64. I've never, ever seen you do that. Let's get to the goalie panel.
62, James, 62.
I'm sorry.
All right. Carey Price is not going into the Hockey Hall of Fame this fall. Make no mistake, he's going to the Hockey Hall of Fame, just not this fall. And that's the point of contention, because he was first-year eligible, as was Zdeno Chara, Duncan Keith, and Joe Thornton. Those three all got in. Carey Price did not get in. In his place, Alexander McGillney took that fourth and final slot this year. Was that on the mark or a major miss by the Hockey Hall of Fame Selection Committee this year?
I thought it was a miss. Now, I'm not going to take a shot at the people that are on it, because one is in the room over there.
Because one's right over there.
But I also, I believe the thought process should be, if you're a Hall of Famer, you go in. And I've always had a problem with the amount of players being, thrown in there. You're only allowed 4 in this category. Well, if there's 6 that should go in, it should be 6. If there's only 2 in 1 year, only 2 put in. I find that's where the miss is.
But he didn't get bumped by another first-year eligible player. He got bumped by Alexander McGillney.
McGillney's been eligible for how many years now? If you believe Alex McGillney's a Hall of Famer, he should have got in immediately that he was eligible. Now, all of a sudden, it's bumping this and that. I blame this all on Jerome McGinley, because Jerome McGinley hates goaltenders. So all of a sudden, now
he and McGinley are best friends.
I know, I'm teasing. But my point being is that Carey Price was a first-ballot Hall of Famer, and he should be in there. It's a miss for me.
When I compare Price and Lundqvist, I think that they were very similar, although Lundqvist played a little bit more, has more wins, but they have Olympic gold, and, they have Vezina. Now, Price was a Hart, and at the time, Pearson Award, now Ted Lindsay. So I'm like, okay, this may be a miss, but then I look at, okay, well, Chris Osgood has 401 wins, right? Carey Price has 361. Osgood's still not in it, and he's won multiple cups. Andy Moog, 372. He's won a cup. He's not in. Pekka Rinne, Ryan Miller have more wins than Carey Price. When they are eligible, are they going to go in? Like, that's where I'm looking at the numbers, and I'm like, okay, maybe we didn't miss on Carey Price. We just kicked it down the road a little bit, because those numbers don't show me, first-year eligibility going in. Now, there's other things that come into play, the injuries. I think he would have gotten there. Now, the other thing that I think could be at play here, so you have a massive class this year. Thornton, Keith, Chara, McGillney.
Right.
Okay, let's make a big buzz in a year from now when Carey Price gets in.
Play.
Maybe it's a marketing point saying, like, we're going to put the red carpet out for Carey Price, but in a year from now.
Here's the thing that I struggle with. The Quizmaster and I always have this debate. Hall of Famers are special players. And usually a lot of times they're the best in their position at some point throughout their career. You and I have discussed this at length. Carey Price, for me, for many years, was the best goaltender on the planet.
Yes.
That's special. That's where people circle and go, you got to watch out for Carey Price tonight. And again, not taking a shot at Mogilny, but I'm more looking at it as I believe Carey Price should have been a first-ballot Hall of Famer, because he was the best in his position. He won a Hart, he won a Vezina, he's won a gold medal. To me, that's where the miss is. It's just a little bit of a slight on Price, because for many years, he was known as the best goaltender.
McGillney is a Hall of Famer. Listen,
yes,
going in and scoring 76. And these are places for special players. McGillney is a Hall of Famer. But again, now you're looking at Carey Price, you say, at any moment, as you pointed out, who was the most dominant in that era? You can go to Patrick Roy, Dominic Hasek, but Carey Price was one of them in his era.
Yeah, it was a difficult class because there were 3 no-brain first-ballot Hall of Famers. But a lot of people are going to point out the fact that Carey Price never won a Stanley Cup, so maybe he shouldn't get in his first ballot. Henrik Lundqvist, Roberto Luongo, neither one of them won a Stanley Cup, and they both got
Joe Thornton
in their first ballot. I was just using goalies, but you could even say Joe Thornton, who just played for a very, very, very long time, James.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. We have 35 minutes left in the free agent frenzy here on TSN. We'll take one more break. We'll sum up. If you're just coming in from enjoying the outdoors on this Canada Day, tell you everything that's gone on so far, which isn't a ton, to be honest.
Box, box.
Box, box. Box, box. Box, box.
Buy one box meal, get one free. Only on the KFC app and Skip. F1 the movie, now playing.
When it all comes together, it could mean you're ready to talk to your doctor about Wegovy. Ask for Wegovy by name. Visit wegovy.ca for savings.
Right now, get 20% off select lifestyle adjustable bases. But hurry, this offer ends soon, only at Sleep Country.
We are made in Canada. Homegrown, Canadian owned and operated. We're neighbors. Friends. Family. We're more than just made in Canada. We're a fabric of Canada.
I can clean your teeth, but what about the rest of your mouth?
Yes, we're toothbrushes, not mouth brushes.
Listerine works with brushing to reduce plaque and reaches your whole mouth to deliver 5 times more cleaning power.
Listerine. Wash your mouth.
Free Agent Frenzy is presented by Harvey's. Beat the heat with a creamy hand-spun shake or a frozen drink all summer long. Harvey's, it's a beautiful thing.
Soccer action for you. MLS delivers a terrific matchup between the LA Galaxy and the Vancouver Whitecaps. You can catch it all Friday, 10:30 Eastern, 7:30 Pacific on TSN. Well, we're down to the half hour, and just when we thought things were getting quiet, we do have another signing for you. Michael Granlund, 3 years to Anaheim. So Granlund gets a 3-year deal to Anaheim. Still waiting on the exact numbers. For everything else that's gone on, let's send it over again to Gord Miller.
Well, we began the day talking about the #1 free agent on the list, and it's very rare that the top player available doesn't go on the first day. And Bob, Nikolai Ehlers hasn't gone yet.
Well, you're right, Gordon. A thin crop got even thinner when it became pretty clear that Nikolai Ehlers, who's at his home in Denmark and went golfing this morning because of the time change, obviously, and allowing his agent, Andre Rufner, who's in Switzerland, to field calls from a variety of teams that we've heard. The Colorado Avalanche are interested, the Anaheim Ducks, Carolina Hurricanes, Washington Capitals, Toronto Maple Leafs, the list goes on and on and on. But it became apparent very early in the day that there was a process that Nick Ehlers and his agent Rufner wanted to follow, and that included conversations with all these teams, maybe even talk to coaches about specific roles before they even get into the term and the money, which is important. So this is a decision that's being pushed off to at least July 2nd, and we'll see where it goes from there. But yeah, with everything happening in the 24 hours, 36 hours before free agency struck, that thinned out the crowd. Ehlers deciding to wait a day to do things thinned it out even more.
And Pierre, this is a very good year to be a free agent defenseman. And we saw Vladislav Gavrikov sign with the Rangers, and then the dominoes fall after that.
Yeah, a lot of guys getting probably richer than they thought on this day again because it just wasn't a deep crop in terms of UFAD. And even Gavrikov, who signed for $49 million in New York, very, very good contract. Could have got more elsewhere, I know that for a fact, but he wanted to play in New York. But once Ekblad and Provorov, the previous day, stay where they are, it completely ruined the plans, frankly, of a lot of teams that wanted to spend big on D instead. Different contracts all over the place, including Nate Schmidt in Utah.
So, Dregs, you know, we talked about what happened with Florida re-signing a bunch of guys and a lot of players coming off the market. That's also true of Vancouver Canucks. The biggest move of the day might have been, one of the biggest was Brock Besser re-signing with the Canucks.
Not entirely surprising, but a bit out there, right? When the day started, I would say comfortably that Brock Besser had as many, maybe more than 10 teams that were bidding for his services. And, you know, some Canadian teams with considerable interest, starting with the Winnipeg Jets. So I think this tidy work by Patrick Colvin and the Vancouver Canucks to get Besser locked in. And I think it's also a directional decision, because if you look at the internal work, it's not just Brock Besser. It's a 3-year extension for Thatcher Demko. Connor Garland is staying in the mix. And people have questions about center ice with Vancouver. Well, you know, the word is that Elias Pettersson is doing what he's supposed to do in training off ice so that he is motivated and prepared as the number one. They're comfortable with a healthy Philip Hedl as their number two. And Patrick Colvin will continue to have conversations on the trade front down the road, potentially about bringing in more help at center.
Now, one of the biggest bits of news in the last 24 to 36 hours was Mitch Marner leaving Toronto, going to Vegas, the extension there. He leaves a 102-point hole in the Leaf roster. Pretty quiet for them on the first day of free agency. What's their plan?
Well, it's been kind of an interesting time for Toronto, right? They did business June 28th, June 29th, June 30th. It might be late July and into August until they finally complete the picture here, because for all the reasons that the guys are mentioning, I mean, look, the free agent class thinned out. I believe Brad Marchand was the Leafs' #1 target entering free agency. Of course, he resigned in Florida on Monday night. They didn't get a chance to get in front of him, get a chance to try to woo him to Toronto. And so now they're going to have to circle back. They do have cap space, which is kind of an unfamiliar position for the Leafs. They've always been operating so close to the ceiling. And I think Brad Treliving is going to be patient in trying to fill that hole. But make no mistake, this is not the Leafs roster as it will be comprised when they get to training camp, when they get to the start of the season in October. And so this is a longer-term project rather than a July 1st, solve all your problems kind of situation for Toronto.
So the cap jumps to $95 million this year. There's lots of teams with money to spend, and they can't find anyone to spend it on.
Thank you, guys. Well, Anaheim did find a guy to spend it on, and that's Mikael Granlund. Gets 3 years, as mentioned. The AAV is $7 million per year as he becomes an Anaheim Duck. That's his 6th organization after Minnesota, Nashville, Pittsburgh, San Jose, and Dallas. He now goes to California and Anaheim. Let's check in one more time with Takia Singh and Frankie Corrado.
Thanks so much, James. Frankie, as we wind down on the day, there were a little bit of eyebrow-raising moments. What were the 2 biggest surprises for you?
Okay, now I know Dregs just talked about Brock Besser and said he wasn't overly surprised. To be honest with you, I was surprised that Brock Besser re-signed with the Vancouver Canucks, because it feels like that door may have been closed, not by Vancouver necessarily, but by Brock Besser with the way things transpired at the trade deadline. But that is good news for the Vancouver Canucks that Brock Besser is back, and at a fairly reasonable cap hit. It comes in under $8 million, which is nice for them. I would have thought Brock Besser would have got more on the open market, because this is a guy who has scored 40 goals and really one of the best pure goal scorers available. But he goes back to the Vancouver Canucks, and that's good news for them. Now they have an ability to continue to build on this core that they have. And, of course, you need more from Elias Pettersson. You're trying to appease Quinn Hughes. Thatcher Demko is back. So the band is back together for the Vancouver Canucks, and now they have to find a way to score more goals next season in order to make the playoffs.
All right, at last check today, we've had 64 UFAs signed for free agent frenzy today.
All right, thank you. We've been hearing from some of the general managers around the National Hockey League so far. Our next stop is the nation's capital, and Steve Staios. Hasn't been a busy day, wasn't expected to be a busy day in Ottawa with their core pretty much intact. Did their business with Claude Giroux, Nick Cousins signing at $825,000 a year, and Lars Eller gets a 1-year deal at $1.25 million. Let's hear now from Steve Staios.
Just on Lars Eller, and then I just want to ask you another question.
Yeah, we're excited to bring Lars into our group. I mean, another veteran with experience that's high character individual that can move around the lineup. And, we're looking to continue to build on our depth. And he was specifically, I think, going into this free agency was different than last year, where we had more areas that we were looking to address. And it was comforting going into this year, where really we were looking for one specific area that if we could improve in it, we would. And we weren't, we had our sights set on a certain individual, and it was Lars. And if not, then we would have looked at other avenues to be able to do it. But we're excited to have him.
Suppose it's a pretty good sign of stability for the Sens that they can just tinker around the edges after years of being in holes and having massive holes to fill. Are they, you know, we talked about the Leafs maybe taking a step down. The Leafs beat the Sens in 6. How close are the Sens to taking that step up to being a contender to come out of the Eastern Conference?
Well, I still think they need that scorer in that top 6, someone to align with Stützle. It could be Zetterlund. I mean, I think he's going to get an opportunity up there, but I still think that they want to bolster that top 6 in terms of their 5-on-5 goal scoring, and then that will do is it'll just shift everyone and align them differently down the lineup, so it's more balanced. You know, they've got more depth, certainly. They've got versatility. I think this is, you know, this really isn't a gamble, Eller, right? He's, you can throw him in there somewhere. He doesn't cost you a lot of money. I like the addition of Spence on the blue line, especially with Nick Jensen out right now. So, you know, you've seen Thomas Chabot elevate his game. I think that this is a more balanced lineup. They shored up their game defensively, but I do think that they need a bigger swing in that top 6 if they want to sort of continue to elevate.
Yeah, you look at where they got to. They made the right moves. They got all Mark. You know, they've got they made a trade for Zetterlund to try to address that. It's a good team. Yep. But Steve Staios and Travis Green, they know they need something more. And whether that's a little bit more weight or something deeper down your lineup or that score, I'm a big believer, if you have a top line, the top line's really good. If you have a good third and fourth line, you can insulate a second line that might not be as ideal as you want. And I think that where you look at it, I mean, Greg and Pinto, Amadio play hard, you know, trying to fill out. If you can't get that scoring winger, you can get some help deeper down.
Don't you think Dylan Cousins has to become what we all think Dylan Cousins can become and shows signs of, but hasn't done it necessarily on a
The one thing for Dylan Cousins, there's got to be an element of consistency. And there's a term we use on Overdrive, and it drives us all nuts, but it might apply to this hockey team, is internal improvements. Tim Stützle's got to become a dominant centerman. I still might be the only person on earth that thinks he's a right winger, but if he's going to play center, he has got to be a dominant center. Jake Sanderson might be one of the best defensemen in the National Hockey League. If he kind of elevates and becomes a Duncan Keith-type player on a nightly basis and has that intangible that can lead the charge and help them, maybe that's what they need, internal improvements. If they can add a guy throughout the season, maybe they might be set to do more damage than they did this year.
Biggest internal improvement would be Linus Ullmark being Vezina Trophy winning Linus Ullmark, right?
Same with Cousins. Consistency, massive.
Yeah, I think Cousins is the wild card because Stützle's not playing anywhere but center, unfortunately, on this team. Because otherwise, he moving to the wing.
Do you think
no, he'd be great as a winger, but you need a centerman then. They're harder to find than what he already is. So I'll take the 90-point guy who's got a couple of warts on his game. But, yeah, I mean, I think it really comes down to Dylan Cousins. They made that huge deal with Josh Norris because Josh Norris, when healthy, which was not all the time, was a pretty proven second-line center scorer. Dylan Cousins had one great year in Buffalo where he showed himself to be that. He shows flashes. We like his game, his competitive spirit, his attitude, his care, all those things. But the productivity has to be there. He's got to be a 60-point-plus kind of centerman. If he's that, with the wingers he has available to them, then you look at Ottawa's roster, other than Florida, they would stack up really nicely against just about everybody else in their division.
Well, and it's about that sort of internal improvement, and they bet on that core, right, a little bit, right? Because we were talking, you know, last year whether you would change the core, whether they didn't make the playoffs because they're all young, and how long are you young until you can get over that hump? Well, they showed they were able to get there.
Well, they didn't change it,
so
though.
little tweaks.
They traded Norris away, which is pretty significant.
For sure, but I think it was, you know, moving Stützle to the middle, seeing if there was a more maturity to his game, even Brady Tkachuk, you know, all of those kind of things, and Sanderson and Chabot on the back end. So I think that overall, betting on that core, and now it's little tweaks and pieces, but certainly I do think they need to bolster it. They need that one player right now.
It's last panel of the daytime, not for us. We still got one more panel, but we're working around, and one more time with Brian Hayes and company.
All right, thank you, James. Again, here with Emily and Carlo for one last chat, and this is a big one, right? This is one people in Vegas and Toronto, I think throughout the league, want to know. We'll start with you, Emily. Do you believe Mitch Marner will hoist the Stanley Cup as a member of the Vegas Golden Knights?
Our producer put that in the group chat. I was like, okay, you guys are choosing violence to end the day. I see how you do it in Canada. My answer is yes. As much parity as there is in the NHL these days, I feel like by the end of the season, there's always only a handful of teams that have an authentic chance to win. And Vegas is always amongst those teams. They're balanced, they're talented. The only question is, who are Marner's teammates going to be by the time they win because of the way the Golden Knights operate? So unemotional in their decision-making, so ruthless. I never think that they're done doing business.
So I'm not going to be 100% convincing on my answer, but I'm going to lean to the side of yes. Because
you're wavering right now?
Well,
is that what you're giving
here's
us?
the thing. I'm doing it based on chance because he picked a spot that's giving him a good chance to win. I mean, Emily, you talked about the Vegas Golden Knights. They're all about winning. That's every move they make is all about winning. And you look at the division they play in, the Pacific Division, they're going to be one of the top teams in that division. So I think the path that he's chosen gives him a chance to win, but he hasn't shown to be a difference maker in the playoffs. He's an elite player, elite regular season performer. He's playing with elite players there in Vegas. He gives himself a really good chance to win, so I'm going to lean on the side of yes.
Yes, I will always put faith in Vegas. Yes. I mean, they went to the Cup final literally the first year they were in the league. They just won a few years ago. I do think something that's not being brought up enough right now, because it's all about Mitch Marner arriving. Alex Pietrangelo is not playing anymore. He is a much more impactful playoff player than Mitch Marner when they're both healthy. True. That's your number one defenseman who's not playing for you again. So you brought Marner in, but Pietrangelo's out. That is really, really significant. They're going to have to find a way to replace him. Now, they got 8 years to do that, but I have faith in Vegas. I don't in Marner in terms of him being a playoff performer.
Don't you think?
Vegas most likely will. What about the flip side of this conversation? Let's look at an individual in Toronto. We're talking about the team and team success in Vegas. We'll start with you, Carlo. If you're Austin Matthews, you've won a lot of Rockets. You've been the best goal scorer in the world with Mitch Marner. Now that he's not here, can you remain the best goal scorer in the world if you're Austin Matthews?
Well, if the Leafs have any thoughts of winning, he's going to have no choice but to be that guy. He's got to return to his 69-goal form and maybe, get to 70 once in his career. But if you're Austin Matthews, you've got to be upset at the fact that you lost your best playmaker, your best wingman throughout your whole career, the guy that set you up for almost all the goals you've scored as the Toronto Maple Leafs. So yes, I believe Austin Matthews has got to be bitter about this. But on the bright side, you got to look at the upside of Matthew Nice potentially filling in on that wing, and you still got William Nylander to play with. This too is a pretty good playmaker in himself.
Absolutely, Emily.
Yeah, if I'm Austin Matthews, I'm saying, okay, I lost one running mate, but enter another in Matthew Knies, also homegrown, just signed a very team-friendly deal, and I think they can create a lot of magic together. I know you guys are probably sick of hearing this, but since 1967, has there been a better opportunity this team had than right now, where they have a clear identity in the way they need to play, the path they need to play to win under Craig Berube and now Brad Treliving? So as CJ mentioned earlier, I don't think the Leafs are done. They're going to round out this roster more. But if I'm Austin Matthews, I'm saying, okay, I'm the captain. I have to take a bigger role and bigger responsibility. But I feel confident that we have the right pieces in place, and there's more players that can take some accountability and ownership in taking a cup home for Toronto.
Yeah, I think both things are very true. Vegas is going to be very good. The Maple Leafs are still going to be very good.
One last time with Cheryl Pounder, Craig Button, Jeff O'Neill, and Mike Johnson. We always do the segment at the end of Trade Center, winners and losers, because that's a defined period where the trade deadline is over. We're usually wrong, although I think a couple of you picked the Florida Panthers as winners this year, and you were bang on as they were the ultimate winners. So we're not going to call this winners and losers. We're going to call it winning and losing, because it's the first day of free agency, so a ton can change. So let's start with, so far, very early, who's losing?
July 1, all of us here today, right? And we can thank Bill Zito for that, of course, and watching just all of those #1 targets just kind of drop off the board. So I'm going to go with July 1, boys.
All of us?
All of us here. All of us here.
Gord Miller talked about the Toronto Maple Leafs losing 102 points. So the Leafs losing 102 points, they're losing. There's no way you can say they're winning today by losing Marner and 102 points. There's lots of time for them to improve and work at getting better, but they're losing with Marner out the door.
I'm going to go with the Edmonton Oilers. A lot of talk was Connor McDavid, and the Oilers and their management team are going to sit back to see how they could show Connor McDavid how they're going to improve things and things to be looking forward to. And you just saw some guys walking out the door. There's been no change. And I do understand there's a bunch of time here, but there's just guys walking out the door, and there's a lot of same, and there's not a lot of guys around, period. They got a lot of work to do.
I'm going to losing the Boston Bruins. And not that the individual players they brought in, there's anything wrong with any of them, but you think about Arvidsson, Jeannot, Corrali, Eyssimont. they're all NHL players for sure, but the Boston Bruins no longer seem like an elite team that are a real threat to be a Stanley Cup contender. They're just another one of the several teams that are going to be lumped in the middle, and that's un-Boston-like.
Yeah, it's just been such a long time since we've said that, right? They've also always been either...
They just don't look elite right
now or intriguing. All right,
they don't even look good.
The positive. They're not close to good at this point in time. Winning right now. Not winners, although you could go with winners, but winning.
The Florida Panthers, the reason why we're all losers, because the Florida Panthers are able to secure the 3 players that they said they would after the Stanley Cup final, and that's in Ekblad, Marchand, and Sam Bennett. So give props to Bill Zito. They're the winners today.
Yeah, nobody's going to top that answer, right? Because you're not going to get a bigger winner than the Florida Panthers and what Bill Zito's accomplished over the past couple of weeks.
Well, I'm leaving.
Okay. No, you can't. We have to finish the segment. Give us somebody who's winning.
I think Mitch Marner. I mean, Mitch Marner, whether you like what he did or you didn't like what he did, he's winning. He's going to Vegas. What was it, $16 million that he would have had to get here on his contract to equal that? He's going to a spot where he could be better insulated and a chance to win. And I think that he's driven to do exactly that.
The elbow room in Florida, that grubby little bar on the beach, is winning because I think with what Bill Zito has done, they will be back there. And I don't know how much money they made when the Florida Panthers showed up there with the Stanley Cup, all the beers that were bought. They're going to be back there next year. I don't see any team in the East that is going to take them down. The elbow room will be back, and they're winning as of right now.
And if you didn't know, it's cash only there. Just saying there. Winning for me,
knew that?
The Montreal Canadiens, because the Dobson acquisition, the Bolduc trade, Kakinen, Sammy Blais, what they've done is they've made their team better now and into the future. They somehow managed to do both things at the same time, improve for next year, but also extend their window to eventually grow into becoming a Stanley Cup contender. They will have cap room. They have guys coming off their cap next year. They are perfectly positioned to not only make the playoffs and take a step forward, but keep progressing down the line.
Right. I will agree wholeheartedly with Cheryl, well, all your answers, but particularly Cheryl, because we lost because this was the worst free agent frenzy ever, right? It was. After all the crazy numbers last year, and we kind of knew, look, there's a lot of quality players that got signed and will help teams, but because of what happened with the Panthers and because of what happened with Marner, this usually happens on trade deadline, but not on the free agent frenzy. There's usually a ton of things that happen, and there wasn't on this day.
Jimmy, you're seeing the result of years back, teams decided when all these 6, 7, and 8-year deals were coming into play that every player or every team was locking down their solid player, and their good players aren't getting to this day anymore.
That's right.
And now you're seeing the result of it, and that's why we're having days like today.
The other thing is franchises got smart. I thought there might be some really ridiculous deals on this day, and you guys might find a couple in there, but there wasn't the whopping crazy amounts of money with the cap going up that I thought there would be on this day. I tell you what, though, we're also winners because for all hockey commentators, it's summertime. But we still have one big piece of business left. Here's a little time lapse of our entire 6-hour production. But before you turn us off, please join us in our next segment because it's a special one.
The Fantastic Four deserve a fantastic pizza with 4 different topping combinations. So there's something for the whole team!
Get a Fantastic 4-in-1 pizza, only $9.99 at Little Caesars. Hot and ready.
Perfectly smoked. Irresistible Schneider's hot dogs can only mean one thing. It's knee table season. Schneider's, Canadian crafted since 1890.
The Ontario Honda dealers in Toronto, July 18th to the 20th, the 37th Indy at Exhibition Place. Racing, interactive entertainment, food trucks, and autograph sessions. Your Ontario Honda dealers present Free Fan Friday benefiting Make-A-Wish Canada. You can experience the action on Toronto's downtown streets with a voluntary donation. The NTT IndyCar Series sports cars, and more. Tickets start at $50. Kids 12 and under free. For more info, visit HondaIndy.com.
And our minds were meant to sail. Take a rest from our thoughts, take a break from this world, and we'll feel miles away from the places that we used to be.
Old Spice Swagger's freshness makes me smell good, so Coach thinks I'm slacking. So I took my Old Spice, worked very hard, and became the best player ever. Sometimes a man must overcompensate for his freshness.
Emma's philosophy: was go, go, go. But what she really needed was stop, stop, stop. Expedia, made to travel.
Welcome to Frosty Farms, home of Wendy's 99-cent Frosty. Raised right, free range, of course, made with Canadian dairy. It's farm to Frosty. Get a small Wendy's Frosty for just 99 cents.
Bob, you want to answer that?
Sorry, I was preoccupied.
Bob McKenzie is at a time in his career where he essentially can decide whatever the heck he wants to do, and we have no say in the matter.
Apparently not, because I'm here.
Well, I guess.
And how does that affect the rest of the market?
It's a good question, Gord. I'll say Toronto Maple Leafs, and only because I'm on the quiz at gunpoint. I want people to get upset.
Bobby Mack says $4 million for John and Duran on a 2-year deal with the Islanders.
I better get me a new mic.
You made fun of the quiz master. You made fun of the quiz host. But you must leave with the belt. That way I don't have to hand it out anymore. Ladies and gentlemen, his last quiz.
All retired. All right.
Bob McKenzie.
He looks delighted. He looks overjoyed.
And so as this day and our hockey season comes to an end, I sit, as I have for the past 20-plus years, on this panel with one Bob McKenzie, insider, legend, great friend, Hall of Famer, and a guy who has one more story to break, and no outside sources need to confirm this one.
Well, I once famously said the trade is 1 for 1, and everybody seemed to love that back in the day. So what I would say now is the trade is 1 for none, as in I'm trading my semi-retired life of doing the World Juniors, draft rankings for Leaf games, free agent frenzy, trade deadline for absolutely nothing. Well, nothing in terms of real work, because today is my retirement day. And shutting her down after 48 years. First job, summer job at the Sioux Star in 1978. Here we are. It goes by in the blink of an eye.
Sioux Star, Globe and Mail, youngest editor-in-chief of the Hockey News, the Toronto Star, and then, what was it, 2000, where you joined TSN full-time. Now this means no insider trading, no World Juniors, completely gone?
I don't even think I'll answer your call again.
And I can't do what the Florida fans did to Marchand in the bars and yell 4 more years, and change your mind?
No.
No chance whatsoever?
No chance.
You've worn so many hats in your career, from insider and journalist and author. Bobby Margarita may be my favorite of your titles. Rapper. And cowbell operator during our really stupid music videos. Husband to Cindy and dad to Sean and Mike, and now proud grandfather to Blake and Gunnar. And I know you gave us strict instructions. It's a Bob McKenzie thing that he doesn't want ever attention on himself. He's been that way his entire career. So we did.
I used to be like that, but I'm not anymore.
Now you do want something. Well, we didn't want anything fancy.
Crave attention.
Well, you're going to get some, because we couldn't let you go without putting together one tribute.
Hey, Bob. Hey, Bob. We just want to say hi, and never really agreed with anything you said, but we're happy for you. You had a great career there. Welcome to retirement, Bob. Perfect. I'm up. It's a lot of fun.
Come on in here, Bob McKenzie of the Hockey News. Or Bob, we have just a couple of minutes, some final thoughts. Absolutely outstanding.
Joining me at the TSN table today, Bob McKenzie.
And we'll say hello to Bob McKenzie now.
For more on that, here's Bob McKenzie.
Immortal words of torts, that's a hypothetical question.
Oh, jeez.
And I'd prefer not to answer it.
When he said he was keeping the car, and how are we doing, guys? You guys surprise guests?
Yeah, we are.
An entire spectacle, Pierre.
Oh.
2 goals for Jordan Everly, the same as what he got when Canada beat Russia 8-0 at the Under-18s last spring.
Wendell Clark looks as though he has been traded from the Toronto Maple Leafs to the Quebec Nordiques. The Edmonton Oilers have sent their leading scorer, Anson Carter, along with defenseman Alish Pizza,
pizza, pizza, whatever. He's like Morley Safer and Mike Wallace. It was like
You were
60
sweating?
minutes. He picked all the bad stuff.
So I think it's going to be multi-player. I think we're looking at 5 or 6 players in total changing hands.
Happy 40th anniversary, Bob. What do you remember about those early draft coverage?
There was quite literally zero NHL draft coverage.
Being a reporter, you're generally recognized and acknowledging that you're at the bottom end of the food chain in professional sports.
Not close at all, unanimous. 10 out of 10 scouts surveyed by TSN has them the clear number one.
Earlier in the week, they pick up Owen Nolan, of course, and now the Toronto Maple Leafs have picked up defenseman Glenn Wesley. People are talking about this guy taking the National Hockey League on his back and carrying it forward.
It will be interesting, Pierre, because there's lots of talk about movement between 2 and 5.
The game before that, though, in Philadelphia, Mario Lemieux basically mailed it in. It's Bob McKenzie with the Insider. For TSN Sports Desk, I'm Bob McKenzie.
We love you, Bob. Anything.
With the soundtrack of your favorite band, the Tragically Hip. We did leave out one piece of video at the 06 Stanley Cup Final. A fan jumped on our set and Bob cursed numerous times and almost killed the person. So we decided not to put that in, but it does exist somewhere.
I promised Mess I wasn't going to do this. That's, you kind of get a loss for words, and that doesn't happen very often with me. Excuse me, but you know, just it's a thank you to virtually everybody. I mean, my TSN family here, my family at home, Cindy, Mike, Sean, Gunnar, Blake, all of them. But everybody at TSN, it's been my full-time professional home for the last 25 years. And the best part about TSN, the job was great, facilities are great, it's the people. And they all know it, and I know it. My favorite thing is on this day, because it's Canada Day, and we're all proud Canadians. But when you walk out of here after a day like today, and I know it was a crappy free agent frenzy as far as those go, but whether it was Trade Center or free agent frenzy, we do it so well. People here do it so well. And TSN's the best people doing the best work. And when you walk out of there, you just say, doesn't get any better than that. And that's really a tribute to all the people. That's the greatest resource of TSN. And obviously, I need to thank anybody who's ever watched, listened, read. I never set out to be a hockey insider. I just wanted to be a hockey writer. As Dickie Dunn would say, I just wanted to capture the spirit of the thing. Have a job where you get paid to watch hockey and talk hockey. It doesn't get any better than that. And funny thing is, I'm getting a little dry here, but I grew up, my home in Scarborough is literally a mile from here. And so to grow up and want to be a hockey writer and end up today after 48 years of work, to be here a mile from where I grew up, that's the end of it, pretty amazing.
Well, it's perfect that it happens on Canada Day, because I don't know if there's anybody that intersects Canada and journalism and hockey like Bob McKenzie, with the ultimate Canadian name as well. The sign of longevity and excellence in hockey, we know you didn't want a gift, but we wanted to give you one, is a silver stick.
I thought it was a car.
Well, no.
Oh, there we go. Oh, that's as good. I feel bad now.
Friends from the Royal Canadian Mounted Police.
Fellas. Congratulations. Awesome. Thank you very much.
It's heavy too, Bob.
Oh, it's heavy. I don't think...
Have a quick look. You've got all the places you've worked on there.
I can work out with it.
Your family's names are on there.
That's amazing.
Gunnar,
absolutely amazing. Yeah, and...
I got to blame you for one thing. You invented the free agent frenzy. Bob was the one about 15 years ago said, don't just do Trade Center. July 1st is where everything happens, and you've ruined all our Canada Days.
First off, have a look at this beauty. It's absolutely gorgeous. Thank you. Thank you. And the other thing, not to get real emotional here, but to have my old friend Gord singing up there right now, that's really something.
We love you, buddy. We wish you the happiest of retirements, a lot of golf, a lot of cottages, and a ton of grandkids.
I won't take your call, but I will golf with you.
I expect you to. Ladies and gentlemen,
thanks to everybody, guys.
the legend, Bob McKenzie.
Love y'all.
Got a boatload of nerve.
Thursday night football, Bombers, Stamps on TSN.
So what are we doing?
This is about your friendship with ODog.
Oh, my bestie. Finally. We are like family, kindreds. Bring it on. Oh, I got a new suit. You like my suit? It's kind of like rust, but also salmon. They don't even have a name for this color. You should get the same suit, and we can wear them together on the quiz. I'll get it monogrammed. We could put like O and Jimmy on the side, and O and Jimmy on the side of your suit. We'll have the same suits.
Maybe ask Dregs.
It's a good suit. So this is my office, shrine, whatever. He dressed up as the Tooth Fairy for the quiz. That's not actually me. Photoshop. See, I put my face there. I didn't actually play for the Leafs. Great goal, James. Thanks, O. Best friend award? I just got to get him to sign it. I've heard that some people call us O-Duth, like O-Dog and Duffy. O-Duth. We think it's cute.
We do not think it's cute. There is no we.
What do you got?
At 4-iron.
I think it's a 5. I think you can get there. We are together like all the time. If we're not on the panel or just hanging out, we're usually on the golf course. Make sure you rotate through it. You're not getting your chest through. Maybe a little stronger with the left hand.
I'd played with him like twice, neither by choice.
I'm gonna pull on your belt. Hip through.
Get away from me!
Didn't you play a rather infamous match together?
We did. Great memory. We were completely dialed that day.
Oh.
Oops.
Sorry, but didn't you lose?
There was some bad luck near the end, but O and I, we win together, we lose together.
He hit a hybrid directly sideways, and it cost us the match.
James, there seems to be some discrepancies with our reporting on this. Could I show you a clip?
Yeah, sure. Here's my guy, the dog.
When I was playing in the National Hockey League and James was on the panel, I never liked him. I hated the way he talked about the players, kind of poked fun at us. I never really respected him, nor did I like him.
Is this AI?
Now that I've worked with him for 13 plus years, I still feel that way.
Stop recording. What? Why would he say that?
I don't know what to tell you.
He really said that?
He did.
Just act like that. Dude, best friend. Best friend you are. Best friend award. I don't even like you. Oh, look at me. Look at my nice hair. You frosted tips freak. Are you guys still rolling? Right here? You show this clip to O-Dog. Hey, Jeff. Mr. Big Shot, because you played in the NHL. Guess what? You're not my favorite panelist. Dregs is. And I'm going to get a new bestie, and we're going to play you in a golf match, and we're going to destroy you. Mic drop.
Welcome to the Lincoln Navigator Cup. I'm your host, Bob Weeks, joined by Brian Hayes of Overdrive, and we are coming to you from beautiful Copetown Woods Golf Club for a 9-hole golf extravaganza. It's Team Duthie versus Team O-Dog, and things are about to get competitive. James Duthie is teaming up with Montreal Canadiens forward Brendan Gallagher. Well, Jeff O'Neill is going to hit the course with none other than Nazem Kadri. And Brian, this has the makings to be in a pretty big match.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a great match because Duthie versus O'Neill, it's been brewing for a while, Bob, whether it's in studio, online, now it's on